We begin the story with a controversy surrounding the beautiful actress Chai. For months she had been suffering from severe headaches that had turned her life into chaos, and she could no longer hide them. Fans who saw her on the street believed she had become bitter, but that was never the reason. In fact, they even started preferring another actress of the same age who was always kind. However, Chai's situation worsened, and despite seeing multiple doctors, no one could find the cause. All they could do was prescribe strong medication, which had stopped working. This was draining her energy and causing problems during filming. She tried to carry on, acting as usual, but the excruciating headaches were impossible to hide. Her best friend, Sarah, who had debuted with her during childhood and often shared the stage, was always more popular. Sarah constantly tried to support her, but the comparisons were inevitable, and Sarah's kindness made her stand out even more. Another figure who captured attention in the entertainment world was Eun So, a singer and also a talented actor. With so many stars shining around her, Chai started to feel overshadowed. Though she took her career seriously, Yoon noticed how hard she worked. But one day, during a shoot, Chai's headache worsened so much that it delayed filming. She retreated to her dressing room, asking her agent for help, but even the strongest medications weren't helping anymore. Yoon, who had followed her out of concern, overheard her struggles and went to check on her. She confided in him about the pain, but then she almost fainted. Alarmed, Yoon instinctively leaned in and bit her neck. Yoon had remembered that his best friend Juson could heal humans by biting them, seemingly renewing them and even curing illnesses like colds. The best part was that after the bite, the humans would forget it ever happened. Jisun had long wanted Eun to try human blood, as Eun had only ever drunk blood from hospital bags. But this was the first time Eun had actually bitten someone. To Eun's surprise, the blood tasted incredible. However, Chai remembered everything, and she was furious. She accused Eun of harassment, and he was at a loss for words. Just then, her agent entered, and Eun hurriedly whispered that he would explain everything later, before quickly leaving. As soon as Eun left, Chai realized her headache had completely vanished. She assumed the medication had finally kicked in. Meanwhile, Eun was in shock. Had he bitten her wrong? Worse yet, he might be reported for harassment. But when he returned to the set, he saw Chai performing, and she shone like never before. It seemed everything was finally going right. She was even being praised for her outstanding performance. However, the new dilemma was how to explain why he had bitten her, especially since Chai wanted nothing to do with him. Eun knew he had to tell her everything. Later that night, Eun sent her a message asking to meet for lunch the next day. With no other choice, Chai agreed. Just then, her mother called. It seemed like her mother wanted everything her daughter earned, which wasn't much, and she always rubbed it in, saying that she was even more beautiful than Sarah. Yet Sarah was better positioned. Hearing all this and seeing Sarah in every advertisement made Chai feel terrible. She missed her grandmother so much. Maybe she no longer shone like she once did. The next day, just before lunch, Chai and Eun finally had a moment to talk. Eun didn't know where to begin, while Chai just wanted a written apology and to be done with it. But then Eun asked, "The pain hasn't come back since yesterday, right?" He quickly explained that it was all thanks to him, but warned that the pain would return. This scared Chai. She didn't want to go through it again. Eun added that the effects of his bites only last a week. When she didn't believe him, he whispered to her that he was a vampire. After biting her, she likely felt renewed, full of energy, with sharper senses. That's what happens with a vampire's bite. Still, Chai found it hard to believe. Eun told her to talk to him again in a week. Chai returned to the set, and there she saw her unrequited love, June. Hearing how concerned he was about her controversy reminded her that he was still the same guy she had met back in high school. However, he was also friends with Sarah, and they were closer since they belonged to the same agency. As usual, Sarah always seemed to overshadow everyone else. From that day on, Chai couldn't stop thinking about what Yoon had said. Could he really be a vampire? A vampire who wanted her blood? She wasn't sure if she could believe it. Meanwhile, June noticed Chai's focus shifting toward Ayun and felt jealous. He wanted all her attention for himself, but now, thanks to Ayun, he didn't have it. 2 years ago, June had met Ayun when both were cast in a drama. It seemed that Ayun had only a secondary role, but as soon as filming began, he captured everyone's hearts with his acting, and his famous line, "Come to me," attracted many fans. Because of this, June, who had a chance to win an award, lost out as Ayun's fame skyrocketed. Now, it seemed like Ayun even wanted to take Chai from him, though June knew that Chai was still crazy about him. As the days passed, it appeared that Uyan was avoiding Chai. But it didn't matter anymore. That night, her agent informed her that she might be offered the lead role in a drama written by the screenwriter Verano Azul. This excited her, and she knew she had to be well prepared for the day ahead. She needed to convince the director to cast her, as he wasn't sure due to the controversy she was currently facing. However, the next day her nightmare returned. The headaches came back. Meanwhile, Un was at home, enjoying a day off. He thought about Chai, as they had known each other since childhood. They had spent a lot of time together with Chai's grandmother, whom Un also considered his own. Chai's grandmother had asked Un to take good care of her, and he had promised to do so. Then he realized that today marked exactly 1 week since he had bitten her. Even though he wasn't supposed to work today, he decided to visit the set to check on Chai. On the other hand, Chai was feeling anxious. Today was the last day of filming, and tomorrow was her meeting with the director. If she didn't do well, she would lose this great opportunity. But the solution soon arrived when Un showed up at her car. At first, Chai couldn't believe she was about to resort to this, but she had to try everything. She told him how much she had tried to stop her headaches, but no doctor could explain the cause. After hearing this, Ayun offered to help. Just at that moment, Sarah arrived and saw them standing very close together. To avoid any misunderstanding, Chai quickly made up an excuse, saying they were practicing for a new drama she would be starring in. She then told Sarah about the project, a very promising drama, which immediately piqued Sarah's interest. But what piqued Sarah's curiosity even more was whether Chai was close to Ayun. Chai casually mentioned that she wanted to become closer to him. That night, Jun, feeling desperate, went to talk to Ayun. He was worried that maybe Chai was turning into a vampire or something similar. He was curious about the myths like sunlight and garlic, but Ayun assured him none of that was true. The only effect of biting someone was that it revitalized them. Despite this, Chai begged Ayun to help her by biting her every week. However, Ayun wasn't sure about it. She didn't have anything to offer in return, so for now his answer was no. Still, thanks to the bite from that day, she would be able to give 100% in her meeting the next day. Meanwhile, that evening, Sarah was talking to her representative, asking about the lead roles available at the moment. Her representative recommended the drama My Favorite Idol, the very same one that had been offered to Chai. But since Sarah didn't like the lead actor in the project, she turned it down, preferring to try a different genre that wasn't romance. The next day, Chai arrived nervously at the set of My Favorite Idol. She introduced herself to the screenwriter Myung Kim and the director Jong-go Lee. The director was the only one unsure about casting her, but Chai promised not to cause any problems. After reading a bit of the script, she began to act, completely convincing them, and she was accepted as the lead actress. Afterwards, the screenwriter Myung Kim wanted to talk to Chai. It turned out they already knew each other from when Chai was very young. Mrs. Kim had been an assistant writer on a drama, but she was often mistreated on set. One day, after a last-minute script change, she was blamed for everything, and the lead actress almost walked off set without filming. But Chai intervened, offering to film her scenes first, saving the day. Mrs. Kim noticed how exhausted Chai was back then, but was grateful for her help. Since that day, Chai had always been kind to her, which motivated Mrs. Kim to keep writing and chasing her dreams. That day, Myung Kim promised to help Chai when she needed it. This is why she recommended Chai for the role, besides her talent, of course. Chai took it all very seriously. She couldn't let Mrs. Kim down, so she was determined to get Un's help. On Thursday, there was a party for all the actors who had wrapped up filming on their latest project. Although Jun was with Chai, as soon as Eun appeared, Chai slipped away from his side, which infuriated Jun. Jealous, he butted in, telling everyone that Chai was head over heels for him, so much so that she would do anything for him. This gossip spread quickly. Meanwhile, Chai sat down to enjoy her meal with Ayun. She didn't know what to offer in exchange for his help, so she did everything she could to please him, serving him food, giving him raw meat even though she didn't like it, and piling on more and more. It became a bit awkward, but Ayun just saw her as the same girl he had known since childhood. In the middle of everything, Ayun overheard people talking badly about Chai. At that moment, the actors from the cast began giving their thanks for participating in the project. But when it was Chai's turn, everyone looked at her with disdain, thinking of her as an easy girl. When it was Sarah's turn, however, everyone admired and praised her, which greatly irritated Ayun, who was a big fan of Chai. As the night was coming to an end, many people asked the actresses for autographs, but no one approached Chai. Jun, however, asked for one on behalf of his nephew, and they took a beautiful photo together. A little later, Eun noticed some men whispering and overheard the whole controversy. He realized that the nasty rumors about Chai were all because of Jun's bragging. Eun tried to confront them, but there wasn't much he could do to stop the gossip. Returning to Chai, Ayun found her still with Jun, but Jun blocked him from getting close to her, not wanting to make the rumors worse. Just then, Chai received a phone call, and when she stepped away, Jun seized the opportunity to try to make Ayun look bad by insisting he drink with him. Meanwhile, Chai got bad news. Her agent had been in a minor car accident, so she would need to take a taxi home. As she was on her way back, she ran into the director of the drama they had just finished, who was talking on the phone. Back at the party, Jun's plan to outdo Yoon backfired, and he ended up completely drunk. When Chai returned, she saw the state he was in and followed him as he staggered away to give him some water. Jun was on the verge of confessing his feelings for her when Serat showed up. Jun's agent had asked Serat to take care of him, so she took him away. After this exhausting day, Eun approached Chai and suggested they take a walk together. During their walk, Chai told him about her exciting new opportunity, but above all, how difficult it would be to deal with the headaches, especially if he didn't help her. She didn't know what to do to win him over. Maybe entertain him, perhaps with a dance? Jun was intrigued, and Chai danced with passion. Even then, Jun still refused to bite her every week, but seeing her beg, he couldn't resist. Since another week had passed, he couldn't resist. Since another week had passed, he took her hand and not her neck. It was because her arms were always covered, but no matter where he bit, it would have the same effect. This time, the bite was her payment for the dance. A bit later, the party ended, and Chai was searching for a taxi but couldn't find one. Yoon offered to take her home. During the ride, Chai asked if Yoon's manager knew about his true identity. The answer was yes, but his manager wasn't a vampire. Just then, Chai received a call. Yoon remembered the last time he saw her, after such a long time, 5 years ago. He had been excited to see her again and thought she'd recognize him, but that wasn't the case. She, as always, ran straight into Jun's arms. That jerk always spoke badly of her, or made others think poorly of her. When Chai hung up the phone, Yoon asked her why she liked Jun. She didn't deny it, but hadn't realized anyone would notice. Even though she knew they would never be together, they had been friends for so long, and she didn't want to lose their friendship if things didn't work out. After talking a little more, they finally arrived at Chai's home. Over the next few days, Jin texted Chai and invited her to dinner to apologize for what had happened the other day. She arrived at the restaurant and was surprised to meet a handsome guy who assumed everyone knew him, but they didn't. He introduced himself as Leon Dupleix, a huge fan of hers, and he would be starring alongside her in My Favorite Idol. As they started chatting, Jin arrived, and to Chai's surprise, Sarah was also there, immediately jumping to the wrong conclusion. Meanwhile, Yun had a visit from his nephew, who came with his mother. The boy wanted to see the autograph he had asked for, but surprisingly he didn't want Chai's, he wanted Sarah's. To make up for it, Yun promised to give him a PlayStation 5. His sister, on the other hand, was happy Yun had finally talked to Chai and reminded him that what had happened in the past wasn't his fault. Later that night, Yun found himself alone again, but he couldn't stop thinking about Chai. Meanwhile, Chai was with her friends, but she felt like the odd one out. The others were talking non-stop, and she felt like a third wheel. On the other side, Yun received a call from his best friend, Chaeson Cha, who was very drunk because his new relationship hadn't worked out. Being a vampire as well, Jason had lost control, craving human blood. To prevent him from hurting someone, Yun gave him his own blood, which woke him up instantly. Vampire blood tastes awful. Just then, Yun got a message from Chai. Jason, out of curiosity, tried to snatch his phone, and in the scuffle, they ended up in an awkward situation that looked suspicious from the outside. While chatting with his best friend, Yun learned that there were rumors about Chai being madly in love with Jun. Furious, Yun wanted to check on Chai and found out she was indeed with Jun. A little while later, Yun showed up unexpectedly, surprising everyone. Chai asked him to join them for dinner. He stayed, but when the women went to the bathroom, Yun confronted Yun, accusing him of being rude. Yun took this chance to tell Jun that he'd been hearing things that were bothering him. He asked if Chai knew about all the gossip Jun had been spreading. Of course, Jun denied it. Yun, frustrated, called him out for his big mouth. Jun didn't understand why Yun was getting involved, and that's when Jun finally confessed that he liked Chai. Yun was shocked, but Jun was confident that he was the lucky one. Yun asked if Chai had ever told him that, but Jun was sure, claiming that things between them were about to get serious. Just then, Chai and the others returned, interrupting the conversation. Jun, still acting cocky, tried to invite Chai to watch a movie. However, their plans were cut short when Jisun arrived, and the group had to leave due to the late hour. Jun wanted to continue hanging out and suggested going to a bar, which Chai wasn't thrilled about. She had hoped to talk with Yun. Taking the opportunity, Yun whisked her away to a beautiful spot where he finally spoke about Jun. Yun wanted to know if, hypothetically, Chai would go out with Jun if he confessed his feelings. For Chai, that was impossible. She saw Jun only as a friend, and even if there were a chance, she wouldn't feel good enough to be with him. Hearing this hurt Yun because, for him, it was the opposite. Yun believed Jun didn't deserve Chai. He told her how much she shines when she acts, how everyone who watches her can't take their eyes off her. Yun couldn't understand why she kept doubting herself. But in that moment, Jun thought how much he wished he could have been the one, not Yun, to be the support Chai so desperately needed. After confessing all of this to her, he drove her home, reminiscing about their childhood. Once, while watching TV with Chai, she had promised him that one day she would win an award, and when she did, she'd thank him. The next day, Yun arrived at his agency only to find himself in a crisis. Photos had surfaced of him in a compromising situation with Jiseon. But since Jiseon's face wasn't visible, Yun was the only one caught in the scandal. He explained the situation to his team. None of it was his fault, but he had to bear the weight of this big news alone. As a result, he risked losing roles in romantic dramas and even sponsorships from female-oriented brands. The CEO of his label suggested that he start publicly dating someone to divert attention from the scandal. They even recommended dating Ruru, another vampire, but Yun wasn't interested in dating someone he didn't have feelings for. He hoped they'd at least let him choose his partner. Meanwhile, Chai was reflecting on how it wasn't the first time someone told her she shines when she acts. She thought of Yun, but remembered that he still hadn't responded to her request. The filming of My Favorite Idol was starting soon, and if she wanted to convince him, she needed to do her research. She started watching interview after interview to learn more about him, until she stumbled upon a link that suggested Yun wasn't interested in women. She wrote him a message saying she would always support him, and just then he called her. He needed help and asked her to come over. Chai arrived and Jun gave her the door code to enter. Just as he was about to explain something, Jiseon stepped out of the shower half-naked and called Yun baby. If Chai had any doubts before about Yun not being into women, this moment confirmed it. Yun, embarrassed, tried to pull Ji-seong away, and of course, Chai was shocked. But it was inevitable. 2 hours earlier, Yun had been preparing for Chai's visit, but Ji-seong had shown up and rushed into his bathroom before Yun had a chance to send him away. Now, as Chai was about to leave, Yun managed to stop her. Meanwhile, the band Plix always ordered pizza and got blood from the delivery person. Today, it was Leon's turn. While eating, they watched a drama featuring Chai, and Leon was totally captivated by her. Back at Yun's place, Ji-seong tried to explain his closeness to Yun. After that was cleared up, Yun went to make coffee, but as he got up, Ji-seong grabbed his hand, and just then Chai walked in again, getting the wrong idea. Once more. Finally, once they were alone, Young explained the whole situation. He then reminded her that a week ago he had bitten her, and if she wanted him to keep biting her every week, he would help her, but in return she had to become his girlfriend. Chai was confused, but Yun explained that it was because of the rumors, which had started thanks to Jason, and given the situation, he couldn't deny them publicly. She understood perfectly, and since her label had already suggested she enter a contract relationship, she thought that dating Yun would make everything easier. They could meet once or twice a week, be seen together, and he would bite her then. Given both of their circumstances, it seemed like the fairest arrangement, but Chai didn't feel worthy of him, and wasn't sure if this was the best choice for him either. To Yun, however, she was wonderful, and that's what mattered. Chai asked for a little time to think, but she really needed his help today. Yun didn't hesitate to help her, and was about to bite her, but Chai wasn't quite ready. In the past, she hadn't been fully aware that he was going to bite her, but this time, thanks to the bottle Ji-seong had left behind, they used it to make the bite less obvious. As they sat together, they began to talk about life. Chai wondered if it wouldn't be better for Yun to truly date someone he actually liked. But he confessed that he was still in love with his first love, so for now there was no one else. The thing is, his first love was her. As they turned on the TV, Leon appeared on screen. Chai mentioned that Leon would be part of the cast for My Favorite Idol and would be one of the 3 main leads in a love triangle. Upon hearing this, Yun felt a bit jealous. Later he went to the kitchen, and when he returned, Chai was completely asleep, but when he heard her groan about a headache, he had no choice but to bite her. However, just as he did, she woke up. Startled, he stepped back and accidentally crushed the remote, which turned on the TV. A shocking news report flashed across the screen. The hottest celebrity couple, June and Sarah, were officially dating, according to their agency. Overwhelmed by the news, Chai got up. She was a bit flustered but thought it was fine. They always looked good together. She thanked Yun because she felt better now, though not completely. They began drinking to drown their sorrows. She was worried about Sarah because Jun had never been in a serious relationship before, and he always called Chai when things ended badly. Due to the situation, she told Yun she would do the contract relationship with him. They started listing the objectives, getting spotted by paparazzi, wearing matching jewelry and such. But she admitted she didn't know anything about love. Yun asked about her first love, and she barely remembered. It was when she was very young. He understood that maybe the boy never tried to reach out to her because she had always been acting. If he had wanted to, he would have already contacted her. Yun changed the topic and started planning everything for their contract. However, as the alcohol took effect, Chai suddenly began to see Yun as her first love. He resembled that boy a lot. She was about to make a move when Yun received a call. Noticing she was a little tipsy, he told her not to drink too much or she would regret it later. Chai had always felt gratitude toward Yun for looking out for her. However, now she felt awkward because he and her friend Sarah were dating. Jun asked her if she knew anything about Sarah, and she responded that she didn't. He was about to explain the news about his relationship when Chai spilled her drink, cutting him off. She ran to the bathroom, leaving her phone behind, and Yun, seeing that she hadn't hung up the call, answered it. He told June that Chai spilled her drink and had gone to the bathroom. June became annoyed, but Yun reassured him that everything was fine and congratulated him on his relationship with Sarah, telling him not to worry about Chai anymore because he would take care of her. After saying this, Yun hung up the call. The next morning, Chai woke up startled, realizing that things had gotten a bit out of hand. A while later, Yun entered, and she nervously asked if he remembered anything from the night before. Slowly, everything came back to her. Yun had brought her clothes to change into, and they continued drinking. She had told him that Sarah and Jun were her only friends, and that now everything would change since they were in a relationship. She added that she felt really comfortable with Yoon and asked if they could stay in touch, even after their contract ended. They ended up toasting to their relationship, though by then she was quite drunk. She asked why it didn't hurt when he bit her, and Yoon explained that vampire bites had an analgesic effect, comparing it to a mosquito bite. When a mosquito bites, you don't feel anything. Hearing this, Chai burst into laughter, imagining Yoon as a mosquito. He smiled too, but noticed she was very drunk. Then, out of the blue, she asked what would happen if she bit him, and if a human had ever bitten him before. Yoon was taken aback, but before he could respond, Chai declared that she wanted to bite him. Without warning, she gave him a huge bite, leaving Yoon stunned. That's how Chai fell asleep the previous night, and today she realized the massive mark she had left on Yoon's neck. She panicked, wishing she could disappear. Later, she showed up at the recording studio, where Miss Kim and Mr. Lee were excited to see her. But suddenly, she received a message from her manager. When she stepped out of the office, she saw her co-worker Leon, who looked pale. He started explaining that he had been very nervous that morning, and his group had helped him calm down. However, after eating, he realized he had overeaten, which caused him to have severe stomach pain. Chai told him that he should go to the doctor, but he didn't want to ruin her work. She reassured him that wasn't the case and asked him to wait for a moment. She went to get a pin, pricked Leon's finger and started massaging his hand. Like magic, his pain began to fade. Overjoyed, he asked how she knew such remedies, and she explained that her grandmother had taught her many home remedies when she lived with her. Leon thanked her, but his nerves were still high. He was so scared of messing everything up, but Chai told him not to worry because he was going to do great. Afterwards, she excused herself to make a call to her manager, who informed her that her acting partner had been changed and now her partner was from Class Dawn. She was surprised, and when she returned to the studio, she found Dagon, who greeted her with a smile, telling her she looked even more beautiful than before. Suddenly, Dae-ho Choi appeared as well. He was also Chai's co-worker and a friend of Jin. Everyone greeted him politely. Once everyone was gathered, the script reading began, and the directors praised Leon for doing an excellent job. Then it was Chai and Dajon's turn. Since some lines were missing from the script, they improvised. Knowing each other for a long time made this easy for them, and the directors loved it. After that, they started a photo shoot. Leon and Chai were taking photos together when they asked Chai to take a picture with Do-ha Choi. He thought the rumors about her being easy were true, so this jerk tried to take advantage of the situation by putting his arm around her waist. Obviously, this made Chai uncomfortable. Seeing this, Leon stepped in between them and suggested taking a group photo, successfully separating Chai from the creep. Do-ha didn't like it at all. Later, Chai and Un were together, both wearing masks. They were in the car, laughing at how they looked, as if they were in a secret relationship. Afterward, they headed to the movies. Once there, she mentioned she wanted to watch a vampire movie. Soon after, Yun came back with popcorn and tickets, and they entered the theatre together. They turned off their phones, and the movie started. Yun began sweating and suddenly grabbed Chai's hand. She was surprised to realize that Yun was scared of these types of movies. Of course, he denied it, but he couldn't hide it. Chai ended up covering his eyes for him. After the movie ended, she couldn't stop teasing him because it was hilarious that a vampire would be afraid of a vampire movie. Once they turned on their phones, they saw a news alert about a school bullying scandal. Meanwhile, Sarah wanted to send Chai a message to apologize for not telling her about her relationship with June, as she didn't know how to break the news. She felt sad and pensive because they had been like sisters since childhood, and she didn't want to ruin their friendship. Just then, she saw the news that Do-ho Choi had been accused of school bullying, and his agency was conducting an investigation. At the same time, Yun received a call from his boss who wanted to meet him urgently. They were still in the car, and seeing that Chai was worried, Yun told her that the news might not be true. She replied that she hoped so because she didn't want the situation to escalate. It could cause her a big problem. Yun dropped Chai off at her house, apologizing for leaving her like that, but she told him she had a great time and had never had so much fun, clearly because she'd been teasing him. She was about to get out of the car when suddenly he told her he'd be quick and bit her. She was shocked because she hadn't even felt anything, and he explained that the last time she had been too tense, which was why this time he bit her faster. She got out of the car and left, blushing with her heart racing. On the other hand, a little later, Yun found himself meeting with his boss. She informed him that they had offered him a role in a drama, replacing Dua Choi. Due to recent events, they had asked for another actor, and she had considered Yun for the part. He asked if the controversy was true, and she confirmed that it was. She explained that the agency was handling negotiations with the victim, who had already provided evidence. The affected party had also issued a public apology, and Do-ha was being removed from all his projects. That's why the agency was looking for a replacement. Yun thought about what Chai had told him and eventually accepted the role. Later, Yun shared the news with Chai, telling her that he was going to be the lead actor in the drama and that he wanted her to be the first to know. She was thrilled, as it meant they would get to see each other more often. However, Yun then told her that for now they would need to pause their contract. With all the controversy surrounding the situation, it could negatively impact the drama's production. They agreed to wait until things calmed down before resuming the contract, and Chai reluctantly accepted. The day of the first shoot arrived, and Chai's headache started up again. When Leon saw her, he wanted to talk to her, but she disappeared. It turned out she was with Yun, who was giving her some medicine. Meanwhile, Leon heard a noise in the meeting room and, curious, went to check it out. Just then, someone called him to get ready for the filming, which caused him to backtrack and separate from Chai. As they parted ways, Yun saw Chai and Leon together, which made him feel jealous. He approached them and Leon greeted him, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. After the formal introductions, Mr. Hanang interrupted them, asking Yun to help Leon, who was his biggest fan. Leon then added that Yun wasn't just his fan but also his role model. Yun thanked him, and a few minutes later the filming began. Chai and Leon got along wonderfully during the shoot, which only made Yun more irritated. He watched them so intently that he didn't notice Daejeon, Chai's co-star, approaching him. She told Yun she was happy to work with him again, but he gave her a distant response, saying he felt the same. In reality, he wasn't paying her any attention. His focus was entirely on Chai, which annoyed Daejeon. After they wrapped up the shoot, Leon and Chai congratulated each other on the great job they had done. Someone commented to Leon that although he said Yun was his role model, it seemed like he was more focused on Chai. Leon responded with a smile, admitting that Chai was also his first love. For a moment, everyone around them was shocked. But suddenly they told him not to say those things because it could be misinterpreted. They explained that Chai was a sweet girl actress and that many boys had fallen in love with her. With a smile, Yun agreed, which left Leon thinking. After a while, they were practicing their lines together, and they began to smile more. Later, Yun and Chai were reviewing the script, but Chai suddenly noticed that Minji had a kitten sticker on her phone, and she got really excited. Minji told her it was her kitten, Roru, and Chai couldn't wait to see more pictures. As they looked through the photos, they smiled so much that Chai completely forgot she was with Yun. Poor Yun was ignored because of a cat. A little later, Daejeon was talking to Minji, telling her that she initially thought Chai was arrogant, but had realized after getting to know her that she had a good side. She also mentioned what had happened with the pictures of the kitten. Daejeon told Minji that Chai wasn't usually like that. The two of them hadn't been close, even though they had shared high school together. Daejeon had always noticed that Chai wasn't very kind to other girls. This conversation was overheard by Mion Kim, the scriptwriter for the drama. Later, Yun was meeting with his boss, where he explained the situation regarding his contract with Chai. She was excited, knowing that this could lead to a real relationship, as she knew Yun liked Chai. However, she suggested he wait for now, as there were many complications at the moment. Later that night, Yun fell asleep at home and had a dream where Chai left with Leon, because, according to her, Leon was as sweet as the kitten. The next day, Chai was on set when she overheard two girls talking about how Yun had come to the set to resolve some pending issues. She was about to message him when suddenly he appeared in front of her, dressed entirely in pink, asking how he looked. She smiled and told him he looked handsome. But that wasn't what he wanted to hear. He wanted to hear that he looked cute. Later, Yun was in his car, checking himself in the mirror, wondering if he looked cute. He realized his driver was watching him, which made him feel embarrassed. His manager told him that the drama from scriptwriter Galleon was soon to premiere, and the leads were Jun Kan and Ha Jinna, with Yun being more famous than they were. However, Chai was weak in front of Yun, which left Yun thinking. The next day on set, Yun and Chai finished filming their scene. As Chai jumped to hug him, her heart beat faster. She whispered, wondering if vampires' hearts beat that fast. Just then, Leon appeared, calling out, "Nuna!" congratulating her on her performance. His closeness made Yun feel sad, wondering how they had gotten so close. Leon asked Chai if she drank, and memories of Yun flashed in her mind. Blushing, she said she didn't drink much, only sometimes. Later, Yun went to Chai's house. They sat down to talk about what had happened on set with Leon. Chai mentioned that she wished her brother were as sweet as Leon. Yun, surprised by her comment, blushed. Chai, smiling, said that she felt closer to him now, as they were allies. Thanks to him, she could now connect with more people, as she had previously kept her distance from everyone. Her only friends were Sarah and Jun, and she realized how isolated she had been. Suddenly, Yun stroked her hair, which made her nervous. Chai then asked if he wanted something to drink, but as she tried to get up, she slipped and fell on top of him. As she heard the fast-paced heartbeat of a vampire, she thought it was normal, but when she got up, she realized Yun was as red as a tomato. How could he not be, when he was deeply in love with her, and every time he got close, it made him nervous? In the midst of this, Yun stood up and, without giving her a chance to react, jumped on her, looking into her eyes, and suddenly bit her. Afterward, he told her that now that they were together, he could bite her. She, slightly annoyed, told him not to do that again without warning her. He nodded, but made her promise she wouldn't get mad again. Once she calmed down, Chai said that sudden bites weren't good for her because they made her heart race too much, but then she asked if his blood was rich. Yun answered yes, and that every time he tasted her blood he wanted more. Chai asked about other people's blood, and Yun replied that each person's blood was different. Chai didn't know what to say, but Yun assured her not to worry because he wouldn't bite anyone except her. A little later, Chai asked him to turn on the TV. While Yun was looking for the remote, he found a photo of Chai and her grandmother. Seeing this made him sad, and he told Chai that he had to leave to take care of something important but would call her later. He left, leaving Chai surprised. Meanwhile, Yun was driving, thinking about how he had always wanted to distance himself from her, but couldn't, which is why he was always around. He feared getting closer to her because he knew he wanted a special relationship, and each time he felt more jealous of everything, making him think that he didn't deserve her. He felt guilty, as he hadn't been there for her when she needed him most. The next day, Chai's phone alarm went off, and she answered thinking it was Yun. She was busy because he hadn't called her. She decided to send him a message to ask if he had gotten home safely. His response was distant, just a simple yes, saying they would meet at the set later. Later, Chai was surprised by Minji's behavior. Then Leon arrived, and Minji asked why he treated her with so much formality, while Chai didn't get the same treatment. Leon replied that Chai was like his sister, and Minji was his elder. Minji, not wanting to feel like an old lady, asked if they could start calling her Nuna, just like Chai. Shortly after, on set, Leon was trying to take a picture, but it wasn't coming out right. Chai, who had noticed, offered to take the photo for him, and he happily agreed. At that moment, a bunch of messages flooded Leon's phone from a fan group on a paid app. He asked if Chai was interested and if she wanted him to show her how it worked. She agreed, and they started exploring the app together. Yun, who happened to be passing by, saw them and felt really sad, so he walked away. Chai, noticing his departure, felt guilty, thinking that her closeness to Leon had pushed Yun away. That night, while lying in bed, Chai received a message from Leon asking if she had eaten. She was excited, feeling like this was a real conversation. She decided to explore more of the app and, to her surprise, got a message from Leon without a shirt on, saying he was going to bed and wished her good night. She was taken aback, blushing, especially when she saw messages from his fans, who were supposedly grandmothers. It made Chai laugh. Later that night, while chatting with Leon in bed, she asked him why he was so popular with grandmothers. He laughed and said they weren't grandmothers but teenagers pretending to be. Then he asked if she had plans for the next day. She replied that she would be rehearsing lines, but Leon suggested they practice together and that he would teach her more about the Fangirl app. The next day, they went out to eat and practice lines in the car, while also enjoying the city. Chai thanked him for taking her to such beautiful places and for teaching her more about the fan app. He continued to show her more, and at one point he put on bunny ears and made a cute expression. Chai blushed but followed his lead. Suddenly, Leon asked her when she first started liking him. Chai was curious, and Leon told her that it happened in high school, and his feelings for her had only grown stronger since then. He remembered how she had helped him when he was lost, looking for a recording studio. Chai recalled everything and asked if he had passed the audition. Leon replied that he hadn't, but that things had turned out better than expected. Since then, he had liked her, but he didn't know how to confess because he was overwhelmed with his feelings. He apologized for making her uncomfortable, and Chai, nervous, reassured him that it was fine. She thanked him for noticing her, but told him that she liked someone else. Leon was taken aback by this and understood, but he lowered his head, unable to look at her. Chai told him that for her, he was a great friend, and she was grateful to have met him. He asked her not to act distant, and she sweetly reassured him that she wouldn't. Later, Chai lay in bed deep in thought, questioning why Leon liked her and why he kept appearing in her thoughts. Yun also crossed her mind, and she realized her feelings for him were different now. She enjoyed being with him, and her heart raced whenever he was near. She fell asleep, dreaming of giving Yun a huge kiss. The next day, at the recording set, Chai was hiding from Yoon, feeling like she had to keep her distance. Just then, Minji approached and asked if Chai wanted to attend the housewarming party and watch the first episode of the drama together. Chai was excited, but just as Leon arrived, she said yes, thinking that the more, the better. Meanwhile, Yoon was on the phone when he overheard Minji asking Leon if something had happened between him and Chai when they were alone. Nervously, Leon denied it, saying he didn't know what she was talking about. But Chai wasn't easily fooled. She had already realized how Yoon felt about her. She asked him to tell her what happened before she invited him to the party. He told her that he had confessed his feelings to Chai. Hearing this was like a bucket of cold water for Minji, who was shocked and asked when it had happened and what Chai had said. Yoon explained that Chai told him she liked someone else. Minji thought it was probably Jun, but Yoon insisted that he was the one she liked. He sweetly and gently asked if he could still attend the party, and Minji agreed, but only because Chai was fine with it. Later, Jun was in his car reading the script when someone knocked on the window. Surprise, it was Chai. Both of them sat awkwardly in the car. She had come to ask for his help, and he was about to bite her, but she stopped him and asked him to bite her arm instead. He agreed and did it, and she felt her heart racing as she remembered her dream, blushing. She thanked him and was about to leave when he stopped her. In the end, he didn't know what to say, which upset Chai since he had been distancing himself from her. She looked at him sadly. She told him that, for now, only she would benefit from their contract, but he could always ask for her help whenever he needed it, and she would do whatever she could to assist him. He smiled and accepted her offer. As they left, they saw a poster with a promotion for his drama. Seeing this, Yun called Sidi, asking when it had been planned. She told him that she just wanted to congratulate him. Chai thanked her, and Sidi asked if she could visit her on set. Of course, Chai said yes. Later on set, Seri saw her friend so happy with Minji and she felt down, thinking about leaving when Daeon saw her and approached. She asked why Seri had sent that gift to Chai. Seri said that it must have been from the agency and maybe soon they would send one to her too. She said goodbye, but Daeon was upset when she saw the poster featuring Chai. She was plotting something. Chai was on her way back to the set when she heard a commotion in the dressing rooms. Concerned, she went to check and found Hichi holding a dress that was stained with coffee. It was the one provided by the sponsor. Jijian, who was in charge of the costumes, felt embarrassed and was about to leave when the representative of Chai's agency noticed what was going on. Chai insisted she would pay for the dress, but the most logical thing would be for the person who caused the damage to take responsibility. Unfortunately, Jijun didn't know who had done it. Later, Chai was in the bathroom looking up how much the dress cost. It was an eye-watering $5,000. She started thinking about how she would manage to pay that amount when her personal expenses and her mum's were barely covered. She considered paying in installments. Suddenly, she overheard someone talking about Yun, who never accepted clothing sponsorships but was now wearing a brand new outfit. This was great for the brand since everything Yun wore sold out instantly. As she left the bathroom, Chai noticed a worker walking distractedly and accidentally bumped into her. Without hesitation, Chai rushed to help her. When she noticed the worker had hurt her hand, Chai took her to the dressing rooms to take care of her. Shortly after, she was told that the new dress was ready and she wouldn't need to pay for it. She just needed to wear it. They asked her if the dress was expensive, but Chai nervously avoided answering. She had gotten lucky. Later, Chai walked out of the dressing room, looking beautiful in the dress, only to spot Yun wearing an outfit from the same brand. She was shocked at how well it fit him. They both met face to face, and Chai complimented him. With a sweet smile, Yun thanked her, but he quickly returned the compliment, telling her she looked beautiful too. Chai was left confused with her heart racing. Just then, Leon appeared, all excited to greet her, but she was so focused on Yun that she barely noticed him. This surprised Leon a lot, and he realized who Chai had feelings for. Meanwhile, the girl Chai had helped earlier told her boss that she knew who had damaged the dress. She claimed it was Daeon, and she had seen it happen. The boss explained that the accusation was serious and it would be better to forget about it, since there was no proof. Meanwhile, on set, Chai was glowing in that dress, and of course this infuriated Daeon. She started remembering how she met Chai. They attended the same school and were in the same class. Daeon thought Chai would be the only friend Seri would have since they were both famous, or so she thought, but one day, while walking down the school hallway, they ran into Chai, and Seri introduced her as her only and best friend. This surprised Daeon, but the other friends of Seri started gossiping, saying that Chai had been absent from classes because she was sick from working too much. Since she had to support her family, she had no choice. This left Daeon thoughtful, especially when Seri's mum came to pick them up to take them home. But Chai didn't go because she had to work. Daeon thought that this couldn't possibly be friendship. What Seri felt for Chai was pity, and that was why Chai ruined the dress, to put her in the place she thought Chai deserved. Later, Chai, Leon and Minji were discussing the party and the time they should head to Minji's apartment. Out of nowhere, they saw Yun asking if he could join. He was uncomfortable and told them he couldn't because he had a prior commitment. He just wanted to stay away from Chai for his own good. He only wanted to help her and nothing more. On the day of the gathering, Chai, Leon and Minji arrived at Minji's house. They thanked her for the invitation and gave her their gifts. Just then, the little cat Ruru appeared. Chai was so excited to see her and started holding her. Ruru was happy in Chai's hands. Soon after, the three of them were enjoying coffee together, but then they mentioned how worried they were because the drama June was acting in was going to air at the same time. According to surveys, more people were anticipating that drama over theirs. Chai told them that no matter the outcome, they had to do their best until the very end. Then Minji told Chai that Sari had only sent that gift to her, and not even her boyfriend understood that for Sari to do that, she must care a lot about Chai. They even thought that when they had time, the four of them should do something together. Meanwhile, Yun was at home, feeling lonely and regretting not going. He got a call from Jijeon, whose wild friend, who asked where he was. Without thinking, Yun told him he was at home, so Jijeon discovered he had been lying. Jisun told him he was heading to Minji's house and insisted that Yun join him once he finished his commitments. Yun asked if he knew Minji, and Jisun replied that they went to the same school. Jisun kept pushing him to join him, and Yun finally came up with a solution, telling him that if the drama succeeded, they would celebrate by drinking. If it didn't, they would drink anyway, since Yun knew exactly how Jisun operated. He would bite anyone who crossed his path. Meanwhile, Jiseong told Yun that there were no cameras around and nothing would happen. Yun felt compelled to go and asked for the address. Meanwhile, at Minji's house, she and Chai were cooking, but they had forgotten the essentials, drinks. As a result, Leon offered to go buy some. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Jiseong and Yun were already there. Yun claimed he only came to look after Jiseong. Suddenly, Yun saw Leon and Chai approaching with bags, and Jisun teased him, saying he had competition and that it seemed like Leon was in love with Chai. This made Yun very uncomfortable, especially when Leon walked slowly toward Chai. However, Jisun quickly interrupted, and Yun ran to help Chai, but they had to enter the house. A few hours later, everyone was seated at the table, waiting for the drama to start. Everyone was paying attention, and Leon told Chai she was acting impressively, but that he looked odd. She told him his work was also amazing, and when Yun appeared on screen, he looked so handsome that everyone started saying he outshined the others because he was so good-looking. However, when Chai noticed that Leon seemed sad, she reassured him that he had also been charming. Soon after, Yun received a call from his agent, who told him the audience results were in. Everyone was eager to know the outcome. Yun shared that their drama had gotten an 11.4% rating, making it #1 in its time slot, surpassing Jun's drama. Leon hugged Chai, which made Yun upset. Jisun quickly approached and tried to separate them by giving Leon playful kisses on the cheek. Leon, blushing, told him to stop, but everyone was laughing at their antics. A couple of minutes later, they were all celebrating and drinking. Jisun asked Chai if she would allow him to speak informally with her, and she agreed. After eating, Jisun suggested they play a game that would be fun, where the loser had to drink a shot of liquor. Chai was already on her third shot, losing repeatedly. Leon told her he wanted to be the one to drink for her, and that he would make a wish in exchange. Chai felt uncomfortable, but drank her shot. And when it was Yun's turn, she excitedly mentioned that it was Yun's favorite game, and it was clear the alcohol was starting to get to her head. Suddenly, Leon received a call from his friend, John, who asked when he would return because they had a surprise for him. Minji told him how lucky he was to have such friends and encouraged him to enjoy the party, so he had to leave. However, Jisung said that now they had to play a loyalty game. As always, the loser had to drink, and Chai was worried that if Yun got drunk, he would try to bite her again. As expected, Yun lost again, and before he could react, Chai quickly drank the shot herself, saying she was now the knight. Yun made a funny face, and Chai laughed heartily, but Yun suggested they take her for a walk to help her sober up. After they were alone, Jizon told Minji he thought Yun's love was one-sided, but Minji was still sad about Leon. Meanwhile, Chai and Yun were walking. He told her she shouldn't drink so much, but she didn't want him to either. She was scared that when he got drunk he might bite her again, but it was her who ended up biting him. He gently explained that they needed to sit so she could rest. As they sat, she told him she was happy because she felt he was a good person. He softly replied that everyone who really knows her cares for her, but she should stay away from Leon to avoid misunderstandings. Then she asked if he liked her. He blushed and didn't know how to respond, turning away to avoid looking at her. She thought that even though her mind told her he didn't want her, she still hoped he did. He was about to answer when, suddenly, she grabbed his shirt, took off his cap and mask, and kissed him. This reminded her of when they were kids, and she had told him angrily that she didn't want to be his sister, but his girlfriend. The next morning, Chai woke up in Minji's house, feeling alarmed and wondering what had happened. She got up and went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Minji also woke up and was surprised to see Chai. She nervously asked her what had happened the night before. Minji began telling her that Yun had carried her on his shoulders and they had continued drinking. She even saw herself bite Yun on the neck. She blushed and apologized to her friend. But Chai expressed that she and Jisun had a lot of fun watching them. Soon after, Chai wrote to Yun, apologizing for what had happened, and this made Yun remember everything from last night. However, from what Chai had written, Yun knew she didn't remember anything at all. A few minutes later, Yun and Chai met on set, greeting each other with smiles. Both thinking that neither of them remembered anything. They started filming their scenes, and the crew began commenting on how great Chai's performance was, saying it was a pleasure to work with her. Don was upset by how much they were praising Chai, so she decided to go get Chai's script to damage it. But she was caught by the scriptwriter Myeon Kim, who informed her that the entire place had surveillance cameras. In fact, she was the only one who entered the dressing room with coffee and then left without it. Myeon showed her the video, and Don became nervous. Her plot was over. Myeon wasn't going to let this situation slide. Chai was practicing her lines when Mrs. Kim entered with Don. She said she had something to tell Chai. They all sat down, and Don apologized, explaining that she had entered with coffee because the dress was so beautiful she wanted to see it up close, and accidentally spilled coffee on it. Chai wanted to yell at her but stayed calm and simply accepted the apology from this horrible person. Afterward, Don left angrily, and Mrs. Kim told Chai that if she ever needed help she shouldn't hesitate to ask. Since she now knew what had happened with the dress, Mrs. Kim also told her that Yoon had bought the new dress and even offered to sponsor the clothing brand so that Chai wouldn't have to pay for the stained dress. That night, Chai spoke to Yoon, thanking him for the dress but also telling him she felt like she was taking advantage of him, even though she knew he enjoyed his delicious blood every week. Since tomorrow marked the week, he would need to bite her. She asked if he wouldn't be too tired after filming the musical, and he said no, that he would be early to help her. After wishing her good night, he hung up the call, leaving Chai wondering why he was being so kind to her. Meanwhile, Yoon was filming his video, but his manager told him there were a few more shots to do and he needed to repeat them. Yoon was worried because it was already late and he had to return to help Chai. Besides, he had a photo shoot with Leon the next day. The next morning, Chai arrived on set and she and Leon were doing a photo shoot, the theme being a love triangle. They had just started taking photos when Chai suddenly began feeling a headache. Leon asked if she was okay and she assured him she was fine and not to worry, but her pain worsened, so they decided to take a break. She went to her dressing room and just then, Yun arrived. Chai asked her manager to get her some painkillers. When he left, Yun bit Chai and instantly her pain disappeared. She scolded him for taking so long and he hugged her, apologizing and promising it wouldn't happen again. At that moment, Leon entered with some painkillers. Yoon greeted him and Leon asked if Chai had been crying. She explained that she hadn't been crying, but had only yawned, and she felt much better, thanking him for the medication. Leon looked at Yoon curiously. When everyone was about to leave the photo shoot, Leon took Yoon's hand and asked if he had bitten Chai. Yoon was surprised, thinking they had been found out. However, Leon smiled and apologized for asking that out of the blue. Meanwhile, during the photo shoot with Chai, Yoon felt jealous, especially when they were told they made a good couple. Yoon thought about what would happen if Leon found out that he had been biting Chai. Would it mean that Leon could bite her too? And if that happened, she wouldn't need him anymore. The photo shoot with Yoon went smoothly until they had to take a bite of a cake together. When their eyes met, there was a spark of electricity and both blushed, remembering what had happened at Minji's house. This made them both uncomfortable, and the crew began commenting that they didn't seem as close because they looked awkward. This made Leon think. Meanwhile, Jin was reading the comments about their dramas and saw some that said Yoon was much better than him, which annoyed him. But then he saw comments praising Chai, calling her beautiful, and that made Jin happy. Meanwhile, during the photo shoot, Chai was deep in thought. Leon approached her, about to ask if she liked Yun when the lamp suddenly fell. It almost hurt Chai, but Leon intervened and saved her. Chai was worried and asked them to call an ambulance because Leon had hurt himself. Leon headed to his dressing room. After a while, Chai went to Leon's dressing room. Since he didn't know she was about to enter, he asked his representative to put a bandage on him. When Chai saw him, she blushed, but noticing that he needed help, she immediately took care of the bandage herself. For a moment, she thought it might be best to take him to the hospital, but of course he refused, as his recovery was much faster than a human's, being a vampire. Shortly after, Chai had to leave to try on her costume. Just then, Yun arrived to check on Leon. He asked if Leon was okay, and Leon replied that it was just bruises, which would heal quickly. Then Leon told Yun that he liked Chai and asked him to help with her. Yun went silent when Chai suddenly appeared and told them that the representative wanted to see them. Leon was surprised to see Hyejeon, but Hyejeon approached Leon and whispered to him, "I'm sorry, but I can't do it." Leon was shocked, but when Hyejeon noticed Leon was limping, he offered to help. However, Yun, being jealous, didn't let him and instead carried Leon on his shoulders. Everyone commented on how great they looked together. Later, Chai mentioned that she had heard of a massage that could help with bruises, and she was going to give Leon one, but Yun intervened, saying he would give the massages instead. At the cafeteria, they were about to eat, and Leon mentioned that his hand was still shaking. Chai was about to feed him, but Yun grabbed the chopsticks and started feeding him instead. Hyejeon was happy to see how well they seemed to get along. Later, Yun was exhausted and thought about why he couldn't simply ignore them and pretend not to care. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, especially when he received the next script. Oh, a surprise, Chai had a kissing scene with Leon, and the jealousy started to rise. It had been a week since he had bitten her, and Yun called Chai to tell her that he was waiting for her at his house and asked her to bring the script. She was surprised because he told her that since they would be together, they could rehearse. She happily agreed, and in the afternoon arrived at Yun's house. Since he said he would be late, he gave her the code to get in and make herself comfortable. But when she entered, she found the TV on. While waiting, she fell asleep and dreamt of her childhood love. When she woke up, she was startled to find herself hugging a child who looked exactly like the boy she had remembered. Soon after, Yun arrived home and saw his sister and nephew with Chai. Nervously, he told his sister that she shouldn't have arrived without warning. His sister, serious, told him that he should be grateful she had filled the fridge with food and, holding his cheek, asked Chai if Yun was always this kind to her. Chai replied that he was very kind to her. Then the cute nephew said he was a big fan of hers. His future sister-in-law then asked Chai if she liked to drink, to which Chai replied yes, although she mentioned that sometimes she would take out a bottle out of the blue. Yun's sister immediately asked for glasses. They began to toast to the younger sister she never had, and then the conversation turned to Yun. Chai mentioned that Yun was a very good person, but then Yun's sister asked if they were dating, and they all nervously denied it, explaining that Chai had only asked Yun for a favor. The adorable little boy told Chai that when he grew up, he would be a good boyfriend, making Yun blush, while his sister smiled. When she left, she told them to stay in touch, even if she wasn't with Yun. Chai happily accepted. The little boy, Gae-young, told his mum to leave, as he wanted to stay and sleep with Chai. But Yun carried his nephew in his arms, and he yelled, "No, Chai Nunna, poor thing!" He wanted to stay with his future girlfriend, but it was no use. Soon after, they were alone. Yun gave her her dose of medicine, and Chai looked at him intently. When he looked back at her, she blushed and quickly turned her face, thanking him. They were both so awkward, but then Chai said that his sister was very kind and that little Gae-young was so sweet. Yun laughed and told her that he was just a show-off, always wanting to win at everything. Chai said she was really surprised when she saw him because he looked so much like the boy she had liked when she was little. Her first love. Before she could continue, Yun asked if she had brought the script so they could start rehearsing. They had been rehearsing the first part for a while, and Yun suggested they move on to the next scene. Chai hesitated, saying that part was with Leon, but they started rehearsing it anyway. When they reached the kissing scene, Chai nervously smiled and said they had already practiced enough. Yun curiously asked if she had kissed anyone before, to which she replied no, but that this scene was with Leon. He explained that it would be awkward because of the cameras and the crew, and she nodded, understanding. As always on YouTube, there are thousands of tutorials on how to kiss professionally, but of course he wasn't going to watch them. Suddenly, Yoon, getting closer to Chai, suggested that she practice on him. She got very nervous, her heart pounding, and quickly said no. Yoon, a bit sad, accepted her refusal, thinking he might be coming on too strong. Seeing this expression, Chai told him to start over. They began again with the kissing scene, and, nervously, she asked, "What if my fangs come out in the middle of it?" Yoon, reassuring her, said not to worry because that wouldn't happen. He gently cupped her face and kissed her. It was a long kiss. Meanwhile, at a nightclub, Jisung was celebrating her friend's birthday when Yoon arrived. An unwanted guest. They introduced themselves and Jisung mentioned that she had heard a lot about Yoon. Her friend started teasing her, asking if she was happy with her drama and why she hadn't been seen with him lately. Yoon explained that she was choosing her next movie project. Suddenly, one of her friends asked if it was true that Yoon went to the same school as Chai. Yoon confirmed it, and upon hearing this, the friend asked him to help with Chai. But the other friends joked, saying that Chai liked Yoon and followed him everywhere. They started talking badly about Chai, and Yoon, in his vain manner, said that since Chai also liked him, he chose her, of course, because she was the best option. Then Jezun asked Yoon if Chai had confessed her feelings to him. Yoon arrogantly replied that it was obvious. Jezun laughed, saying maybe he was just fooling himself. Yoon got furious, and his friend said they had always thought that Chai liked Yoon, but Jezun disagreed. She said she didn't believe it because in the short time she had known Chai, she was very kind and friendly, so people could easily confuse those feelings. However, she had noticed that Chai was interested in someone else. Her curiosity piqued. Her friends asked who that person was, but Yoon refused to say. They quickly concluded it was Yoon. Meanwhile, Chai was still practicing the kiss scene with Yoon when she received a call from Jun. She was so focused that everything got ruined when she answered the phone. Jun told her he was at a nightclub and asked if she could come. She was nervous and told him she couldn't come right now, but they could meet another time. After saying this, she hung up, leaving Jun even more furious. After the call ended, Yoon overheard Chai's stomach growling for food. Without wasting any time, he rushed to prepare something for her. Out of nowhere, Chai began remembering the kiss she shared with Yoon at Minji's house during the party, and this made her incredibly nervous, especially since he was sober and most likely remembered it. Nervously, she grabbed a bottle of wine, and Yoon quickly took her out to eat before she got drunk. While they ate, Chai asked if he had kissed many people before, which startled Yoon. She told him that for her, it had been her first kiss. Chai then started searching online for kisses from Yoon's dramas, and Yoon, feeling nervous and trying to stop her, spilled a glass of wine on his clothes. Chai quickly removed his shirt, claiming she needed to wash it, leaving Yoon semi-nude. As she tried to clean the wine stain, she couldn't stop thinking about why she was feeling this way, especially since it was just a practice. Yoon, getting closer to her, said it had also been his first kiss, and that practicing was good for both of them. Annoyed, Chai turned away, but when she saw him semi-nude, she got scared and quickly told him to go put his shirt back on, even though it was she who had left him in that state. Later, Chai went upstairs and overheard a phone conversation where Yoon was talking to a girl and, worse still, they were making plans to meet at a hotel. This devastated her, and she immediately decided to go home. However, Yoon saw her and insisted on taking her home. When they arrived, before getting out of the car, Chai shouted at him, demanding he not lie to her again, saying that this wasn't their first kiss, since they had kissed just a few nights ago. With that, she got out of the car and went inside her house. At the entrance, she was met by Jun, who scolded her for not answering his calls. He, foolishly, grabbed her tightly and said he missed her, not as a friend but in a way that implied more. Chai told him to let go, but Yun arrived just in time. Yun, wanting to talk to her alone, was so stubborn that he grabbed Jun by the shirt and forced him to step away from Chai. Seeing this, Chai stepped in and told both of them to go home and talk later. She left, leaving them alone. And June also left, but not without warning Yun not to get close to Chai again. The next day, Yun arrived on set and overheard that Leon had been brushing his teeth all day because he was going to kiss Chai. Yoon was excited, thinking it would surely be their first kiss, but of course it wasn't, since June had already kissed her. On set, Chai was nervous and had just run into Yoon, who told her to think about how they had practiced together. When they finally reached the kissing scene, Chai kissing Leon couldn't help but remember the kiss with Yoon. On the other hand, Jun was sulking in his dressing room, not wanting to watch Chai kiss someone else. Meanwhile, Jun's representative received a call, and it seemed like a unique opportunity for Yun. Jun explained that Yun had been invited to a celebrity talk show, and it would be a great time to promote the drama. Yun never felt comfortable on these types of shows, but when he was told that Jun would also be attending, he agreed, wanting to get back at him. Meanwhile, Gina was texting Yoon, hoping to see him that night. That evening, Yoon went to meet her. Their relationship seemed very close, and she was excited to spend time with him, even after traveling so far. She hoped to stay in Korea as an influencer. But the worst part was that she knew Yoon's secret and asked if he had ever consumed human blood. Back at home, Chai was thinking about Yoon, even seeing him on TV. She was deep in thought and finally accepted that she liked him, but she wasn't sure how he felt about her. She worried that her feelings might ruin the beautiful and special connection they had, so she decided to hide her feelings, at least until she no longer needed his help. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and to her surprise it was her little vampire Yoon who had come to bite her. After the bite, he told her that he had something to share and wanted to be the one to tell her before she found out from someone else. This left Chai shocked. The thing was, he had gone on the talk show to get back at Jun for mistreating her. He remembered that morning at the recording set of the talk show, where Yoon was getting a drink. He overheard some men talking badly about Chai, saying that she had always been behind Jun, and even suggesting she could be his mistress. They spoke so poorly of her that Yoon couldn't stand it anymore. He stormed into the men's bathroom and confronted them, but just in time, Jun arrived and stopped Yoon before he did something reckless. They were now ready for the interview, and the host started by asking Jun about his relationship with Sarah. In his arrogant manner, Jun replied that they had known each other since high school, and that when they realized their feelings were mutual, they decided to take the risk and be together. He added that he was very happy with her. What a liar. Everyone found it sweet the way he spoke. Suddenly, Yoon asked for permission to say something. He began by saying that hearing Jun speak so confidently gave him the courage to confess something. He revealed that a long time ago he had confessed his feelings to a girl, and now he finally had the courage to openly declare it to everyone. His representative was on the verge of a heart attack, and the presenters were thrilled. They eagerly asked who this girl was and what her name was. Yoon mentioned her name and thanked her for reciprocating his feelings. He then openly declared that he loved her, and today he was sharing this with Chai. Chai had only just learned of this and thought she would be upset, but instead she was happy. She realized that, with Yoon's confession, their meetings would be easier, and it felt even better knowing she was in love with him. At that moment, Yoon received a call, and it was from Gina. He didn't answer, but when he saw it was his representative, he picked up. Chai, feeling jealous, began to worry that the more she fell for him, the more broken her heart would be in the end. The next day, on the recording set, everyone was excited to hear about Yoon and Chai. They were surprised, but what hurt them most was seeing Leon, completely devastated. Later, Yoon ran into Leon, who was embarrassed. He confessed that, since he didn't know Yoon and Chai were together, he had asked Yoon for help to go out with Chai. But that was all in the past. Leon still wanted to know if Chai knew he was a vampire, but before he could ask, they were interrupted. A few days later, the celebrity talk show aired on TV, and Chai was watching it at home with Yoon. She was so excited, and when she heard Yoon's confession, for a moment she felt his love was so genuine. Everything he said was true. He had been a fan of hers since she was a child. As he mentioned this, Yoon remembered his childhood. When he was a boy, he had arrived in a small town in the middle of nowhere. Everyone ignored him, and his parents fought over where they had settled. At school, he was teased for being so pale. But despite this, he became popular with the other children, which led to problems with the school bullies. One day, they pushed him around and ruined all of his things, and Yoon, in response, pushed them back. Just as the children were about to hit Yun, an elderly lady appeared and defended him, causing the children to run away. Yun asked her where she lived, and since it was far, he hoped she would allow him to accompany her home. She invited him to eat and gave him clean clothes, which happened to be her granddaughter's. She was lonely, and Yun quickly became a dear friend to her, visiting regularly. Over time, he became her adopted grandson. One day, the elderly lady learned that Chai would visit her for a few days. Being a little younger than Yun, she hoped they would get along. However, things didn't go as expected. Chai was quite territorial at first, but as time passed, Yun noticed she was suffering because her mother hadn't come to see her. He began to look at her differently, and slowly, they started getting along. They played together, and Chai even admired Yun for his great abilities. One day, Yun got into trouble with the boy who always teased him. Seeing this, Chai defended him fiercely. Yun, feeling the need for protection, asked her to marry him, promising to treat her well. Chai had always shined for him, just as she did when she was younger. But this beautiful story didn't have a happy ending. One afternoon, as usual, Yun arrived to visit the elderly lady, only to find she had passed away, likely due to the depression she had fallen into. His sister suggested he travel abroad to study and even stay with a friend, so he did. During his time abroad, he met Gina, his sister's friend. But his thoughts were always with Chai and his grandmother, and at least now he had Chai by his side. The next day on the set, Chai was in the bathroom when Don, the jealous one, arrived. She told Chai she was worried about her, saying Yun seemed too good for her, that venomous snake. Chai, however, responded that Don should be more careful with her words, since they could be seen as looking for a fight. This made Don angry. Chai left the bathroom and saw Yun, who immediately smiled and affectionately caressed her cheek, calling her princess. Don, witnessing this, grew even more furious. But Yun, happily, told Chai that he missed her, and before she could say anything more, he led her to the dressing rooms. There, he told her she didn't have to try so hard in her acting. They could just pretend to be together. He then showed her how he had her name saved in his phone, complete with little heart emojis. He asked her to do the same for him. Afterward, he asked to take a picture together so he could keep it on his phone. They looked so happy together. Meanwhile, Jin and Sarah were having dinner at a restaurant. She didn't understand why he had suddenly invited her, but of course, it was all part of his fake couple act to continue drawing attention, since his plan to garner fame in the tabloids had failed. They were overshadowed by Yun. Nevertheless, they had to keep up the facade for the sake of appearances. Jin still doubted that Chai had chosen Yun over him, which Sarah found perfectly reasonable. On the other side, Chai was waiting for Yun at his house, watching a drama. She began imagining herself married to Yun, enjoying their honeymoon. But her daydreams were interrupted by the doorbell. When she opened it, she was surprised to find Gina standing there. Gina happily introduced herself as Yun's old friend. Chai, confused, asked who she was, and Gina explained. They chatted for a bit, and Gina mentioned she wanted advice from Yun because their mothers were friends. Then, with a sweet smile, Gina told Chai she looked like a doll. Chai thanked her, and Gina appeared to be a kind woman. But she soon left, and shortly after Yun arrived, surprised when Chai told him she had just been visited by Gina. After their brief chat, Yun, eager, bit Chai, and after doing so she yearned for a kiss but was too shy. She stepped away for a moment, and when she returned, Yun was asleep on the couch, looking so sweet. Chai, thinking about it, wondered if Gina had been Yun's first love, someone he couldn't forget. She asked him if he still liked his first love, and half asleep, he mumbled that seeing her again made him like her even more. A week later, Yun had to leave for work, but called Chai to tell her he would be back soon to bite her again. Meanwhile, Yun had a photo shoot, looking incredibly handsome. On the other hand, Chai was reviewing the nominees for the Golden Dragon Awards, which were about to take place. But as Yun's photo shoot continued, a loud noise startled everyone. The weather was getting worse, and when they reached the airport, they found out the flights had been cancelled due to the storm. Yun was anxious and needed to see Chai. With no other option, he called Jisun, who was enjoying a vacation. The only person who could help Chai now was Leon. Later, at the Golden Dragon Awards, Chai prepared in her dressing room. Out of nowhere, the headache returned. Chai wanted to feel better, but on the other hand, Yun, who had already asked Leon for a favor, finally arrived and was shocked to find that Chai was already being bitten by Leon. Chai woke up as if she had been asleep and was surprised to see Leon, but something felt unreal. When Leon bit her, she didn't remember it, but now, when he did it again, she recalled everything. Suddenly, Chai saw Yun and Leon left. Chai asked him to bite her again, but she felt like this bite was different. Of course, it was because he didn't actually bite her. This moment made Yun remember his past. He used to watch Chai's work with his grandmother, who wished that her granddaughter wouldn't work so hard just to help her. She made Yun promise to take care of Chai when she was no longer around. When Yun took his grandmother's hands, they were as cold as Chai's were now. That's when he asked Chai to take some tests and to take a 2-hour break for them. She agreed and went to her presentation, where HN wished her good luck. Not long after, Leon arrived, and Yun thanked him for what he had done, but Leon asked if Chai remembered everything when he bit her. Did she lose her memory? She confirmed it, though she didn't understand why. Even knowing that he was a vampire, she accepted him and asked him to keep the secret. Days later, she told Yun that she had taken the tests, and the doctor said she was fine. The headaches were likely due to stress, but Yun suggested she get another opinion from another doctor. Chai wondered if she was a problem for him, especially since he was so busy and couldn't bite her every week. She then received a message from Minji showing her some comments that claimed Chai had seduced Yun and that she was unattainable for him. All the comments attacked her. Minji called her to check on her, mentioning that Daeon had once said something similar to what had been posted. That made Chai remember what she had been told in the bathroom. She thanked Minji for being her friend, but decided that now she needed to find out who had posted those comments. On the other hand, Sarah also wanted to call her friend Chai, but didn't dare. Meanwhile, Jun was pleased with the negative comments Chai was now receiving, saying she deserved it. A little later, Yun arrived at Chai's house with Leon. While Chai wasn't paying attention, Yun hugged her and gave her a little bite. Soon after, they started talking about the rumors. Chai told him that she didn't feel like she had to face everything alone anymore, because she now had friends who cared about her, and Yun was by her side. That was why she didn't care about what others said behind her back. Yun then asked if she remembered the program they had been invited to, and Chai responded that she did, but because of everything happening, he might say they couldn't go. However, Chai insisted that she would go. Yin, worried, asked if she wouldn't feel uncomfortable, but she reassured him, saying that it was a great opportunity to clear up the controversy. They both decided to work hard to make sure the rumors would disappear. The big day arrived for the couple's paradise shoot. At the airport, Yun was already there with a smile, greeting Chai. He told her that he had missed her, and she smiled back, saying she had missed him too. Yun thought she was talking about him, but actually she was referring to her beloved vampire, Yun. Suddenly, Chai greeted Ka, who waved at her happily. Sarah then said to Chai that they looked great together. Jin chimed in, saying it felt like a school trip, but Chai corrected him, saying it was actually a couple's trip. On the plane, Yoon was deep in thought. He wondered why Chai hadn't seemed sad when she saw Ka Jin together. He asked if she was nervous, and she said a little, but mostly she was excited because it was her first time flying, and she would visit a place famous for honeymoons. When she said that, Yoon imagined their own honeymoon, which made her blush. She quickly told him she had watched videos to make sure everything would go well, and he smiled, saying, "My girlfriend is amazing." Both of them were happy, but June, on the other hand, was furious. Once they arrived at the event location, they were told to change clothes, and in 3 hours they would meet at the pool. Once there, they began preparing, welcoming the 4 most iconic couples in the entertainment world. They explained everything about the contest and what Couples Paradise had in store. They were told that the perfect honeymoon wasn't within everyone's reach, as only one couple would have the chance to win this amazing trip. And so began the first challenge, which was for the men, and they had to be in swimsuits because the challenge took place in a pool. June, the vain one, walked out thinking that, even though it was a couples event, his good physique would make everyone fall in love with him. However, he didn't count on the vampire stealing the spotlight with his spectacular entrance, looking like a god. The first challenge was a contest to see who could make their opponent fall first, and so the match began. Jun and Yun faced each other, but when Jun was ready to attack, he was surprised to find that Yun had already gotten ahead of him. Jun had been distracted by silly thoughts, and Yun won. But not satisfied with losing, Jun started shouting that he was drowning. Yun rushed to help him but reassured him that everything would be fine because the pool wasn't deep. The funniest moment was when Chai stretched out her hand with a towel, and June, thinking it was for him, acted all proud, but no. She didn't even smile at him. Instead, she saw Ka and remembered she was with her. She walked over and told him to behave, as he was embarrassing her. It was then announced that Yun won the first challenge. Chai was so happy she ran to hug her vampire and blushed when she realized she had hugged him without any clothes on. The next challenge was for the women, and it involved hopping on one foot. Chai, and 2 other women participated. Jun wasn't even happy supporting Ka while Yun was cheering for his girlfriend. Suddenly, Sarah almost fell and was about to hurt herself, but she was saved by Yun, Yun's representative. She thanked him, but was taken aback by how handsome he was. She didn't know who he was until Yun approached him, and then she realized he was Yun's representative. It was announced that Chai won the second challenge. The third event was a strength test, and June thought it would be easy for him, but as soon as the challenge started, he couldn't handle it and fell to the ground because it hurt his most important part. June didn't even know what happened, but with every ridiculous moment, he just looked more and more foolish. Luckily, after that, they had a short break. Chai had the chance to chat with her lovely friend Ka, and they took a small walk along the beach. Ka asked if she was really dating Yun. Chai wondered why she was asking, and Ka mentioned that it was strange how suddenly she was with him. Before Chai could answer, they were interrupted by the event organizer, who told them that they were starting the cooking challenge. They all gathered in the kitchen, and Yun and Chai were cooking together. They were the couple everyone admired. They asked Chai what she knew how to cook, and she happily mentioned some delicious dishes. They then asked Yun if she knew how to cook, and she happily replied that no, she was better at eating. Yun hugged her and said he would keep cooking delicious meals for her. How sweet. But Jun wasn't feeling so great. He was furious because, since he didn't know how to cook, they made him wash vegetables. To make things worse, he was washing them with soap, which had the other girls laughing. Ka, though, was embarrassed by what June was doing. To everyone else, June had a talent, making them laugh. Meanwhile, Leon was rehearsing his music video, but he seemed distracted, remembering everything Yun had told him about the bite. Chai was so distracted that she decided to take a break. Her friend asked if she was okay, and he suggested that she might be like this because of Yun. Leon then asked if anyone knew of a human who had been bitten by a vampire and didn't lose their memory. His friend told him that yes, that had happened before, and Leon was truly surprised. On the other hand, everyone was enjoying the food Yun had prepared, complimenting how delicious it was. Suddenly, Yun was about to put a piece of food on Chai's plate, but ended up feeding it to her directly. She happily told him she loved all the food he made. Later, a new game started. A telepathy challenge to determine which couple would win. The first 2 couples made many mistakes in their answers, but Chai already knew what they should respond. When it was their turn, they answered every question the same way, until they were asked where they had kissed for the first time. Instantly, Chai mentioned the kiss on the park stairs, while Yun said it was in the house. Of course, Chai was right. Then they asked who gave the first kiss, and once again it was Chai. By the end of it all, they looked great, and everyone began sharing their love stories, though Chai was very embarrassed. When it was Yun's turn to talk about them, Chai listened to what he was going to say. Yun took Chai's hand and told her that he was getting drunk. Chai got worried, thinking that if he got too drunk he might bite her, so she insisted on taking him for a walk right away. They walked together along the beach, but then Chai realized that Yun wasn't drunk. He had just pretended to be. Just then, Yun's phone rang. It was Gina, but he didn't answer. They kept walking when Yun asked how hard it must be for Chai to see Ka with Jun. Chai realized that Yun still thought she was in love with Jun, so she quickly confessed that she didn't like Jun and that she liked someone else. Minutes before, Yun had made sure no one would interrupt them, asking Jung to keep watch. But suddenly, Jun saw them and rushed over, making Chai nervous. She wanted to talk to Chai, but they noticed the lovebirds were being affectionate. Sarah mentioned that all she wanted was for her friend not to get hurt, while Jun reassured her that Yun wouldn't hurt her. But Sarah was sad, thinking Chai didn't feel the same way. Jung calmed her, saying that Yun looked at her with great affection. When they saw the couple approaching, Sarah quickly pulled Jung aside to hide. They overheard Chai confessing to Yun that she didn't like Jun. She liked Yun. After that bombshell, Chai got embarrassed and ran off, preventing Yun from saying anything more. But Sarah was finally at peace and said out loud that she thought Chai was living the same thing she had. The next day, the results were announced, and the winners of the honeymoon were Chai and Yun. Everyone was excited for them, except for Jun, of course. However, because of what happened the night before, Chai couldn't look Yun in the eye. They were then shown the place and the room, which only had one bed. A few minutes later, everyone said their goodbyes, and Sarah said goodbye to Jun, her platonic love, but Jun was still far away, furious. That night, Chai didn't know what to do. Sleeping elsewhere was impossible, so with all her dilemmas, the best option seemed to be sharing the bed. After all, they were both adults. They ate together, and although Yun wanted to talk about her confession, Chai didn't want to discuss it. She couldn't keep acting normally if he rejected her, so she avoided the subject. Later, she needed to take a bath, and Yun was the first to shower. But when he was finishing, he heard a scream and realized he didn't have his bathrobe, so he ran out with just a small towel. He hurried to check on Chai, who was scared because of a lizard. In his rush, Yun didn't hold his towel properly and, well, he ended up exposing himself. Chai stared at him in shock and he panicked, running off embarrassed. The funniest part was Yun, who was more embarrassed than Chai. After Chai got ready, they saw each other in their matching pajamas, but the hardest part was yet to come: sleeping together. Neither of them could sleep because they felt awkward. Eventually, Chai fell asleep first, and in her sleep she turned over and ended up hugging Yun. He was startled at first, but when he saw how peacefully she was sleeping, he felt envious because he couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, Chai, still asleep, mumbled, "Yun is so big." Hearing this, Yun was startled, wondering what she was dreaming about. He didn't know what to do with his feelings for her. He remembered when they were kids, lying under the stars together. She loved watching the stars shine and wished she could have that glow for herself. Yun, smiling, told her she shined brighter than all the stars combined. So sweet. The next morning, Chai woke up and was very surprised to find they were both hugging. She quickly got up, blushing deeply, and Yun was playing with her heart. Since he had showered first the day before, the bathroom was all hers. She left, but not before reminding him that she would play the newlywed role perfectly, and went off, determined to trap Yun like a lion, surprising him after what he saw the night before. And so began the filming of their honeymoon. They swam together, then enjoyed some delicious snacks. Chai made funny faces and tried to be cute, speaking to Yun with affection. But with this, Chai only managed to make Yun laugh at her. Later, she went to the bathroom to watch more tutorial videos on how to win a man's heart, but it was all in vain. She returned to Yun and he made the same silly faces she had made earlier, which made her nervous, though he found it hilarious. They then went to the spa, and the cameraman told them to act naturally and not pay attention to the camera. Both entered the jacuzzi, and while Chai was very embarrassed, Yun asked her what moment from their time together she liked the most. She answered that she liked all of them, until Yun suddenly put a ring on her finger and told her not to take it off ever, because it was the first ring for non-boyfriends. Just then, the cameraman said he was going to get batteries for the camera and left. That's when Yun realized what was going on and asked what was happening. Chai explained that she was crying out of happiness because she had gotten so caught up in the act that she forgot this wasn't real. With a smile, she told Yun she was going to step outside for a while, but on impulse, Yun kissed her. She, of course, kissed him back, until she realized that the cameraman had returned. She quickly panicked and splashed soap water in Yun's eyes. She anxiously asked if he was okay, and he nodded, though he looked like Santa Claus covered in foam, which made Chai laugh out loud. She knew that later she would regret what she had done, but for now she just wanted to enjoy the moment. She had made up her mind to confess her feelings that night, and Yun was planning to do the same. But they didn't anticipate being filmed while sleeping, which ruined everything. Despite this, they still had to pretend to be a happy couple. It wasn't hard, but it made them both feel awkward. The last day of filming arrived, and they spent their final moments playing on the beach. Yun took pictures of Chai, and she couldn't stop looking at them until her assistant told her she was beautiful. He added that the photos also said a lot about the person who took them, and it was clear that Yun cared for her a lot. They ended the day enjoying a night of lights on the beach. The next day, they were returning home, and Yun had made up his mind to confess his feelings to Chai, finally asking her to be his girlfriend for real. But then he received a message, and his expression changed. He told her that he wouldn't be able to accompany her home because something important had come up. But he told her that he would call her later. She felt a bit lonely as she returned home alone, gazing at the ring and wondering what they were now. Meanwhile, Sarah was watching the couples program and saw that Chai had said she really cared for her friend. Despite what everyone said about them being rivals, that wasn't true, because she valued Ka a lot. She then showed a picture of them both looking very happy. Ka remembered how they had been like sisters when they studied together, and how she had even bought her a new wallet, leaving it in her locker so that when Chai opened it she'd get a surprise. But since Sarah had felt jealous of Chai before, she always tried to cause a rift between the two of them. As she watched the program, she smiled maliciously, because she was the one who had caused Sarah and Chai to drift apart. She was furious, as Sarah had adored Chai and considered her like a sister. They had met as children on a filming set and had become best friends ever since. That's why Sarah had always stirred the pot between them. She once told Chai that Ka only gave her gifts out of pity. When Chai confronted her, it made her even angrier. Then, when Ka left the new wallet for Chai, this wicked woman exchanged it for an old one and switched the notes too. She even pretended that Chai had sold the new wallet and spread rumors about her. One of her friends backed her up, and because Sarah didn't dare ask her friend if what De Leon had said was true, she distanced herself from her. That's how they drifted apart. Sarah reflected on everything that had happened and realized many things. Suddenly she received a call from the wicked De Leon. Soon after, they met at a restaurant, and this woman asked her if she had seen the episode in which Chai talked about her. As expected, she wanted to stir up more trouble, but Sarah stopped her, saying that she and Chai were very good friends and that they had all met together. It was absurd to keep going on about such a trivial matter. This, of course, upset Dillian, but there was nothing she could do. That night, Chai called Yun to tell him about all the positive comments they had received and how she was now getting offers for photo shoots and commercials. She told him that she felt bad because she thought people only appreciated someone like Ka. But thanks to him, that perception had changed. Then she asked Yun if they were still just contract boyfriends, but he didn't respond directly. Instead, he told her to rest and that they would see each other tomorrow before the recording, so he could bite her. The real reason Yun was distracted, though, was that Leon had told him Chai was in danger after the bite. He'd heard of someone else who had experienced the same thing, and it had him very worried. The next day, Minji and Chai met up, and soon after, Leon joined them. Suddenly, Chai's headache returned, and just then, Yun arrived. He took her to the dressing room where he bit her, but to her surprise, the headache didn't go away immediately like it had before. It took a bit longer to take effect. Of course, Yun only pretended to bite her. After a little while, she felt much better. Later, they were in Yun's car, and he leaned in as if he was going to kiss her. Chai closed her eyes, but he only wanted to fasten her seatbelt. This made her blush, while Yoon found it amusing. Even though they had a date, they headed to an amusement park. Yoon was reminiscing about his childhood, recalling that he had gone to a park with his father when he was younger. Before the sadness could hit, Yoon promised that one day they would go to that same place together. He wished he could confess that he was the boy from her childhood. They arrived at the park and started riding all the attractions, taking pictures and having fun. Not long after, they were sitting down eating ice cream. Chai stared at him, and Yoon remarked that the flavor was delicious, asking if she wanted to try it. Without warning, Chai leaned in and kissed him. This surprised Yoon so much that his ice cream fell. She told him the ice cream was delicious, and he blushed as he asked who had taught her to do that. Nervously, Chai said she was just curious, and since Yoon didn't want to fall behind, he said he was curious too and wanted to kiss her. But before he could, Chai jumped up, seeing a cute dog about to eat the ice cream. They found its owner and then continued enjoying the park. They even rode a roller coaster, where Chai was scared, but Yoon encouraged her and took pictures of them together. As they headed home, Chai was happy because she had so much fun. Before going home, though, she asked if they could stop by a special place. When they arrived, she said it was beautiful and asked why he hadn't been here before. Chai explained that she had visited with Leon, and Yoon, knowing that Leon had confessed to her there, felt a little uncomfortable. But gathering his strength, Yoon smiled and said that he really liked her. She was surprised, and just then it started to rain heavily, so they took shelter under a tree. Yoon looked at her intently and suddenly hugged her tightly. She was confused, feeling like Yoon was crying. Later, they went to eat, but Yoon was still sad. He told Chai he had something to confess. Just then, Gina appeared with a smile and greeted Chai, unaware of what was happening. Yoon asked Gina to wait outside and then told her that his first love was Gina. He explained everything about the contract and said that Gina would wait for him until it was over. He thanked her for her feelings but said he needed to be honest with her before her feelings grew. He promised to keep helping her so she wouldn't be affected by it. He left her alone, and Chai was heartbroken. Meanwhile, Yoon was in the car with Gina, explaining that he was only helping her because he owed her a favor. He had talked to the vampire who had been through the same situation as him, and the vampire had said that when he bit his wife, he didn't lose his memory. This made Yoon think that something special was happening between him and Chai, as she seemed so healthy. But one day the vampire's wife had suddenly passed away, and later Yoon found out that this had happened to other vampires too. The vampire warned him to stay away from Chai because she was in danger. Afterward, Yoon and Leon met, and Yoon told Leon that doctors hadn't figured out the cause of Chai's headaches. He asked Leon to help him protect her until the series ended, and whatever happened after that would depend on him. Yoon told Leon he would distance himself from Chai as much as possible, and that, during the last incident, it hadn't been him who bit her, but Leon. As expected, Chai fainted momentarily. On the other side, while Sarah was walking, she ran into her high school friend, Jaun, and they went for drinks to catch up on everything that had happened. Jaun expressed how sorry she was for what happened in the past, explaining that Dawn had forced her to exchange the gift for Chai and gave her a used wallet instead. Jaun shared how Dawn had spread so many false rumors about her, and after they had drifted apart, everyone turned their back on her. Sarah was sad and disappointed in herself, thinking her friend hated her, but Jaun assured her that she adored her. While Sarah was feeling down, Yoon was at home, drinking and thinking about Chai. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Chai, and she was also feeling down. Yoon invited her in, and when Chai saw the alcohol, she asked to drink too. As they drank, she told Yoon that although she had never been in a relationship before, she wasn't naive and knew he felt something for her. Gathering his courage, Yoon kissed her again, but then pulled away when he saw that she was crying. Chai felt terrible. But she told him, "So, you're one of those men who kiss many women even though you don't like them," though she felt he was lying. She realized she had made a mistake, and as she said this, she stood up to leave. Yoon, concerned, said he would call a taxi to take her home, but she replied that he shouldn't be kind to her, but rather help her sort out her feelings. With that, she left, leaving Yun even sadder. It doesn't hurt. It burns, it hurts, he thought to himself. The next days, Daeon's witch-like presence was felt in the dressing room, where she was being made up for filming. She was upset, recalling what Sarah had said about her and Chai being good friends. She grew even angrier when the makeup artists started complimenting Chai. She began talking badly about her again, until Minji confronted her, telling her that she'd done the same thing a long time ago. The witch retorted that it wasn't a lie, and that Chai should behave like a lady. She insulted Minji, saying that if Minji thought she could get something by being with Chai now that she's the protagonist, she was mistaken. She was just a bootlicker. Suddenly, Chai slapped her hard, having overheard everything. Furious, Chai told her to think before speaking. She didn't care if the witch talked bad about her, but she wouldn't tolerate her insulting her friend. The witch almost struck Chai back, but Yoon stopped her. Everyone was concerned for Chai, which made the witch even angrier. She left the set and the director became stressed, since they had to reshoot, making everyone nervous. Chai, seeing this, apologized to the crew for the incident, but suddenly her headache returned. Leon, who had been watching, approached her and took her to the stairs so she could sit down. She apologized to him for delaying her scene, but he whispered to her that he had never liked Bon, so it wasn't a problem. However, her headache worsened, and he grabbed her arm and bit her. She fell into a deep sleep, and when she woke up, she felt refreshed and didn't remember anything. Leon informed Yoon that he had bitten her and everything was fine. He went back to the set, but Chai pulled him toward the dressing room, asking Yoon to bite her instead. He pretended to bite her, then stepped back, saying she would be fine. She thanked him sadly and they said their goodbyes. Meanwhile, the witch was furious when she saw that Chai wasn't responding to her calls, and she decided to take revenge. The next day, Chai arrived at the set and greeted her colleagues, but they whispered behind her back. She didn't understand what was going on until Minji appeared, leading her to a quiet place. She showed Chai a video that had been posted, where Chai was seen slapping Daeon. The comments were very negative and Minji wanted to reveal the truth, but Chai stopped her, not wanting anyone to speak ill of her. The two friends embraced, and Minji told her that everyone should know how good she is. She encouraged Chai to break up with Daeon and come out with her. But Minji wouldn't just sit idly by. She confronted Daeon, accusing her of posting the video and revealing that Daeon had bullied Chai in high school. The witch was irritated and said there was no proof of that, but Minji declared that she was the proof because she had seen Daeon spreading lies about Chai all this time. The witch became nervous as everyone around them started murmuring. She demanded that Minji show proof. Just then, Leon arrived and took Minji away, but Daeon, already suspicious of everyone, was frustrated. She went to a computer and started writing bad comments about Chai, pretending to be a friend of hers and playing the victim. On set, people were whispering, and Chai felt bad as some companies started cancelling their sponsorships because of the rumours. The director wanted to speak with Chai, asking her about the rumours. She explained a bit about what had happened, and the director acknowledged that public opinion wasn't easy to change. Chai offered a public apology to everyone, which made Daeon happy, knowing that it would likely happen. But her happiness was short-lived when, within minutes, the real video was uploaded, showing how the witch had insulted Minji and talked badly about Chai. Comments started flooding in, attacking Daeon, calling her crazy. It was soon revealed that the majority of the negative comments about Chai were actually written by Daeon, using a different account to avoid suspicion. This made Daeon furious, as her deception had been exposed. The next day they had to film together, but Daeon's scene was cut short because the audience demanded she be removed from the show or they would stop watching. The witch was livid and found Chai in the hallway. With no shame, she told her, "Aren't you happy because you won? But soon you'll fall too." Minji and Leon approached Chai, asking her what the witch had said to her. But she didn't say anything to them and the witch left. Shortly after, Chai was in the car with Yun. She returned the ring he had given her, saying it was right for her to keep it, but he insisted it was a gift. She finally accepted it and left. Meanwhile, Minji had been looking for Chai because they were planning to go out drinking that night. Chai sent Yun a message, asking him to come pick her up because she had drunk too much. He asked Jun to take him somewhere before heading home, but they were stuck in traffic. Suddenly, Chai called, but it was actually Minji on the other line. She told Yun that Chai had disappeared, and he immediately got out of his car and ran until he saw her sitting outside the bar with Leon. Leon told him that he could help because he was also a vampire, which surprised Yun, as he hadn't expected Leon to reveal that. Hours earlier, Minji had told Chai that Leon had worked hard to find the real video. Chai was very grateful, but Minji felt guilty because, just minutes before, Chai had called her after seeing the videos and had fallen for Daeon's trap. Minji felt she didn't deserve to have a friend like Chai, but Chai made her promise not to tell her anything, which she kept. Minji then asked how things were going with Yun, and Chai became sad, crying as she told her that their relationship was just a contract and they weren't really a couple. She also said that he had already left her. Just then Leon arrived, and to avoid him seeing her upset, she told them she was going back and would go to the bathroom. But in reality she stepped outside to get some fresh air and realized she had left her phone behind. She remembered all the beautiful moments she had with Yun. Since Leon knew where she was, he went to her, and suddenly they saw Hiju next to them. When Chai saw him, she ran to hug him, complaining about his late arrival, but then she suddenly fell asleep. Yun told Leon that he shouldn't say things like that in public, but Leon replied that Chai had been through so much and he couldn't just leave her like that. Within seconds, Minji arrived, and Chai felt relieved. But Yun had already offered to take Chai home, and so he left. Once they were alone, Minji and Leon were left together. She asked if he had heard everything, and he nodded. She expressed that it was strange because it seemed like they both cared about each other. The next day, Chai woke up and remembered what had happened. She suddenly realized that the clothes she was wearing weren't hers. Just then, Yun came in. He couldn't tell her that she had begged him not to leave her, so he simply said he had to wash her clothes because she wasn't feeling well. After leaving her clothes so she could change, he told her that he had to leave for work and left her at home. Chai felt confused. Later, as she headed to the dining room, she thought about how the rumors used to not bother her because Yun was always there for her, but now that he wasn't, everything seemed to have vanished. The next day, Chai was reviewing her script when Leon approached and asked if she was feeling better. She nodded, and without her noticing, he bit her. To his surprise, this time she didn't lose her memory. She looked at him in shock, telling him, "You just bit me." Leon, worried, asked when she started remembering, and she explained that she had experienced memory lapses, but today she remembered that she was being bitten. She also remembered that Yun had told her before that there were more vampires and that when you're bitten, you lose your memory. She then asked if Yun had asked Leon to bite her, and he confirmed it. Chai was disappointed and sad because she realized Yun had only been pretending to bite her and that maybe he was tired of helping her. She asked Leon not to tell Yun that she knew everything, and sadly, she left. Leon tried to distract her, hoping she would stop thinking about it for a while, but at the filming set, Yun received a message from Leon saying that he had bitten her. Suddenly, Chai appeared and told him that she needed to talk. She asked him to bite her, but of course he wouldn't do it. He pretended to, and she thought maybe she was just a burden to him now, but this time she would be selfish. Later, Chai was eating with her friend Minji at a restaurant. Chai explained that what she said about the contract was true, but that she had fallen in love with Yun, even though he was still in love with his first love. She added that she was a wonderful woman. Minji told her that she was also wonderful and beautiful, and what she needed to do was to conquer Yun so that he would fall in love with her. She gave her a few tips on how to win over the vampire. Suddenly, Chai went to the bathroom and was surprised to find Gina there. She followed her and discovered that Gina wasn't alone. Chai, shocked, saw Gina kiss someone who wasn't Yun. Realizing she had been caught, Gina introduced her boyfriend and they both headed to the car to talk. Both were nervous. But Chai took the initiative and told Gina that Yun had told her that she was his first love and that he would wait for her until his contract ended. Chai asked if Gina was seeing anyone else until the contract was over. Nervously, Gina said no, that she had just done Yun a favor, pretending to be his first love. She explained that once Chai forgot about him, she would leave. Chai was saddened and asked why she had done it. Was it because of the rejection she felt from Yun? Gina tried to comfort her, saying it wasn't that way, that she had noticed Yun wasn't desperate, just frustrated. However, Chai didn't understand why he was acting like this. Gina made Chai promise not to tell Yun anything, but to stop him from leaving because Yun felt something beautiful for her. He was happy by her side, and she saw it in the couples program. Chai knew that everything there had been acting, but Gina, holding her face, told her that it wasn't like that because words are easy to lie with, but actions and feelings are not. On the other hand, Yun was asleep in his car, dreaming about Chai's grandmother and how happy he had been with her. Suddenly, he dreamt of Chai fainted on the floor. He woke up startled, shouting her name. To his surprise, she was right next to him. He hugged her tightly but also pulled away, asking what she was doing there. She responded that she had come to see him because they were about to start filming. Both of them got out of the car, and as they filmed, Yun remembered what Gina had told Chai. So she was determined not to let go of Yun ever again. A little later, Chai visited Yun and boldly said, "Let's lie down." This shocked Yun, but the craziest thing he did was slam the door in poor Chai's face. She repeatedly rang the doorbell, while Yun, blushing, thought that she had gone crazy. How could she say that? A few hours earlier, Chai had been at home, remembering everything they had experienced together during the couples program. She blushed deeply, and since the director of the drama had seen the program and their big kiss, the next day she handed Yun and Chai the script, telling them that she had taken a long time to modify it, but had been inspired by the couples program. The two of them were stunned to see the script now. They had to shoot an adult scene, but Yun was the most nervous. He felt cornered, and since he had promised to make the drama a success, he had no choice. Yun opened the door to Chai, ready to say something, but without hesitation she rushed inside. Once inside, she told him that there was a scene they needed to rehearse. Yun, still nervous and blushing, explained that it was different now, because before it had just been a kiss, but now it wasn't. He tried to get Chai to leave his house, but she, determined, insisted that they at least rehearse the lines, as the audience was expecting a lot from them due to the program. So both of them sat down. Chai put into practice everything her friend Minji had told her, to try and seduce him. She started by getting closer to him. Yun, nervous, grabbed a pillow to cover himself, but when he felt Chai's touch, he pushed her onto the couch and positioned himself over her. Just like that, Chai thought they might be able to rehearse a bit, but as they got closer, they ended up kissing. It seemed like the moment they both wanted would finally happen, but Chai suddenly had a panic attack, breaking the moment. She went to get a glass of water, but the seduction game with Yun was far from over. Later, Yun came to check on her to take her home, but for Chai the night was still young. She started drinking, and Yun knew he wouldn't be able to resist much longer, so he tried to pull away from her. But Chai still had one more trick up her sleeve, pretending to be asleep. The movie they were watching ended, and Yun was about to take her home, but when he saw she was asleep, he picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. As he lay her down, she opened her eyes, realizing she hadn't been asleep. However, he allowed her to stay and told her to take a shower. Chai knew that the old version of herself wouldn't have done this, but now she was determined to fight for him. As she stepped out of the shower, her headache suddenly returned, and she collapsed to the floor. Yun rushed into the bathroom, worried, and saw Chai in a vulnerable state. Flustered, he quickly left the room and asked if she had hurt herself. When she confirmed that her arm was hurt, he insisted on taking her to the hospital, but she just wanted to sleep. Yun gently dried her hair, and Chai felt embarrassed for flirting with him. Once she was in bed, she asked him to bite her, but Yun knew that Leon hadn't been able to do it. He pretended to bite her, but her headache only worsened. She confronted him, asking if the rejection was because of the bite. He got closer and told her it wasn't that, but it was because of Gina. He was waiting for her until the contract was over. Chai knew that wasn't the full truth, but chose not to argue. Instead, she simply asked him to help her lie down. He complied, leaving the room to call someone to bite Chai. The next morning, Chai woke up feeling refreshed. Yun told her she could rest a little longer if she wanted, but soon she went to the living room and found Gina there. She greeted Chai with a warm smile, and Yun hugged Gina, asking if she was okay. Chai nodded, and Yun told her to go home since he needed to speak with Gina. Chai knew it would be awkward to stay, so she left, feeling sad. Once alone, Gina was furious with Yun for how he treated Chai, but he didn't respond. After a while, Yun told Gina to leave because Chai needed to be at home. Gina asked why Yun was treating Chai like this, and Yun admitted that he had asked Gina to bite Chai earlier since she was also a vampire. However, he didn't reveal anything else. Later, on set, Yun and Leon had a conversation. Yun told Leon that he no longer needed to bite Chai, but Leon, furious, warned him that if he had bitten her, she could have been in mortal danger. Yun, also angry, replied that he was still Chai's boyfriend and the one who cared most about her. Leon apologized but confessed that he had been in love with Chai since childhood. Yun was shocked, but didn't say anything in response. Later, Leon was on set, deep in thought when Chai approached him. She asked if he knew why Yun didn't want to bite her, but Leon, looking away, said he didn't know, only that Yun had asked him for a favor. Chai could tell Leon was lying, but didn't press him further, thanking him instead. Later, on set, Chai improvised some lines to better fit the mood the screenwriter wanted. Everything was going perfectly until Yun got nervous due to the intimate situation and called her by her real name. The director stopped the scene and scolded Yun, though he also congratulated them. Poor Yun was so nervous, but Chai reassured him to treat the situation as normal between them. Leon, watching from a distance, felt sad. In the next take, everything went smoothly. Yun cooperated well, though he was exhausted. The director, happy with the results, assured them there would be no problem in the intimacy scene. After the shoot, Chai told Yun that this time she had guided him, but for the next scene she couldn't do that. She whispered in his ear that she would go to his house that night to rehearse and that he should wait for her, ready to take control. That night, Yun was at home, alone, thinking about Chai. Suddenly, he fell asleep and dreamed of naughty things with her. He woke up startled, decided to take a shower and tried to calm down, knowing he had to stay away from her at all costs. When he stepped out of the shower, Chai was already waiting for him in the living room. He was astonished, thinking he was hallucinating. He asked her how she got in, and she explained that she had asked Gina for the code to his house. Although it was very late, Chai insisted that they had agreed to rehearse, as everyone thought they were a couple and they had to keep up the illusion. Frustrated, Yun asked her to leave, but she, annoyed, pointed out that it was just a rehearsal. Did he feel something for her and was afraid of getting confused again? Unable to resist, Yun began the rehearsal. As Chai delivered her lines, suddenly Yun lunged at her, kissing her. They moved to the bedroom, and Yun thought it was a dream. But Chai, looking at him, told him it wasn't real, that it was just practice. They began their romantic scene, and she told him she loved him. Yun was in shock, but Chai reminded him that it was only a rehearsal. Yet it was also a real confession because she truly loved him. She kissed him again, saying it was practice and they needed to focus on being the couple everyone expected them to be. Embarrassed, Yun agreed, and they began exchanging light kisses. Just as they were about to take things further, someone knocked on the door, killing the moment. It was Chai, who was crying because his girlfriend had broken up with him. Yun, obviously unable to attend to him at that moment, was frustrated. Chai, upon seeing Chai's boots, realized what was going on. But Yun knew he was so distraught over what had happened that he made Chai drink a bottle for hangovers and then sent her home in a taxi. He quickly went to check on Chai, but when he saw she was asleep, he remembered their childhood together, how she used to steal kisses from him. He let her sleep peacefully. After a while, Chai woke up. Not seeing Yun around, she decided to explore the house a bit. She wandered into the library, and Yun, who had been napping, suddenly woke up. He rushed to check if Chai was okay and found her crying in the library. He quickly ran to her, and when she turned around, she said, "It's you." She then showed him a small elastic band she had given him when they were kids, right before she left to live with her mother, telling him never to forget her. She was crying, and Yun explained that he hadn't mentioned it because he thought she had forgotten him. But she replied that it wasn't that. She just didn't recognize him anymore, and besides, that wasn't even his real name. She remembered that her grandmother had always hoped they would end up together. Chai tried to comfort him, but Yoon avoided her touch, telling her it was something from their childhood, and everything would change once the series was over. She, frustrated, told him she knew he was lying, that her first love was him. In desperation, she asked if he was tired of her, or didn't like the person she had become. He then told her that it wasn't her, it was him. If she stayed with him, she'd be in danger. He explained that he was the one who had changed, and asked her to go to sleep. As the days went by, the end of the series approached, and they were about to film the wedding scene. Chai looked stunning in her white dress, and everyone praised her. A moment later, Leon arrived, told her she looked beautiful, and, stepping closer, attempted to bite her, since it had been a week. However, she stopped him, saying not to do it again. She thanked him for all his help throughout the series, but now she wanted to face the pain on her own. Meanwhile, Yoon was walking down the hallway when one of Chai's assistants found him and asked if he had seen her. He said no, but she led him to where Chai was. Upon entering, Yoon was taken aback by how beautiful she looked. Shortly after, filming began and they asked the couple to kiss. The scene ended, and moments later, Yoon was alone, feeling very sad. He didn't want the series to end. Suddenly, Chai arrived and, without hesitation, told him, "Let's get married." Yoon was taken aback, exclaiming, Whoa, hold on, you're saying that so directly." She reminded him that they had promised each other as children, and that even if her life was in danger, she wanted to be with him. Yoon didn't know what to say. But then, Chai's headache returned, and Yoon knew it was because she hadn't let Leon bite her. He had been helping her all along. She told Yoon that she was okay, that she knew he avoided her because of the bite, but she had been eating well and exercising to show him that she could overcome her headaches on her own. She wasn't with him for his help or his bite. She was with him because she loved him. Yoon couldn't understand how she could still love him after the way he had treated her. Of course, he loved her too. When Chai saw him crying, she realized that Yoon could no longer hide the truth. He decided to confess everything. He told her that when her grandmother had suffered from headaches, Yoon knew that the bite would help her feel better. But one day, her grandmother passed away, and at her funeral, Yoon heard that she had died of cancer. He felt guilty because she never went to the doctor, even though she always felt better after Yoon's bites. Yoon believed he was to blame for her grandmother's death, and that guilt had been eating him up ever since. Chai was shocked to hear this, but Yoon told her he was the one to blame for her grandmother's death. He knelt before her, asking for forgiveness. He explained that when Chai was with her mother, she worked very hard to give them everything they needed, even more than that, while her brother received all the attention and she was neglected. Yet, whenever she spoke with her grandmother, she was so happy, and her grandmother always wanted to see her. She sang, danced with her kid, and laughed at her stories, and her grandmother always wanted to see her. But because of her mother's way of exploiting her, Chai couldn't always be with her. Later, Chai thought about what Yoon had said. She knew that he had only been trying to help her grandmother, and then it hit her. The key to his house was the date her grandmother had passed away. She understood that Yoon acted the way he did because he felt guilty. Chai cried, but her headache intensified. The next day, she went for a walk to revisit the places she had visited as a child, places filled with beautiful memories. She returned to her grandmother's house, and before entering, she met one of her grandmother's old friends, who told her no one had lived there since her grandmother passed, but the house was always well taken care of. Chai entered the house and was surprised to see everything exactly as she remembered. She sat on the couch and began looking through old photos, recalling how happy her childhood had been. She came across photos of Yoon with her grandmother, and it dawned on her that Yoon had always been there for her. Suddenly, she looked toward the hallway, where she had always gone to find comfort when she was sad. After talking to her mother, she would always find a basket of sweets there, and it made her feel better. This time, when Chai looked inside the basket, she found a letter. Meanwhile, Yoon was feeling sad. His agent arrived, asking why he wasn't answering his phone and commenting on how haggard he looked. Yoon simply apologized, but suddenly he received a call from Chai. After answering and hearing what she had to say, Yun ran out, leaving Leon speechless. He arrived at Chai's grandmother's house, where she told him that her grandmother had left a letter for him. This surprised him even more when Chai mentioned that her grandmother had known everything. Apparently, her grandmother had been in the 4th stage of cancer, and when she found out, she only had 6 months to live. There was nothing more that could be done. She knew it was time to be with her husband and son again, but she also knew her grandchildren would be sad. During the times she had intense headaches, she would suddenly start feeling better, and when she did, she would see Yun and feel like he had some special power. Together they read the letter. Her grandmother thanked Yun for everything, telling him that after the death of her husband and son, her greatest happiness had been him. She knew that by the time he read the letter, she would no longer be by his side. She shared how the doctor had given her 6 months to live, but thanks to Yoon, she had lived for 2 extra years. She considered him a gift in her life, and because of him she had lived happily. She told him that he would be the first to notice her passing and apologized, asking him to be happy, just as she had been, thanks to him. She ended the letter with, "I love you." After reading the letter, they went for a walk by the sea. Chai asked if he had been taking care of the house, and Yoon said that he had sent someone to buy it, with the only condition that nothing would be touched, and he had done it all for Chai. She thanked him and asked what he felt about her now after reading the letter. Yoon, feeling sad, said that he wondered if he could still stay by her side. She happily hugged him, saying, "Of course you can." They played together and suddenly Chai fell into the water. When she came out, she had seaweed on her head, and the love between them was possible thanks to her grandmother. Chai promised to take care of him and never let go. They returned to her grandmother's house, and she was soaked. Yun suggested they take a bath, but Chai understood he meant separately. After Yun showered, Chai left her grandmother's clothes for him to wear. When he came out, he looked very handsome. He joined her to look at the pictures, and they were both happy together. Just then, Jeon called Yoon, and Yeon realized he couldn't take any more time off and had to return. On their way back, Chai fell asleep in the car and her phone slipped under the seat. A few hours later, they arrived at Chai's house. She said goodbye with a kiss, but when she got to her apartment, she realized she didn't have her phone. She quickly rushed to Yoon's apartment, but when she arrived, he wasn't there. She fell asleep waiting for him. When she opened her eyes, Yoon was sitting next to her, crying. Hours earlier, Yoon had realized he hadn't confessed his love properly and decided to go see Chai. He bought her a bouquet of flowers, but when he arrived at her house, she didn't answer. He called her phone, but it went to voicemail. Fearing the worst, Yoon urgently asked a locksmith to open the door. When he entered, she wasn't there, but as he returned to his car, he found her phone. He went back to his apartment, where he found her feeling relieved and crying because he had thought he had lost her. Holding her hands, Yoon admitted that maybe he had been afraid before, thinking he shouldn't fall in love with her because of his own faults, but he had never stopped thinking about her. Chai was happy to hear his confession, but asked him to promise that whenever he had a problem, he would tell her and they would solve it together. Just then, Yoon noticed something and, blushing, told Chai that she was missing something. She, also blushing, realized she wasn't wearing something because she had taken it off when she arrived. Yoon blushed too, but then Chai asked him an inappropriate question. "Do you want to touch?" She moved closer to him and gave him a tender kiss. Just as things were heating up, Yoon remembered he had to go buy something, so he told Chai he wouldn't be long. Chai, nervous, decided to have a glass of wine to calm herself. Soon after, Yoon returned, and when he saw her drinking, he asked for a glass too. She handed him the glass, and as they did, she noticed a little box that had XXL written on it. They both blushed, and Chai remembered the beast she had seen earlier. She lifted the wine bottle and drank it all in an attempt to relax. Then she asked Yoon what his dream was. Yoon replied that his dream was to find her. He had studied hard and done everything to reach her, even altered his face, which his mother hated because it reminded her of the divorce. He didn't get along with his sister before, but now they were very close. As a child, he loved visiting his grandmother because being at home felt like living in hell. After losing his grandmother, he went to study abroad, where he met Gina, his mother's friend's daughter. But now he was happy because he had his sweet Chai. On the other hand, Chai went for a run to clear her mind. She felt bad for believing in a lie and had distanced herself from Yun over something that never happened. She stumbled and hurt her knee, and just then a hero appeared. Yun's representative. He asked if she was okay and quickly noticed her knee was bleeding. He wanted to take her to the hospital, but she refused. Since he lived nearby, he asked if she wanted to go to his place to treat her injury. She accepted. Once there, as he was taking care of her, he asked if she lived alone, and she confirmed that she did. A few minutes later, she was about to leave, but she asked for his number to thank him. Leon, thinking she might call Yun or her fake boyfriend, was surprised when Chai only asked if he always ran. He replied, yes. On the other hand, Chai and Yun woke up. She remembered what happened the night before, and seeing him asleep, he looked like an angel. Out of nowhere, she started checking his teeth, trying to see his canines, but of course there was nothing. Still, she felt so at ease next to him. Suddenly she kissed him lightly, which woke him up. He blushed, and though he tried to escape, he couldn't. After the kiss, everything spiraled out of control. Yun began telling her that he loved her, and they surrendered to their love. After so much adrenaline, she fell asleep, and Yun let her rest after giving her a tender kiss. The next morning, she woke up thinking it was all a dream, but when she tried to get up, her whole body ached. That's when she realized everything had been real, and she was happy, especially when she saw the ring Yun had given her. She had thought she lost it. Then, next to her clothes, she found a note from Yun, telling her he had already prepared breakfast and thanking her for being by his side, despite him abandoning her in the beginning. He promised he would never leave her alone. Along with the note, there was a beautiful bouquet of flowers. She returned home, placing the flowers next to her grandmother's photo, feeling happy. Meanwhile, in another place, June was furious because ever since the couple's program, he had stopped receiving scripts as the main character, which bothered him. But as the saying goes, there's always a snake lurking. That's when Don appeared, speaking badly of Chai. He told June that Chai loved him more than she loved Yun. But when she announced their relationship, she seduced Yun to have a boyfriend on her level. What a witch! And since June was just as bad, they teamed up. And this fool even gave Don his phone number. They were perfect for each other. On the other side, Chai arrived at her new job as an actress. They started with a photo session, and everyone greeted her warmly. Her new makeup artist also introduced herself. She was about to go shoot her drama, but right then her vampire appeared. He was very happy to see her. They asked Yun if they would be filming together, but he just hugged her and said he was there to support his girlfriend. She nervously told him he had caught her off guard, but he smiled and said she was beautiful. Then the photos began, and Jin, watching from a distance, was happy, because that beautiful woman was his girlfriend. Soon the director arrived, looking elegant, and he saw Yun talking to the marketing manager. He was surprised by the concern Yun showed for Chai and asked if they were married. They both confirmed they were, and they loved each other very much. Then Chai went to change into her second outfit, and Yun was walking down the hall when he was surprised by Chai, who grabbed his hand and led him to the dressing room. She asked him what he was doing there, wondering if he didn't trust her and was jealous. He responded that he just wanted to encourage her in her new job, though inside he was nervous because she was going to have a photo session with Leon. She thanked him with a sweet kiss. But for Yoon, it wasn't enough. He was greedy and wanted more. Just then, they were interrupted by Chai's boss, who entered with the manager. To Chai's surprise, she found out that their romance was very similar to the boss's, as he tried to protect his beloved at all costs. After they left, Chai and Yoon laughed because they didn't understand why they had to hide their relationship. They were crazy. Minutes later, Chai was getting ready for her second photo session with Leon. However, her headache returned. Meanwhile, Yun and Leon were in the same area, and everyone was staring at them, but they acted as if nothing was happening. They greeted each other and said goodbye in the same way. Deep down, though, both felt uncomfortable. The photos began, but Chai couldn't concentrate because she knew this was uncomfortable for Yun. So, Yun decided to move to a more distant spot to avoid seeing his Chai with Leon. Soon after, Leon appeared next to him and asked to talk to Yun. They walked away, but since Chai had seen them, she decided to follow them. She overheard Leon telling Yun that he had promised to let Chai go after they finished filming the drama. Just as Yun was about to respond, Chai arrived, angry. Yun wanted to explain, but there was no time, so he left with Leon to continue the photo session. Yun was upset because if he had spoken to her sooner, none of this would have happened. Chai, on the other hand, was angry. During the photo session, she almost choked Leon in her frustration. Poor Leon. Due to this, they took another break because she wasn't fully focused. Suddenly, her headache returned. She tried to pretend it was nothing, but Leon wanted to bite her. She refused, wanting to handle it on her own because she believed that was the only way she could live happily with Yun. Upon hearing this, Leon was devastated, and his feelings were reflected in the photos. Leon began to imagine a future with Chai far away from him. After a while, they took another break, but this time, Chai was on the verge of collapsing due to her headache. She tried to calm herself but couldn't and ended up falling to the floor, hitting her head. Leon ran to her side, worried. On the other hand, Yun hadn't left like he was supposed to. He was walking outside when he suddenly saw a crowd. He got closer and was shocked to see Chai being taken to the hospital. Once there, the doctors informed him that they couldn't find anything abnormal in her, but Yun was worried because she hadn't woken up yet. The doctors explained they just had to wait. Yun was very sad when Leon arrived and told him that Chai had had the accident due to her migraines and that he had wanted to bite her. But she refused because she wanted to be happy with him. Upset, he told her that she needed to stay away from him, as the same thing would happen to her that the other vampire had warned her about. It's a curse. Jun was about to respond, but Chai had been listening to everything and, angry, she told them they couldn't decide for her. Both were startled, but she stood up and told Leon that they needed to talk. They went out to the hospital balcony, where she explained to Leon that it wasn't Yun who stayed by her side, but rather she who chose to be with him, because with him, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. She asked Leon not to tell Yun to stay away from her, because she didn't believe in curses. She thanked him for the love he felt for her, but she only wanted him as a friend. If he couldn't understand that, then she'd have to distance herself from him. This broke Leon's heart, because he loved her too, but he couldn't be selfish. So, he wished Chai happiness and asked for one last hug. She agreed, and as she looked into his eyes, she saw him cry. They embraced one last time, and Leon said that if Yun didn't treat her well or stopped loving her, he would be waiting for her. Minutes later, Chai returned to her room and asked Yun if he planned to abandon her again, or lie to her. He, saddened, told her he would never lie to her again, and that when he was younger he promised to stay by her side, no matter what. Even if she died, he would die too. She hugged him and told him they had to think about both of them, and not about those absurd stories. They should live for now, regardless of what others said. He knew he couldn't live without his Chai, so he would live with her and cherish their beautiful love. He gave her a tender kiss. The next day, Chai was discharged from the hospital. The doctor explained that they couldn't find anything wrong with her, but Yun was still worried, so they waited until further tests were done. Once she was ready to leave, Chai told Yun she was going to take a bath because she felt strange. She left Yun to watch TV while waiting for her, but of course he wasn't going to listen. He went in with her and said he would wash her hair. She was happy because she had his love by her side. With a mischievous smile, he told her he was good at everything, and she blushed. She remembered how their first night together had been, and what he had told her about it also being his first time. But those forbidden thoughts were interrupted when Yun saw her blushing and asked her what she was thinking. Nervously, she told him she wasn't thinking about anything. Liar, he thought. She was thinking about her vampire's abs. Yun leaned in closer and said he could help wash her body, but she didn't allow it. She pushed him out, amused. Even though they had already been together, she still blushed around him. Just then, Chai's mother called. Meanwhile, Jung and Sarah were exercising. Every morning, Sarah would run at the same time as Jung, doing so because she liked him. One morning she got ready to go for a run, waiting as usual for Jung. But this time, he didn't show up. Suddenly she saw someone running, and as she approached him, to her surprise, it was another person. She apologized, but the man recognized her as Sarah. She denied it, but he insisted on taking a picture with her because she was his pan, a term for someone he was fond of. Since she didn't want to, he grabbed her arm and treated her poorly. He took off her hat, and just as he was about to reveal her, Jion appeared, embracing her. He asked the man what he was doing to his little one, and seeing Jion's angry look, the man left. Gion asked Zera if she was okay, but she pretended to be fine, though he could tell she wasn't. So he decided to take her to his house to have a cup of tea and calm down. She thanked him, but he told her that her boyfriend must be very worried about her and that they shouldn't see each other often, as it could cause problems. Sarah, embarrassed, confessed that her relationship with June was just a contract and that neither of them felt anything for each other. Blushing, she asked if it wasn't overwhelming for him to stay away from her because she liked him. She wanted to do whatever it took for him to feel the same way. Ben blushed because, of course, he felt something for her too, but at that moment he couldn't tell her. She remembered when she saw Leon so focused on something, and as she approached, she realized he was looking at an abandoned kitten. But when he tried to pet it, the kitten ran away, which made her laugh. Today she understood that he was a good person who cared about others. Meanwhile, Yun and Chai received the results of her tests. The doctor said everything was fine, but recommended going to a psychiatry department because the headache could be related to mental stress. Both were surprised, but understood they had to follow the doctor's advice. In the afternoon they arrived home, and Yun, like a true gentleman, carried Chai in his arms. Once inside, he had a cleaning spree, because he hadn't been there for several days. He started cleaning like Cinderella, and Chai told him it was enough. Once he finished the chores, he asked if she wanted to eat something. She jokingly said she wanted to eat a vampire for dinner. Of course, Yoon didn't reject the offer and quickly prepared a nice meal. After eating, Chai fell asleep and Yoon watched her, thinking about how, since she was young, she had always wanted to protect and help others, never thinking of herself. Now, when things were difficult, no one took care of her. But that would change, because he would protect her from now on. Chai was happy, because as long as Yun was with her, she could overcome any obstacle. The next day, Chai visited her friend Minji. She was happy to see her, and even Minji's cat Ruru was happy. They talked about what had been happening recently until Minji asked if the rumor about June was true. Chai was surprised, thinking they had discovered she was a vampire, but it wasn't that. Minji told her that June was the grandson of one of the country's wealthiest presidents and owned many companies, which shocked Chai. Later that afternoon, she returned home and Yun was happy to see her, but without wasting any time, she asked if it was true that he was the heir to a large company. This made Yun nervous, but since he couldn't lie to her, he explained that it was true, but he wasn't the only grandson and that he didn't plan to take advantage of that company, which was why he hadn't told her. Chai thought for a moment, and Yun asked if she was angry, but she wasn't. However, she did feel there was a distance between them, as they didn't know each other well enough yet. Yun quickly approached her and told her not to say that because he was still the same little neighbor she used to play with when they were kids. She couldn't stop laughing, but they agreed to stay together, promising that nothing would affect them. Meanwhile, Sarah was getting ready to run, thinking about how Jion had rejected her. She wondered if maybe she was just a burden to him, not understanding why she felt so bad, since she had only just met him. Just as she was about to leave, Gion called her name. He explained that his delay was because he had been helping someone, not because he was avoiding her. He said he didn't know what it was like to be in a relationship with a woman, and asked if they could just get to know each other as friends for now. She started to laugh, and he thought to himself that he loved her, even if he didn't acknowledge it. So, Sarah accepted. A little later, Sarah was with her representative, who scolded her for some photos that had surfaced of her with a man. He told her she needed to be careful, as it could damage their image. But Sarah, furious, responded that if June kept making them look ridiculous, she would reveal their contract relationship. The next day, Sarah went for a run and encountered June petting a kitten. She approached him, and he told her that the kitten no longer runs away from him and that they were becoming closer. Sarah, taking his arm, replied, "Just like us too," and added, "Poor Leon, he's so innocent." On the other hand, Jun saw the comments that Yun was making and grew angrier with each one. He called his manager to ask why he hadn't been getting calls for commercials anymore. His manager explained that since Jun was already well known, they had decided to change their image. Furious, Jun decided to go to a bar and drink. Like a witch appearing at the most inconvenient time, Jun appeared and asked why he was drinking. Jung, being envious, told him it was because of Yun, saying that Yun had taken everything from him, even his job. The snake-like person then suggested that Jung could take something precious from Jung as well, Chai. He claimed that since Chai was supposedly in love with Jun, if he confessed to her, she would leave Jung and be with him, which would ruin Jung. And like a fool, Jung believed him. Oh, how idiotic! On the other hand, the two lovers were watching a movie, and June was crying. She started teasing him, saying he looked so cute, and they were very happy together. But suddenly she received a call from the fool, John, who asked to meet with her. So she went to the meeting. Once there, she asked him what he had to tell her about Chai, but this fool had actually called her to confess that he loved her. Chai responded that she also cared for him, but only as a friend. He replied that he didn't want her as a friend, but as something more. Annoyed, she told him if he had nothing else to say, she would leave. He tried to stop her, but she was determined to go, leaving him looking foolish. This made him so angry that he threw things on the floor, especially when he saw Yun waiting for her outside the restaurant. Later, Chai told Yun what had happened with John and asked if he was upset. He replied that he wasn't, but they both wondered what Jun was planning next. Yun suggested that Chai should tell Zia what happened, since they were such good friends and cared about each other. Meanwhile, Sarah told Jung that she wanted to take a break before choosing her next project. He told her that he had always watched her show since he was young and was happy to be friends with such an amazing person. The next day, Sarah decided to visit Jung, bringing him food. When the doorbell rang, Leilon opened the door without a shirt, showing off his toned abs. Sarah was stunned at the sight of him, blushing. Realizing her reaction, she quickly ran to change, but Chai couldn't stop staring at him, completely smitten. They sat down to have dinner, and Jung, feeling shy, apologized for the way she had found him. But Sarah didn't mind. She was happy with what she had seen. After dinner, she was about to leave to return home, but like a true gentleman, Jung offered to accompany her. They were on their way to Chai's house when they were in for a rude surprise. Outside her house stood Jung, furious, asking why she hadn't answered his calls. He grabbed her phone and saw that she had blocked him. This made him even angrier, but she, even more furious, told him that whatever he had to say, he should say it through her representative. He glared at her, but soon noticed that Leon was with her. Knowing that Leon was Yun's representative, he confronted Sere, asking if she was doing this just to annoy him. Jung stepped in between them, confronting Jun and saying he wouldn't allow him to continue mistreating Chai. Jun clarified that he was her boyfriend, but she replied that he knew they weren't together anymore. This annoyed him, and he told Sarah that if Chai spoke to her, he wouldn't believe anything she said. How shameless. Jung left, and to apologize, Sarah invited Leon to have a cup of tea. They sat in silence, and she thought he must be angry, but he wasn't. He was actually worried. He told her that she should leave that agency, forget about the contract, and he would speak to someone else to help her find work elsewhere. She thanked him, and he expressed how concerned he was for her. This left her speechless, and without saying a word, she kissed Jung. He blushed, surprised by her boldness, and told her that once her contract ended, he wouldn't just be her friend, he would be her boyfriend. How direct they are. Meanwhile, June drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and, as always, the snake-like person was by his side. He told her that Chai had rejected him and didn't love him, though he regretted not noticing her sooner. This witch mocked him, saying that Chai had acted that way because Yoon was close to her. But if he seeks her when she's alone, she'll probably accept him. In the afternoon, Chai was heading home after buying some things she needed, and as usual she called her handsome vampire to see if he would take long to get home. He asked if she had gone shopping alone, and she confirmed. He replied, asking why she didn't tell him so he could accompany her, because it could be dangerous. But Chai smiled and assured him not to worry because the neighborhood was safe. However, she was in for a big surprise when she saw June outside her house, and he was drunk. This fool told her that his feelings were sincere and that he knew she loved him too, but she told him they could talk another day when he was sober. Furious, he grabbed her hand, accusing her of also rejecting him. She asked him to let go because he was hurting her, but he hugged her without her permission. She was shocked, especially when he said he loved her. Liar, she thought, remembering how he had helped her when her grandmother died, which was why she had gotten close to him. But the truth was, she had never loved him. It had just been affection because he was her comfort. With fury, she pushed him away and slapped him hard, shocking him. She told him that she had once loved him, but that had changed, and now she was just disappointed. He left, and soon Yoon arrived, worried about her. She reassured him that she was fine now and felt safe with him. She did tell him, though, that Jun was acting strangely with her. Upon hearing this, Yoon wanted to confront Jun, but she stopped him. She sadly said that all of this was his fault, for not being there when she needed him most, when her grandmother passed away. But they shouldn't focus on the past anymore, only on the present. Happy, he hugged her and expressed how much he loved her. But, as always, the monster returned and Chai experienced strong headaches again. June was worried, but he couldn't bite her. So Chai decided to take painkillers, reassuring herself that she would be okay, especially if she stayed in Yoon's arms. The next morning she woke up and was concerned when she didn't see her vampire nearby. She left the room and saw him with 2 suitcases. She asked where he was going, and he replied that he wanted her to live with him, which she had now agreed to. When they arrived, Yoon showed her the whole house, but he was worried, feeling like she had come with him out of obligation. She reassured him she was happy to be with him, though she had been surprised when he proposed it, but it didn't matter because they were together now. He gave her a sweet kiss, although not that sweet, since they both were already craving cake. But Chai stopped herself, running out with the excuse of fixing the clothes, leaving Yoon flustered. Later, Chai and Yoon finished organizing the clothes, and Chai started cooking. Yoon was nervous because he had never eaten anything she made, but once he tasted the food, he was captivated by how delicious it was. They finished dinner and went to bed, and she playfully whispered in his ear that she was wearing something very beautiful. Of course, Yoon couldn't wait long to find out, but they were interrupted by a call from Yoon's representative. He told them that photos of Chai with June were circulating, and the comments were negative, claiming that they were betraying their partners. The next day, Chai and June met with the representative. He told them what they did was wrong, but June arrogantly replied that he didn't like people talking about infidelity without knowing what was really going on. The representatives told him to be quiet. Both were planning what to do about the situation, and June's representative suggested they pretend that Chai and June had a secret relationship. This upset Chai, but June demanded to speak with her alone. He tried to threaten her, but she furiously responded that she would teach him a lesson he'd never forget. With that, she left. That night, she spoke to her representative, telling him she accepted the proposal because they promised to recommend her. However, Chai angrily told them she wouldn't accept it and would do the right thing. From all the stress, her headache started again, but she knew that all of this was falling on Yoon. She remembered everything that had happened recently, but also the letter her grandmother had left her, expressing how much she loved her. With renewed strength, she decided she would protect the people she loved. The next day, Yoon was talking with his manager. He said that if things continued this way, they would have to announce an official breakup. This angered Yoon, and he replied that if they did that, he wouldn't stand still because he loved Chai and couldn't be without her. Just then, they were shown a post in which Chai was giving a press conference, where she would clarify everything that had happened. She began by explaining what Jun had done and how everything had been misinterpreted, but the reporters kept asking about her romance with Yun and if it was true that she once loved Jun. She answered that she had cared for Jun, but only as a good friend, and that the person she had always loved was Yun, and that was the best thing that had ever happened to her. As the questions kept coming, just as she was about to answer, her friend Sarah appeared. A few days ago, Chai and Sarah had met, and now Chai sat with her to talk about June. It was hard for Chai to tell her everything, but she had no alternative. She told Chai that Jun had confessed his love for her a few days ago. Upon hearing that Chai had the courage to tell her this, Sarah felt so angry with herself because she had never spoken about what had happened in high school. Seeing Chai cry, Sarah approached her. Meanwhile, Chun, noticing Yun was taking a long time, went inside to find him. He saw the boss watching the press conference where Chai appeared. During the interview, Chai clarified that she was just another victim of Jun, as her relationship with him had been contractual. The company she worked for had forced her into it after they found a photo where that fool had kissed her. Because of that, the agency had pressured her to accept, claiming it was for her own good, but she could no longer remain silent. Chai is a wonderful person, and she's her only friend, Sarah said. Jun, who had been watching the conference, was furious, while Jun and his representative were both angry as well after seeing what had happened. The representative blamed Jun entirely for what he had done to Chai. Meanwhile, Sarah and Chai held hands, showing their unity, and Sarah was happy because she had gotten her friend back. On the other hand, Yun and his representative were astonished by what had just happened, and the internet was flooded with positive comments for Chai. Many people praised her, calling her a true angel, and with this, Chai was able to leave behind all the bad comments. Later that night, Yun was asleep in the room but woke up and noticed Chai wasn't there. He got up to find her and found her sitting on the couch. He asked her what was wrong, and she replied that she couldn't sleep because she hadn't expected to be admired so much after the press conference. But she knew it was all thanks to her friend Sarah. Yoon agreed, saying that Sarah had helped her, but the rest was due to her own merit, because people saw the noble heart she had, and everyone who knew her loved her. Yoon then told her that he was the happiest man in the world to have such a wonderful person by his side. Meanwhile, June was furious and drinking. He was bothered by all the negative comments being directed at him, including videos of all the things he had done. He stormed out of the bar, and as people began murmuring when they saw him, his anger only grew. But then he spotted De Leon and approached her angrily, accusing her of embarrassing him in front of everyone. She was the one who had told him to confess his feelings to Chai. People started murmuring, and De Leon was nervous as everything was falling apart and she was exposed. Everyone began taking photos, and, in an attempt to deflect, she told June, "Why do you show up drunk, attacking me? I have nothing to do with this." But June, furious, shouted at De Leon, accusing her of being the one who uploaded those photos to social media to make him look bad, claiming it was all out of jealousy for Chai. She forcefully responded that how could she possibly be jealous of someone so insignificant, in front of everyone. June angrily reproached her for using him to destroy Chai's career. Suddenly, guards arrived and took De Leon away by force. June was stunned, and soon after, news of the incident began to circulate. Dae-Lon arrived at home, where her representative was waiting for her. He told her that because she hadn't kept quiet, the agency had filed a lawsuit, leaving her without a job and their support. Shortly after, Sarah came to visit her. She returned the wallet Dae-Lon had given her in high school and added that she was very upset with her because she had only listened to Dae-Lon's side of the story and not Chai's. The witch replied that she hated Chai because Chai never had to make an effort to be her friend. Sarah, annoyed, replied that Chai never held grudges but always cared for others, and that's why people loved her. Sarah demanded that De Leon never cross her path again and left, saying, "Repent and be gone." A little later, Chai and Sarah were talking. Chai thanked Sarah for helping her, although she felt sad and apologized for distancing herself without asking her what exactly happened in high school. Sarah took her hand and reassured her that it was all in the past, and now they needed to move forward and succeed together. Sarah smiled and said that Yun was a good person, just like Jun. Surprised, Chai asked if she knew him. Sarah confessed that they were neighbours and that she liked Chai. Excited, Chai said she hoped everything would go well between them, and it seemed that everything was going to work out. Meanwhile, Yun arrived home. As he entered, he remembered that Chai had said she would go out with Sarah. He felt very sad without her, but decided to take a shower. Afterward, he heard the doorbell, excitedly ran to the door and shouted, "Chai, darling, your little Yun just finished showering." But the surprise was that she wasn't alone. A few hours earlier, Yun's mother had come to visit him. She had heard about the news and the press conference where Chai defended Yun. She arrived at his house just as Chai did, and they entered together, shocking Yun with the surprise of the century. Embarrassed, Yun quickly asked his mother how long she had been there. She replied that she had just arrived, but asked Chai if she was doing okay and if they lived together. Yun quickly added that he had asked Chai to live with him, and that when they both had more free time, they planned to get married. Chai blushed intensely from what he had just said. But his mother told him that they should discuss such matters formally, and with that she said goodbye to them. Once she left, Yun embraced Chai and apologized for everything that had happened. She smiled and reassured him that it was fine. His mother had just arrived to see him because she missed him, and she was a very charismatic woman. Meanwhile, Yun's mother was in the car, thinking about her son's expression earlier. She started laughing, something she hadn't done in a long time. The next day, Sarah met with Jion and the director of the agency where Yun works. She told them that she had helped win the legal case for Sarah because Jion had asked her to. In exchange, he hoped she would work for his agency. He said he wanted to expand his professional field and no longer just hire artists, but also actresses, and since he had many investments, he hoped she would join, assuring her she wouldn't regret it. Sarah happily agreed, knowing she would now work alongside Jion. The next day, Sarah went to exercise with Jion. She was happy and told him that she would have liked it if he were her representative. However, he couldn't be because they had decided to promote her to a higher position. She congratulated him, but also remembered what her boss had said, that Jion had begged for the favor, and confessed that she liked him. He smiled and said he liked her too. Just then a kitten appeared, and he jokingly said that he liked the kitten he always saw on the street. Sarah, furious, promised herself she would make Gion fall in love with her no matter what. Later, Ji-eun introduced Sarah to the new representative for her, Lee Jun-soo. She happily extended her hand to greet him, and he was excited because he had been a fan of hers since childhood. They both smiled, but this did not sit well with Dailung, who felt jealous. She told Chai that if she disagreed with anything, she should let her know, but Chai quickly replied that they would solve everything with the help of Junsu. Sarah asked Junsu not to treat her formally, but to call her Sarah, and to provoke Junsu to save his phone number so she could contact him. Jun was angry as he realized what was going on. Sarah was happy because she knew Jion had feelings for her, even if he denied it. A little later, they began working together, chatting with Lee, which annoyed De Laurent. After a while, Sarah took a break, and Lee appeared with a cup of her favorite coffee. She asked how he knew, and he told her that he was part of a fan club for her. When De Laurent saw how happy they were, she stormed off. A little while later, Sarah looked for Jion and asked him to help her with something. She was wearing clothes from her sponsor and took the opportunity to get his attention. She asked him to help zip up the back of her dress. Nervously, he agreed, though he knew this was the only way to be close to him. Of course, she was nervous, but then Jion asked how Jonsu was doing. She told him he was an excellent worker, but Jion, still nervous, commented that they seemed closer now. Sarah smiled and replied that she felt comfortable with Jonsu because he was like a younger brother to her. Looking him in the eyes, she added, "You know I like you much more, right?" This made him blush, but also feel happy. Not long after, Sarah asked Jonsu to help review the script, but Jion, jealous, stepped in, taking him away from her. He told Jonsu to check the sponsor list, while he would handle the script with Sarah. Sarah was happy because it seemed everything was going according to plan, and she was looking forward to handing things over to Jion. Meanwhile, Chai and June were at home and received a message from Chai's mother, asking her to help her brother invest in his business, which made Chai feel uneasy. The next morning, they were finally going to meet Yoon's mother, but on the way, Yoon noticed that Chai had a headache. She said she was fine and had already taken medicine. Just then, Yoon's sister arrived, and he quickly moved away with her, asking for help with Chai. He explained why he couldn't help, though someone overheard everything. Soon after, Chai fainted, but when she woke up she felt better. The best part was that her future mother-in-law had arrived, and Chai greeted her with a bouquet of flowers. At the table, Yoon's sister started talking about the public declaration Yoon made about Chai, which his mother had also seen. They began to express their love for each other. Chai didn't hide the fact that she was in love with him, and he said he loved her even more. He had been in love with her since childhood. They debated who had loved the other first, but Yoon's mother chimed in, saying that it was true Yoon had loved Chai since he was little because he never missed her shows and would record them to watch them over and over again. Jin was surprised because he hadn't thought his mother had paid attention to that, but she smiled and said to Chai that Yoon had always been in love with her and that she was the only woman for him. Chai, blushing, told him to stop, but he responded that they had fought hard to be together, and now he wanted to express his love for her every day. Yoon's mother thanked Chai for taking care of him before, and Chai replied that it was nothing, because in truth, he had become her strength. She also mentioned that his grandmother loved him very much, which was why she knew Yoon had always been very affectionate. His sister looked at them with sweetness. But suddenly Chai asked her mother how she looked younger now, wondering if it was because of the rumor that she had been seeing a man. Her mother responded that it wasn't anything like that, and that she felt better now after her separation from her father. Both siblings told her to stop talking, but she insisted that it was better to be single. June, shocked, asked how she could say such a thing in front of Chai. Did she want him to not get married? Everyone started laughing. On the other hand, Sarah received a call from her manager, informing her that he wouldn't be able to work because he was in the hospital due to appendicitis. Jion then appeared and told her that he would take care of her temporarily until her manager recovered. Sarah felt a bit awkward having the guy she liked as her temporary manager, but then she noticed a girl staring at him. A little later she went to the bathroom, and a girl named Jin, who had no problem getting the attention of any man, approached her. She asked who the handsome man next to her was. Sarah responded that he was her temporary representative, and the flirty girl said he was exactly her type. When Sarah went out, she saw them talking and felt unsure of how to handle the situation. However, she noticed the girl soon walked away. Feeling sad, Sarah approached Jion and asked what had happened. He explained that when the girl saw his cat hair on his clothes, she invited him to her house to meet her cat, but he turned her down, saying he only liked his cat, referring to Sarah. He added that she would get jealous if he smelled like another cat. Sarah didn't know whether to feel that he was too naive or too clever, but she loved him just the way he was. Later, Jian accompanied Sarah home. Once there, the tigress, her pet cat, jumped in to invite him for a drink at her house. He hesitated, not wanting to fall into temptation, but she wasn't forcing him. Just as she was about to leave, he stopped her and agreed to go, but only if they didn't stay out too late. At her place, they ate together and he complimented her on her good work. Sarah, feeling down, thanked him and they continued drinking. She soon got drunk. The next day, Sarah woke up in her bed, without clothes, but saw a note from Jion saying he had gone to work and telling her to rest. She blushed, remembering seeing Jion shirtless. Soon after, Sarah met Chai and Minji at a cafe. Since they were all the same age, they started chatting about everything that had happened at the press conference and how Sarah had helped her best friend. They were all very happy. Minji also asked how it went with Yun's mother, and Chai said she was a warm person. They all smiled, grateful to have such wonderful friends, and Chai was immensely happy. But then Minji asked about the gift she had given Chai and wanted to know how it fit. Chai recalled the romantic night she had spent with Yun and how he looked when he gave her the gift. She blushed and told Minji that it was an incredibly hot day. The three friends spent a very pleasant day together. Later that night, Chai returned home and rang the bell. Someone answered, saying there was no one home, so she entered and was surprised to find her beautiful vampire had prepared a romantic scene with balloons, flowers, and lit candles. She rushed into his arms and they both fell onto the sofa. She kissed him, and he told her to stop for a minute because behind the sofa, Tristan appeared saying, "Surprise!" She turned as red as a tomato, and Yoon also looked nervous. It was an awkward moment. Yoon explained to Chai that he had been helping Tristan set everything up, but he didn't expect her to arrive so early. Chai, still nervous, thanked him, and Tristan quickly left so they could be alone. Chai admired how beautifully Yoon had prepared everything, and as she turned around, she saw him on one knee holding an engagement ring. With a loving look in his eyes, he asked her to marry him and live together forever. Overwhelmed with emotion, she immediately said yes. They had dinner and he handed her a bouquet of flowers, explaining that he wanted to hear her confirmation before leaving for a recording abroad. He knew he would miss her terribly. She sat next to him, gave him a little kiss, and asked if he would still miss her. He confessed that this wasn't enough, and they went to the bedroom to celebrate their engagement privately. Later, Yoon told her that after he returned from his trip, they should visit Chai's mother, but she became sad because she didn't think it was a good idea. Then she asked if he had known he was a vampire since he was a child. He replied that he only found out near the start of his puberty. They spent time thinking about how their children might turn out, and realized that, from another point of view, curses could be real. But no matter what, she couldn't live without her vampire. So whether it was a curse or not, she wasn't going to separate from him. They laughed together, and before long it was time to sleep. She drifted off to sleep, and as he watched her, he remembered that his mother had spoken to him after hearing what he had said to his sister before their family meeting. His mother had told him that now that he knew about the curse, he should stay away from Chai, because if he didn't, he would hurt her. June remembered the promise he made to Chai that he wouldn't leave her no matter what, so he angrily told his mother that he would find out what was going on with Chai, but he would never leave her. Back home, he asked Leon to help him contact another vampire who had gone through the same thing, so they could talk again. That was the reason for his trip, but he didn't want to tell Chai anything. When the day of the trip arrived, he promised Chai that he would be back soon, but she was sad, thinking that they wouldn't see each other for a few days. It was going to be difficult. On the other hand, Sarah was in the car with Jion, and they didn't know what to say. She thought something else had happened between them. Taking a deep breath, she told him that she would take responsibility for what happened. Jion replied that it wasn't necessary, explaining that what happened that day was that she had gotten so drunk she fell asleep. He had taken her to her room, laid her down in bed to rest, and slept on the couch. But he remembered that she had suddenly woken up, stopped him, and, with a tender look, told him that she liked him. He had also admitted that he liked her, but Sarah had jokingly asked if she was more beloved than his cat. Jion, nervous, answered yes. She was about to leave it at that, but suddenly he grabbed her shoulder and repeated that he liked her. Sarah, excited, threw herself into his arms and kissed him. Not long after, Jion was lying in bed, nervous about what might happen next, but suddenly Sarah fell asleep on his chest. Nothing else happened. Jion, a bit shaken, got up to drink a glass of water, wondering if this meant they were officially a couple. But then Sarah grabbed his waist and startled him. Surprised, he asked if she wasn't asleep, to which she smiled and said, "Let's sleep together." That statement almost broke the last nerve in Jion's brain. Nervously, he told her that if she fell asleep first, he would follow. They both returned to bed, and Jion was feeling down until he told her she needed to change into something to sleep in. He took off his shirt, and Jean, seeing him, said that she would do the same. As she undressed, she turned, and Jean, noticing her in her underwear, blushed. He quickly covered her with a blanket, telling her to stay warm. After that, they were supposed to sleep, but Guion couldn't. Sarah was lying there, in her underwear, and he knew it was very likely she wouldn't remember any of this the next day. Days passed, and Chai gave an interview about her upcoming movie role, where she would play a new villain. Her co-star, Sun Jun, was also part of the interview. The reporters started asking why Chai hadn't chosen a romantic drama for her new role, and she explained that she was grateful for her past work in a drama, but had always wanted to participate in a different genre. But the misplaced comment she made about only waiting to act in a romance when it's with the person she's in love with shocked everyone. Chai was especially surprised because just days before, she had asked Gina about this actress and learned that both Sun Jun and Gina had attended the same high school. From what she heard, Sun Jun wasn't exactly a nice person. After the interview, Chai followed Sun Jun and asked if what she had said was true. Sun Jun, with a wicked smirk, responded that she had no reason to lie. Chai angrily told her that it wasn't right, asking how she could say such things in front of her. Sun Jun arrogantly replied that she was just protecting Yoon, claiming that he would only marry her. She then rudely told Chai to stay away from him. Confused and frustrated, Chai made her way to the car, where she bit her representative out of anger. It helped calm her down, but then she remembered the engagement ring and thought about Chai. She let out a deep breath and tried to collect herself. Later that night, Chai missed Yoon terribly. She was still thinking about what her friend had mentioned in the interview, wondering if Yoon had seen it yet. Suddenly, he called her. He asked her about what Sun-yoon had said and if it was true that they were close friends. She explained that they had only met once, and after that he went back to Korea and they never saw each other again. She told him how much she missed him, and he admitted he missed her too. He asked her to work hard, promising they would see each other soon. Meanwhile, Yoon was desperately searching for the vampire who could help him. He felt disheartened as he couldn't find him. Just as he was about to give up, someone approached him and asked if he was okay. Yoon replied that he was fine, but when he looked closer, he realized it was the vampire he had been searching for. The vampire hugged him. And Yoon was surprised because he hadn't recognized him at first due to the mask. Once the mask came off, he realized who it was. The vampire invited him to his house and explained that he had been trying to contact Yoon, but had been unable to reach him. He also suggested that what was happening with Chai might not be a curse, which left Yoon shocked. On the other hand, Jion had texted Sera, telling her he had a lot of work today and would pick her up at 11, but by 12:30 he still hadn't arrived, and she began to worry. Just then there was a knock at her door. When she opened it, she was taken aback. "My God, even I might faint from how elegant this is," she thought, as she saw him in a shining car, looking as handsome as ever. Sera started to suspect that something might be about to happen, but she had to pretend not to know anything. In the car, he asked her if she had already had lunch, and since she hadn't, he suggested they go eat first. She already had a feeling that something was going to happen. Hours before meeting Sera, Jion had run into Gon, who laughed at him for dressing so colourfully, like a rainbow. So Gion decided to help him and gave him more appropriate clothes and told him he was planning to confess his love to someone, and Jijon asked if he had already made a reservation. With a smile, Jijon replied that he had booked a place a week in advance. He then took Sera to a family restaurant where the food was exquisite, but nothing happened. Sera was anxious to hear his confession of love, but it never came. In the car, Guan pulled something out of his pocket, and Sera thought he was going to give her something special, but instead, he handed her a handkerchief to wipe the sauce off her face. Embarrassed, she smiled. Jean remembered telling Jizion that he didn't plan to confess at the restaurant. He had another place in mind. However, when they arrived, there was a crowd, and Sera could attract too much attention, so he thought of finding somewhere else. But just then, poor Sera fell asleep. He remembered he had ordered a bouquet of flowers to be delivered to the previous address, so he called to change the delivery. Unfortunately, they apologized, saying that the delivery truck had been involved in an accident and the flowers had spoiled. Jion felt sad because he wanted everything to be perfect, but it seemed like it wasn't the right time to confess his feelings. Sera woke up suddenly and asked what was going on. He explained that there had been an issue and they would have to try again next time. Sera smiled and said there was no problem. She had still had a great day. She moved to the front seat of the car and asked him to tell her more about himself and when he started exercising. Jion shared that he had been doing it since he was little because his teacher had recommended it. They both smiled as they arrived at her house. Sera said she had enjoyed the day and liked the person he was. She was about to say more when he covered her mouth, saying he wanted to be the first to speak. He told her that he had wanted to confess his love properly, but things had gotten complicated. However, the love he felt for her was sincere. Sarah, happy, hugged him because it was what she had been waiting for since they met, and finally they could be together. On the other hand, Cha and Yoon were filming a slap scene, but Sun Jun was doing it poorly, seemingly trying to slap Chai a few extra times. Later, Chai's assistant brought her a coffee to help her relax, but it didn't work because it wasn't real coffee. Chai, maintaining a positive attitude, told her it didn't matter and to keep working. Outside, Chai Sejun was smoking when she overheard some staff members speaking highly of Chai and bad-mouthing her. This enraged her, because since she was young, her grandfather never allowed her to associate with humans, as they were inferior to their vampire heritage. She was expected to marry a vampire to honor her ancestors. One afternoon she met Yoon, who she initially thought was a human. When she found herself attracted to him, she felt humiliated. But then one day, at a party, her friend revealed that he was a vampire from a historic family, just like her. From then on, she became obsessed with him. She later learned that he had returned to Korea to become a singer and went there to find him. However, she discovered he was already in a relationship with a seemingly insignificant human, and she couldn't allow herself to lose him. Later, Chai tried to contact Yoon, but his phone was off, which worried her. She decided to go to his agency to find out if they knew anything. When she opened the door, she was surprised to find her little vampire had just arrived. He hugged her, and she couldn't believe he was there. They shared a tight embrace, both happy to be together again. A little while later, he explained that his phone had been stolen, which is why he couldn't contact her. He confessed that his trip wasn't for work, but to meet with a vampire who had told him that her illness could be genetic, not a curse. He showed her a couple of elderly people who were happily living as a human and a vampire. The vampire had told him that there were many such couples, and that they didn't mind whether they lost their memory. He had heard about this place from his wife, who had wished to live there. So Yoon decided to move there. He told Chai that they still didn't know the cause of her headaches, but together they would figure it out. He hugged her, but she was upset that he had hidden the trip from her. He apologized and she told him never to do it again. She then teasingly told him that now they needed to talk about something more urgent. And with kisses, they talked about everything urgent: love, care, and understanding. The next day, June visited the recording studio where Chai worked. He told everyone he was there to support his girlfriend, everyone was happy to see him, and he showed Chai a lot of love. This, of course, made Sun Jun angry. While receiving her coffee, she tried to open the lid and was so angry that, when Chai approached her, she accidentally spilt coffee on her. Chai didn't apologize, which caused gossip on set, especially with people saying she was jealous of Yoon. Chai entered the bathroom and clarified that the spill wasn't intentional, but they wanted to see if she didn't hate her. During the interview, she had said something rude, and yes, it was true. However, Chai mentioned that it was perhaps just the way she spoke or expressed herself, because she was from another country. Seon-yu overheard all of this. Not long after, Chai confronted her about the coffee, and the witch knew she was only pretending to be nice. But Chai told her that she only hoped she wouldn't be so blatant in front of others, and that she should separate her feelings from her professionalism and act like an experienced actress. Both started reviewing the script, although Seon-yu was annoyed by how close Chai was. Meanwhile, Sarah was at her filming set. Her representative Jeonju was back and promised to work harder with her from now on. John arrived and told them that he had to deliver some work but would return later. Jeonju asked if they had fought in his absence, and Sarah said no. After a while, she was rehearsing the script, and when she saw John, she winked at him, which made him nervous and blush. He looked around to see if anyone had noticed, and then he mimicked the same gesture. Jeonju, seeing this, handed Sarah an eyedropper because he thought something was wrong with her eyes. She smiled and thanked him, but suddenly Sarah pretended that something in the script wasn't right, and asked Jeonju to find Jeong. Later, she seemed to scold him, and everyone started suspecting something was going on between these two lovebirds. Sarah then asked Jeonju to accompany her. He was worried and wanted to know what was going on, so he followed them. He found them on the terrace, listening to their conversation and witnessing the kiss they shared, leaving him in shock. On the other side, Chai had just finished showering when Yoon arrived. She scolded him to shower properly as well, and like a good little vampire, he obeyed. However, she received a message from her mother, who was at the house they used to live in. Chai went there and her mother greeted her with a strong slap, asking if she had forgotten about her family. Chai explained that she no longer lived there, which is why she hadn't opened the door. Her mother understood and was excited to hear that Chai lived with Yoon, coming from an excellent family full of businesses. Of course, she wanted to tap into that fortune, asking for help to get her brother a good job. Tired of this attitude, Chai told her mother she wouldn't allow it because her brother was an adult and could work for himself, finding his own path. At that moment, her brother arrived and asked how she could be so selfish, as if only she deserved to live well and eat well. Just then, Chai had a sharp headache, but this time she refused to let them manipulate her. She told them not to get near Yoon. She was on her way back to Yoon's house, but she thought about how she couldn't present a family like hers to him, which worried her. That night, she and Yoon rested together, but she couldn't sleep. All she could think about was how she didn't want to be a burden to him. She recalled her doctor visits, where they told her the cause of her headaches was still unknown, but could be due to mental stress caused by family problems. The next day, Yoon drove her to work. She already had a headache, and he asked if she would be okay. She faked a smile and told him she would be fine. Once at the set, the pain became stronger and they called for a break. She headed to the dressing room and Seju followed her. When he saw she almost fell, he caught her. Chai thanked him, but she acted indifferent, though she was worried about the filming. Then, Chai disappeared, and Yoon, who had been worried about her, arrived to see her. He told her he would bite her just this once, because she needed to be well, and he did. But they didn't count on Seon-yu discovering them. Furious, she scolded Yoon, asking if he had forgotten the promise. Seon-yu explained that vampires used to live openly, but one day a vampire was kidnapped and used by humans as a painkiller. After that, vampires made humans forget about the bite, destroying all evidence of their existence and creating fictional stories that portrayed them as evil. However, despite this, there are still vampires who deeply love humans. In their case, when a vampire loves a human deeply and bites them, it creates a bond, a union that prevents them from forgetting, meaning they will never lose their memories. This confirmed that Chai and Yoon's connection was a true love union. Later, together, they visited Chai's mother and explained that what they had was not a curse. They told her about what Seon-yu had explained and she began to cry as she remembered her past. She had once loved a human who remembered the bite, but when he got sick she thought it was her fault, so she left him. For her mother, it was all in the past, but then, unexpectedly, the man she loved most appeared before her. When they saw each other, it seemed like time had frozen. They spent the night talking, and the next day he left. Chai's mother thanked her son and apologized, saying she had been a coward for running away. In contrast, Yoon kept fighting for Chai. She thanked Chai for loving her son so much and for always being by his side. Yoon also confessed to his mother that Chai had been his support, and if it weren't for her, he would never have been as happy as he was now. On the way back in the car, Chai asked Yoon when they had made that promise, and he reminded her that when they were children, they loved watching fireflies. One day, she stubbornly wanted to stay in the cold to watch them, and that day she caught a cold. Since he knew that if he bit her, it would make her feel better, he did. From that day on, they had made a true love promise. How beautiful. The next day, Chai was reviewing her script, but she received a call from her mother asking her to visit. Later that afternoon, she went to see her, and her mother asked why she couldn't help her younger brother Shah. Tired, Chai confronted her, saying that all this time she had been helping them, but they only thought about themselves. Crying, she told them that they never thought about her. Wasn't she family? Hadn't she also lost her father? She confessed that they only saw her as an ATM, and they needed to understand that she had feelings too. She reminded her mother of what she did after her father passed away, sending her to live with her grandmother without warning and not even allowing her to visit. She knew that if she died today, they wouldn't care. Or maybe they would, but only because they'd be wondering where they'd get more money from. At that moment, Chai felt a pressure in her head and the pain made her faint. Soon after, she woke up in the hospital and her mother was beside her. She recalled that after her husband passed, the only person who supported her was Chai, who even promised to help. Just then, Chai's younger brother arrived, asking for money, as always. He asked if she would give him money, and her mother barely understood what Chai meant. At that moment, Yoon entered. Chai's brother excitedly told Yoon that he needed money from his sister, and Yoon angrily said that it was shameless of him to ask. He told him that they had been exploiting Chai all this time, and still, they didn't care about her well-being. Chai's brother responded that Chai wasn't in serious condition, but that he was in a hurry. Yoon got angry and told him enough was enough. Their mother intervened and told her son to stop. She kicked him out of the room, and Jeonju approached Chai. Her mother explained that Chai's headache was caused by stress. But Yoon added that it wasn't the first time. She'd been suffering from headaches for a long time, and the doctors couldn't find the cause. Her mother stayed with her the whole time, and when Chai woke up, she was surprised to see her mother by her side. Her mother told her that Yoon had spoken with the doctor and was a good person, and Chai confirmed this. Suddenly, her mother asked her when she had first felt the pain. Chai explained that the headache started after her grandmother passed away. Whenever she was unwell, she would talk to her grandmother and feel better, but after she was gone, she had no one to talk to until she met Yoon. Since then, her pain had lessened a little. Later, Chai's mother returned home, and once again her younger brother entered to ask for money. This time, however, their mother told him to get rid of the business he had and made it clear that it was time for him to take responsibility for his actions. He didn't understand, so she asked him if he had ever supported or comforted his sister. When he said nothing, she told him not to speak to her again about such things or he would be erased from the family register. Not long after, Chai left the hospital. As they had told her to rest, Yoon took it seriously and carried her in his arms all the way home. He fed her and helped her bathe. This time, he asked her to bathe together, and they did. Later that night, they rested together, and she gave him little kisses. He tried to control himself because he had too much strength and she needed to rest. Chai didn't fully understand what had happened, but she had no choice but to accept it. As the days passed, the awards ceremony for the best actors and actresses at the film festival arrived. Yoon entered, as dazzling and handsome as ever, and Chai, a complete diva, lived up to her sweet yet firm character. Chai had been nominated for the Best Actress Award, a huge honor for the beautiful Chai. After their couple photo, they entered the grand hall, where they had to sit next to Seon-yu, who congratulated her. She tried to maintain her negative attitude, but Chai's kindness and the true love she shared with Yoon moved her. The award ceremony began. The first award went to Yoon for Best New Actor, and he was ecstatic, especially seeing Chai clap for him. Then they announced the winner of the Best Actress Award, Chai Lee. She was emotional as she walked onto the stage and thanked her grandmother for all the love and support she had given her when she was alive. She also thanked her agents and her agency, and of course she couldn't forget to thank the person who once told her that she shone as brightly as the stars. She remembered the promise Yoon had made when they were young that when she won an award, she would call him by name. The special person was Yoon-seo, the man she loved more than anyone in the world. She also added that she wanted to thank herself for never giving up and for persevering through difficult times. Months passed, and she visited the doctor, who told her that for 3 months she hadn't had any headaches. Things had improved both in her family and her work life. The day everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. She and Yoon were getting married. All their friends and family joined them, happy for their union. They remembered all they had been through to reach this happiness. It hadn't been easy, but they had made it. But who can say that life is easy? Life is full of challenges and moments that seem impossible to endure, but it is up to us to give ourselves the strength and courage to face them. And thanks to that, today, Yoon and Chai, after exchanging their vows of true love and promising to love and care for each other until death parts them, were declared husband and wife, sealing their love with a sweet and tender kiss. Years passed, and Yoon and Chai had a little girl named Seoni, who was as beautiful as her mother. She loved acting just like her mum and was as loving and sweet as she was, even though Yoon sometimes felt a little lonely because Chai was often so busy. He took care of their little daughter, and whenever he could be with her, his little girl would often take up all of Chai's attention. But that's the way of life. Children are the priority. Meanwhile, Chai had become even more famous, starring in commercials and gracing magazine covers. She had become more sought after than ever before. On the other hand, Daeon had finally understood that the only thing she had to do was work hard and earn things on her own. One night, the beautiful family was preparing to go to bed, but Yoon wanted to spend some alone time with his beloved. Just then, Seoni asked her mum to sleep with her. Although Yoon had promised that if Seoni was given a princess bed, she would sleep on her own, Chai explained to her the importance of keeping promises. She tucked Seoni into bed and, after seeing her fall asleep, went back to join Yoon. But he surprised her with a kiss, telling her how much he had missed her. One kiss after another, they were lost in the moment. Suddenly their little daughter walked in, upset. She asked if her dad was bothering her mum. Chai assured her that he wasn't, but Seoni asked why she had woken up. The little girl explained that she had had a nightmare, so Yoon made sure their daughter fell back asleep. Not long after, he returned to their room, kissed Chai on the forehead, but to his surprise, she was awake. They took that opportunity to enjoy some alone time for the night, grateful for the peace now that their little girl was sleeping. Meanwhile, Yoon and Leon were working together on a direct project, filming an action series. Something super cool. But little Seji called her dad, wanting to know if he would return home soon. Leon felt happy seeing her because she was his favourite niece, and he teased Yoon, claiming to be Seji's #1 uncle, since for the first time he had won. They laughed together. Meanwhile, Chai was visiting her mum, as she was taking care of Seonji. Since this little one had inherited her mother's temper, her poor uncle was treated like a toy. Chai would scold her, telling her it was wrong to treat her mum that way, which made Seonji feel a little sad because it was true. But since this princess had a beautiful heart, she gave her uncle his favourite candy to cheer him up and hugged him tightly. The past was behind them, and it was time to be happy. That night, little Seoni told her mother that she had invited all her uncles to her birthday party, but she was still missing one, Seong. On the other hand, Sarah and John had a little boy, Seong, and they asked what he would wear to Seoni's birthday party. He replied that he didn't want to go. They called Chai to tell her that he wouldn't attend. Chai worried that her little girl would be disappointed, but the day of the party arrived. All her uncles called to hug her, but she wasn't in the mood and ignored them. Chai understood it was because Seong hadn't come, but suddenly they were about to cut the cake when Seji had disappeared. Everyone started looking for her, and then Sarah called, saying that Seji was with them. Seonji was furious and asked Seon why he hadn't come to her party. She told him that she only needed him, and if he would come, she would be happy. Holding hands, they happily walked together. Meanwhile, Chai informed Yoon that Seoni had been at Kay's house but was on her way back. He asked her who the girl looked like, and of course she resembled her mother. They reminisced about their childhood, while the two mischievous ones played hide-and-seek. In the library, some books fell, and Seong covered Seoji to protect her from getting hurt. She cried in fear, but Seong comforted her and promised he would always be there for her. Later, they sat down to eat, and Seong explained that he hadn't gone to her party because he hadn't found the right gift, but for Seoni, just having him was enough. For Yoon and Chai, this was all so sweet. Years passed, and they lived countless wonderful moments as a family. The little ones, Seonji and Seoni, grew up, and, just as they had promised as children, they stayed together for life. Through high school, college, and, of course, taking care of each other, especially during illness. One day, Seonji bit him, but he remembered and knew exactly what that meant. True love. The end. Thank you for listening to the story. If you enjoyed, please give it a like, and subscribe if you want to see more manhwa recaps. Let me know what stories you'd like to see next. And one last big thank you to everyone that left some really nice words of encouragement and really kept me motivated to keep posting these stories for everyone to enjoy. Until next time, bye-bye. A furious roar echoed through the darkness. How dare she refuse? The heroine stood frozen, a bloody blade in her hand. Her dress was soaked in splashes of scarlet. She had to run, now. Horror gripped her heart as she turned and fled. The Empire was plunged into the darkness of night. The moon and stars lit the frightened girl's path as she rushed away, her breath ragged. The cold currents of the river raged ahead, their roar matching the chaos in her mind. In the rippling water, she saw her reflection, bloodied and broken. She had no other choice. The river was wild and unforgiving. If she jumped now, she would surely die. Cold sweat and salty tears streamed down her face. But she would not die. That much had already been decided. Icy wind tormented her as she stood on the bow of a ship, but she didn't feel it. Her mind was numb. Maybe this was the only way. If only she could avoid such a terrible fate. She was so tired. So very tired. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It would all end quickly. Her thin, blood-stained hands began to loosen their grip on the railing. Her fingers slowly uncurled, obedient to her decision. And then, graceful and tragic, her silhouette in the bloodied dress tipped forward, falling into the raging mouth of the river. If only she could defy her fate. That was her last thought. The strong current swallowed her without hesitation. The waves clashed overhead, claiming the uninvited guest. 6 months later, the people of the Empire greeted a new day with serenity. In a quiet corner of the main square, a wooden sign creaked softly in the morning breeze. Cardinal. A cozy cafe, beloved by locals. I wish I could meet the main character already. When will she finally appear? Someone muttered. Her name is Lorena. She's the servant of Duke Claven. But once she was Laura, a 27-year-old woman from South Korea. 6 months ago, she was transported into a novel called The Blind Beast's Flower. Her employer now, the protagonist, Elon Claven, the Empire's most formidable swordmaster, undefeated, favoured by the heavens, known for his piercing red eyes. The Eyes of Odor. He had many titles. Now, they called him the Blind Beast. He had been poisoned during a battle and lost the will to live. The antidote? A rare flower that bloomed for only 10 days, right in his own garden. In the original story, the heroine Karina finds the flower, cures him, and he falls in love. Elon proposes, and they live happily ever after. Lorena's mission is simple. Ensure the story unfolds as written, without interfering. Only then, perhaps, can she return to her world. But there's a problem. She only read the beginning and the ending of the novel. Her role? A secondary, faceless character. In one scene, Karina once asked Elon to stop because there were servants nearby, and the Duke told his #1 maid to leave. Without a name, without mention again. That was her. Simple, right? But where is Karina? The flower bloomed a week ago. Lorena has done everything right, so why hasn't the heroine appeared? Her return home depends on the story's conclusion. She can't stay here forever. Soon. Elon will return from his meeting with the Emperor. And, as his only servant, Lorena knows she's in for a severe scolding. After all, she had left her blind master behind. The beast had no other helpers. She couldn't just stay here, doing nothing. She needed to go inside Cardinal and find out what she could, no matter how little. A cheerful greeting rang out as she entered the cafe. Welcome. Anything the young lady wants. Lorena nodded politely, scanning the room. She was looking for someone. Silver hair, emerald eyes. With such striking features, the person she sought wouldn't go unnoticed. Beauty was always a signature trait of main characters in these novels. But no, nothing, just the usual crowd. The young man at the counter saw only a beautiful woman with violet eyes. A bald customer cast a displeased glance her way. "Do they all really look the same?" one of them muttered. Then a finger pointed toward the wall. "That lady over there, she looks just like the girl on the poster. Elsia Uther. Golden hair, violet eyes. Wanted. Do not harm. Capture and report to the Temple of Huna. Reward, 99,999 gold. Just another day in Nolla. Only 3 days left before the flower withered. This ridiculous world of romantic novels. How was it so hard to find the main character? "Let that golden-haired girl slow down!" someone shouted suddenly. 11. A heavy hand slammed down onto Lorena's wrist. What was this ignorant orc doing? "She's the one from the poster," someone said eagerly. "There's a huge reward for her." Idiots. What did they want with a simple maid? "Be quiet, don't attract attention," one muttered. "We're not going to hurt her. We'll just take her to the temple, cash in." What was she now, a cow at market? People can't be sold. Don't they know that? She kicked one of them in the shin. What did he say? "Oh, that bastard." She bit his hand next. Then, a shadow, a threatening silhouette appeared behind the scoundrels. With a single, effortless movement, the mighty beast threw the bald man aside. He crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. "What the hell is this guy doing?" one of the men stammered. "We saw her first. She's ours." He gestured toward Lorena like she was merchandise. But the blind beast, Elonclave, instantly pulled Lorena into a protective embrace. His hand, strong and warm, gripped her tightly. Why is she thinking about that now? How dare they treat a lady so rudely? "Wait," one man whispered. "Is this guy blind? Did a blind man just knock out my friend with one hand?" They started laughing nervously. "Look, just move along. She's staying with us. She's our prize. You don't want trouble, do you?" Elon didn't flinch. Lorena squealed in panic. "Be careful," she shouted. But he didn't need to see them. The beast disarmed and disabled them effortlessly. Leon Claven, truly the greatest of warriors. So this was what she left the Duke's mansion for. Adventure? No, she only wanted to drink tea after his meeting with the Emperor. When she hadn't been at the mansion, Elo had come looking for her. Alone, in a dangerous city. And that, she realized, was exactly what a main character would do. She'd wanted to visit Cardinal for a long time. But why was a man like him, with all his titles and glory, speaking so casually to her? Since they were both here, they might as well have some tea. Lorena smiled. Finally. Her plan had worked. Maybe, just maybe, they'd run into Karina here. Mr. Elon wanted the same tea and chocolate as the maid. Just like after his meeting with the Emperor. Even though she saw him every day, Lorena couldn't help but admire his beauty. Here he was, the protagonist, in the flesh. His Majesty had summoned the beast for a personal conversation. The Duke rarely left home. This was the first time Lorena had seen him in a formal tailcoat, and how it suited him. The Emperor believed it was time for Leland to marry for the continuation of the Claven line. Why does he care so much? And who had been chosen as the bride? Elon didn't know. Apparently His Majesty would decide. How romantic. What nonsense. Lorena smacked the table. Why was she reacting like this? It wasn't her they were marrying off. What about true feelings? A connection deeper than blood, stronger than death? Where was the sweeping romance of all those short stories? Bridget here? Why are you shouting? Elin asked, puzzled. Among nobility, marriage is political, he said. It's not unusual. But Elon will have to spend his whole life with her. Shouldn't he marry someone he loves? Like Karina, she added quickly. Yes, the main character must fall in love with the main heroine. Elon blinked. What kind of beast hasn't read fairy tales? Lorena flushed. Of course I believe that. Marriage without love is just sad. She had to return to her world. Let her think rationally. Who needs a blind husband anyway? He's just a burden. What did you say? Elon asked sharply. Lorena was about to slap him. No, he's beautiful. He'll find love. Or maybe he won't find anyone. Just a maid. Elon, sensing her discomfort, softened. The Duke is grateful to you, he said, but I can feel eyes watching us. Of course, they were sitting in full view. People were staring, probably because he was so striking, or maybe because of her. Red hair, blue eyes, dark skin. She stood out, a walking contradiction. She looked like a walking South Korean flag. What's Korea? Elon asked. Oh no. Her appearance was rare here. May I touch it? He asked quietly. Touch? Your face. You said you were unusual. I want to understand. Lorena froze. He was her employer. She couldn't refuse, but this felt far too personal. Still, he was blind. His other senses were more acute. Fine. Let the young man touch her. Elon carefully removed his glove and murmured an apology for the sudden request. Lorena took his hand gently, guiding it toward her cheek. His palm was cold, but strangely magnetic. Strong fingers traced the contours of her face, lingering at her chin. Then the beast's hand slowly withdrew. Lorena sighed, her heart heavy. Had he seen through her? But Elon smiled, radiant. You really do have an unusual appearance. Come on, seriously? This guy is so sweet, it's unfair. If only she were a different character. No. Stop. She was here for a reason. The cafe was full of people. She could hear them. Cardinal was in the centre of the square, with round tables like the ones at the Duke's mansion. Thin curtains hung in the windows, though they were grimy and hadn't been washed in ages. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the place in soft warmth. The view was beautiful, the atmosphere peaceful. Lorena had lied today, but if Elon didn't like this place, he might never come again. And this was supposed to be where he met Karina. Karina, the orphan girl from a remote village. She was adopted by a noble relative and brought to the capital for her debut. Before that, she had wandered into this cafe, and she had been attacked by bandits. That was when Ilan left his mansion for the first time, and saved her. After that, they became good friends. The main character visited the young man in his mansion, found a healing flower in his garden, and restored his sight. But by this time, Elon should have already met Karina and regained his vision. There were only 2 days left, so where was this frivolous girl? A person's life was at stake here. By the way, the Duke had long wanted to ask the maid about her unusual name. The young master knew that the maid had recently lost her memory, so he was curious too, but explaining what her name meant would only drag the story on longer. It seemed like the girl was finally coming to her senses. Thank God the young miss is alive, said an elderly couple, anxiously. She was covered in blood, and they had feared the worst. What kind of place is this? One asked. Apparently a lady from a noble family. How does she feel? She seems fine, said another. Can we use their mobile phone? The elderly woman's face froze in confusion at the girl's words. Maybe she had ended up in some remote village on the outskirts. This was Laura's first memory after her rebirth. If she reached the ending, she might be able to return home. The first thing she did was look for a job, and the only offer she could get was as a servant to Duke Claven. Without documents, it was the only acceptable work. All the other maids had fled from the blind beast, despite the good pay. So, would this lady stay or run? What's her name? Someone asked. Well, let's say Lorena, someone answered. A typical name for a romantic novel. When Lorena arrived at the mansion, It was immediately clear that the beast lived in hopeless despondency. A great hero could track his target using only unique instincts. Blindness shouldn't have been a problem. But Elon had given up his title as the greatest knight and all his honours after being poisoned. The strongest and most beautiful warrior had lost the will to live. Lorena looked around nervously and swallowed hard. She brought the master his clothes. The poisoned beast had become a true horror to the people. They didn't understand his pain and despair, so they feared him. But Elon Clavane didn't want to be understood. He didn't want anything. He simply plunged into eternal darkness. All the servants fled at night as if he were a monster. The maids threw their uniforms on the floor by the door, afraid to enter his room. Everyone, except Lorena. She knew the beautiful soul walled up inside those blocks of oppression and pain. The new maid entered her master's private chambers with ease. Lorena never tried to escape. The beast did not frighten her, and she returned to him every day. The maid tidied his bedroom, took care of his daily routine and meals. The soup was still hot. He needed to wait a little longer. Today, the young master had chicken broth. It would do him good. She gently urged him to open his mouth. Lorena truly had warm feelings for the main character. She secretly admired and cared for him. At first, the hunted beast had trouble trusting his only servant, but the maid returned day after day, witnessing his pain and suffering. Most importantly, Lorena never gave up, despite the beast's unwillingness to live. "Well, what does the handsome warrior say? How do you like the fresh chicken broth?" she asked softly. "The soup is really tasty," Elon said. Step by step, Elle Clavane began to emerge from his despair and depression. The main character received a cane for the blind and began practicing to walk. After 2 years bedridden, Ilan finally began to walk again. So after 6 months of Lorena's care and support, the beast finally recovered and started to live again. "The gentleman must be very tired today," Lorena said, preparing to bring him dinner. The main character sighed heavily and threw his head back. He knew he shouldn't indulge in fantasies. It was foolish to expect the girl to see a man in him. He was weak and feeble. Today was such a friendly day. The sun shone even through the curtains. The maid wanted to ask something. Had the young gentleman ever been to the Cardinal Café? "Although it's for commoners," she added, "it's still quite popular." The main character crossed his arms. He had never even heard of such a place. "Is it really famous in the capital? And why do you ask, just like that?" "It's a fairly well-known place in the Empire," Lorena explained. By the way, she almost forgot. She had to take a report from the local priest, Bernard, the manager of Duke Claven's staff. "This Cardinal Café is usually where couples meet," she said. Bernard didn't need to know how his lordship knew about the place. Well, how could one ignore the curiosity of others? Bernard was interested and free enough to whine. "Let Bernard get to work," Lorena said, pulling out the report. "Well, let's start with this month's reports. How interesting. Lovers meet at this café." Why did she start talking about this place? What if Lorena wanted to go there with Elon? But why would she need him in such a romantic place? And how could the main character even think that Lorena had any feelings for him? What an idiot. The blind beast sighed heavily. He was just a burden to everyone. How could anyone love him at all? Fool that he was, he dared to hope his life might have meaning again. That light might appear in it. But no. This girl would never love him. Today, the main character had been able to touch her. It was so exciting and so necessary. When his fingers brushed Lorena's skin, he felt she was close, that everything was okay. Elon painfully squeezed his fingers, letting go of the ghost of hope. She lived a full life, and he only built illusions. She didn't see a man in the beast. Which was not surprising. After all, he was weak and blind. No one could ever truly love a hunted animal. He could only count on pity. The maid quietly knocked on the door of Elon's bedroom. "It's time for the master to have dinner. Let Lorena come in." "What's on the menu today?" Elon wondered. "Let the main character guess for himself," she said with a smile. "Well, judging by the smell, sausages and spices." "That's right," Lorena said. "Today Sir Elon has sausages on the grill." "Let the handsome young man eat carefully," she said softly. "The sausages are very hot." The maid blew gently on the food so as not to cause discomfort to her master. Today, she still couldn't find that damn Karina. She was forced to write her a letter asking for a meeting. But for some reason, her insistent letter remained unanswered. Maybe they'd just kidnapped her and brought her here. Sorry, though she was quite rude and persistent in the letter. This apparently frightened the main character. Something was bothering Lorena. She sighed heavily for the 10th time. How could the young man help her? The maid was sorry for making the master worry unintentionally. "Oh, it's nothing," she said. "Just personal troubles." But just look at her. Instead of working, she was daydreaming and flying in the clouds. Employee of the year indeed. By the way, why was Elon himself in a bad mood? It had started after the visit to the cafe. "What's the matter?" Elon asked, noticing Lorena's distracted mood. The girl really did want to go to the cafe. Yes, she talked about it, but it was clear she didn't like it there very much. She kept getting distracted. "Yes, a fine young man, straight as an arrow," she said. "But this is my first time in the capital. I haven't even had a chance to walk around and look properly." "So that's it?" Eileen nodded. "How do you like the capital compared to your native village?" "It's a new era of civilization," Lorena said, eyes wide. "There's even sidewalks. Everything is paved with tiles." "Where exactly do you come from?" Elon asked. Lorena smiled. "There are so many beautiful people here. When I look around, it feels like everyone has stepped right out of a painting." "Then maybe we can take a little walk," Elon suggested. "And aren't you tired today?" "Not at all," she replied. Outside, a silver moon lit up the Duchy's mansion. It was big and bright tonight. On the left, beautiful yellow flowers, the size of Elon's palm, were blooming. They only blossomed under moonlight. Mother Alona loved these flowers very much. Indeed, tonight the moon was brighter than ever. "And where is that treasured healing flower that's supposed to restore your sight?" Lorena asked. "That's where the Inky Beauty hides," Ellen said with relief. "Luckily, the flower hasn't started to fade yet. It just needs to hold on a couple more days while Karina is still somewhere." Lorena liked the silence and simply enjoyed the blooming flowers. There were so many of them. It was simply fabulous. Elon was glad the maid found joy in such simple things because of him, she never got to go anywhere else. "Enough of this nonsense," Lorena said. "I'm ready to serve the beautiful young man faithfully, truly, until the end." She might have beaten him for those words if Ilin hadn't been away at the estate. She had snuck off for a walk herself, but Ilin didn't listen to her at all. She was just curious, that's all, still a girl. But that didn't mean she didn't like working for Elon. In fact, she had it pretty good, according to Bernard later. The young man smiled. Apparently, there were still places Lorena wanted to visit. "Let me choose," he said. "Lorena will go wherever I want." "But you can't see anything," she reminded him. "Then it's better for you to choose," he smiled. "Well, if that's the case," Lorena said, "we need to walk in Trail Park. The views there are very picturesque." "That's great," Elon agreed. "In that case, we'll go tomorrow." Lorena was very grateful for his efficiency. They would have a great time. The park belonged to the Count, who adopted Karina. There, they would finally be able to meet. Suddenly, Elon froze. What was the matter? Why did he stop? "If the Duke has other plans tomorrow," Lorena began. It's no big deal, Elle said quickly. We can reschedule our walk. That's not the point at all, Elle admitted. He'd just realized he had absolutely no experience walking with ladies. What a turn of events. For such a wonderful young man with such a beautiful soul and heart. Well, there must be a lot of people in the popular spots of the capital, right? Yes, Elle said. In that case, the blind beast can't lose face or disgrace his duty. They should practice before going out in public, Lorena suggested. Maybe I can help. Elle gallantly extended his hand to her. Her heart beat faster. What was this feeling? They weren't here for long. Lorena was from another world, and this wonderful young man was destined for another girl. Elle didn't want to draw attention to them, so their walk had to look natural. That makes sense, Lorena said carefully, placing her hand into his palm. The greatest warrior straightened his back and walked forward proudly, guiding his companion. Step by step, the girls struggled to keep up with Elle. This was what they meant when they said the strongest swordmaster was far from high society. When they walked side by side, their steps should match. But Lorena was like a chicken chasing a long-legged heron. If the walk is supposed to be natural, Lorena said, you really have to try. She asked Elle to slow down. They needed to get their rhythm right. As soon as her hand rested on Elon's forearm, he froze, wondering what she was doing. This will make walking much more comfortable, Lorena explained. Since you're taller than me, this way our steps will be even. Noticing Elon's awkward pause and bewilderment, she quickly withdrew her hand. Apparently he was uncomfortable, but Elle immediately caught her hand and placed it back. No, Lorena, you're right. It really is much more comfortable this way. A warm smile appeared on his face. Now we should try again and develop our natural walking pace. Meanwhile, Bernard was preparing the picnic. Wow, there's enough food here for a whole horde of knights, he said proudly. And so many delicious things. It's definitely enough for both of them. Bernard straightened up, proud. In fact, he and the entire squad were going on a walk today. Besides, his lordship was going out for only the second time. It's truly a holiday, Bernard said, happy. He had spent the whole night cooking. He was so happy for his master and couldn't wait to see him on a walk. He and Lorena would go together. What? When did the gentleman sneak out of the mansion? Bernard wondered aloud. Let him be a good boy, Lorena said. But Bernard wants to see Elle bask in the sun too. Aye, the maid asked. The manager is worried about the master and happy about his changes. No need to be jealous. It'll be more fun with company. Besides, Elle doesn't need nannies and servants. Well, they can go their separate ways. Okay, Bernard said. We'll go on a picnic together, but let the servants stay nearby. It'll be easier to get to know Karina. All right, Bernard, we'll bring you along. The manager squealed happily and jumped up and down with joy. The welcoming sun reflected off the crystal-clear surface of the lake in the park. Just the perfect day for a promenade. Bernard looked at Elle like a proud mother and waved his hand. Then they went. It was so hot outside, despite it only being spring. Many people had gone out for a walk. The sun was really hot. Lorena fanned the gentleman, but he waved her off. No need, he said. Oof, today is really an amazing day, Lorena thought. Maybe the plot will finally move forward. Of course, she was very worried about Karina's absence and the discrepancies with the storyline. But everything should work out. She was doing everything right. She wasn't interfering. Suddenly, a wasp flew right over Elon's head. What the hell is that striped insect of such size? Lorena gasped. She wouldn't let it attack the main character. One bite from this flying giant could cause unconsciousness. Grabbing her fan, Lorena prepared to protect Elle. What's that buzzing noise? Apparently a fly is nearby. Oh no, she thought. Elle provoked the monster. It will sting. No, no, stay away from the handsome young man. Lorena swung her fan and hit the wasp right in front of Ellen's face. The defeated monster flew onto a neighbouring blanket where two ladies sat, frightened. "What kind of abomination is this?" Elle said, shocked as his hair fell back from the wave of Lorena's hand. The girl was so scared. She didn't want to worry a lion at all. She was just trying to scare the monster away. Suddenly, Lorena tripped and fell right on top of Elle. She definitely felt like she was in a romantic novel. Back in her real world, she would have fallen in the mud, or worse. "Oh, the handsome young man is too close," she exclaimed, blushing. She quickly apologized. Elle was unharmed. Lorena had been chasing the wasp away and accidentally tripped. She was safe and nothing was hurt. In fact, she fell on Elle. Everything was okay with her. The maid's cheeks flushed bright red. What was this warm feeling spreading through her body? She needed to get ready immediately. This guy was definitely not for her. Lorena jumped up. "Let that impudent wasp fly back here. I'll defeat her." They needed to change the subject immediately. It was too embarrassing. Perhaps the main character should enslave the hearts of girls with just one look, Bernard mused. He had worked for a long time on the sandwiches. "If you hold it like this, you won't get dirty," he said, carefully. A few hours later, at the Harrington estate, where the main character was supposed to live, the maid named Lorena wanted to speak with Miss Karina. Would they let her see Karina? Since Lorena had no documents, she arrived late. Their picnic had dragged on longer than expected. Lorena planned to go to the dress shop. Elle might go with her, but then everyone would think they were a couple. It was Lorena who wanted to see Miss Karina. "That's right," she said. "I owe her a lot. The mistress will be glad to see Lorena." A blatant lie, but it was impossible now since Lady Karina was not at the mansion. "How is that? Then where is she?" Lorena asked. A man in a tailcoat cleared his throat. "The maid should know," he said. "The main character is currently at the Imperial Palace, so she can't find time for a personal meeting." Meanwhile, Karina admired the view from the Imperial Palace. The scenery was breathtaking, but the lady herself was even more beautiful. She turned around, blushing with embarrassment. For His Highness, such compliments were routine, weren't they? After all, Karina was the adopted daughter of the Earl of Harrington, the Countess Harrington. And the Crown Prince said this to every lady of the court. It had always been that way. "Karina, don't look at me like that," the Crown Prince said softly. "It hurts me." The future ruler gently kissed her hand, throwing out compliments as casually as breathing. Crown Prince Xavier Oda Constance never imagined he would say such things from the bottom of his heart. For some reason, Karina didn't quite believe the future ruler's words. But what was stopping her from changing that? Perhaps if Miss Karina called the Crown Prince by his first name, it would be enough to win his trust. Lady Harrington cannot call the heir to the throne by his first name, Karina thought. Is this a refusal to obey a royal command? The future emperor gently squeezed her chin. "Come on, Karina. It's that simple. Xavier is such an easy name to say, and from your lips, it sounds beautiful." With one swift motion, the Crown Prince pulled her closer and kissed her in the rays of the setting sun. Karina's emerald eyes sparkled with a new feeling awakening inside her. "Let sweet Karina remember that when we are alone, she should address me by my name." "As you wish," she whispered. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the Crown Prince's assistant, who hurriedly approached. "What is it?" Xavier asked. The young man nervously leaned in and whispered into his ear. Xavier's face immediately changed. "The Crown Prince has an urgent matter to attend to and must leave. Miss Karina, we will meet again tomorrow at the same place." Xavier kissed Karina's forehead. "Goodbye. From now on, Lady Harrington must stop calling me His Highness, or I will have to punish her." After the Crown Prince left the balcony, Karina covered her face in embarrassment. It was her first kiss. Her cheeks flushed pink. How exciting and pleasant it all was. This must be what true love feels like. Irina felt it deep in her heart. The name of her other half was Xavier. Everything was lost when Lady Karina was adopted. The Countess had been so happy, and now even more so. Very soon young Karina would marry a member of the imperial family. She was stunned. What about Laura and Elon? Everything around Karina seemed shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Everything was lost. She was doomed. How could this stupid heroine suddenly fall in love with the heir to the throne? It was disgusting. But how was this possible? Their heroine had broken the rules of the plot. The ending would be different. Poor Elon would never see the light. Would never be cured without love. How could Karina even look him in the face now, knowing he could not be saved? Finally, the maid deigned to return. "Ooh, remember the sun, here comes a ray," Bernard said. "Why hasn't the young gentleman gone to bed yet? It's high time for him to rest." Lorena was also doing well. She promised she wouldn't be gone so long, but she had gotten lost on the way back. "Why didn't you take a carriage then?" "You need to save money," Lorena replied. "Be careful." The girl was going to put Elon to bed now. The maid led the main character to his bed and carefully sat him down. He still needed something. Maybe she could read to him again? Was Elon having trouble sleeping again? Should she bring the same book? Outside, a large number of soldiers had gathered in the populated wasteland. The enemy army matched theirs. Poo's infantry consisted of 11,000 foot soldiers and 5,000 cavalry, and there were 6,000 artillery soldiers and 800 guns. Well, and bedtime stories? How can you even fall asleep to this? Some soldiers went on the offensive, others moved elsewhere. Then snoring was heard in the room. The maid plopped down on the beast's bed. Iloen carefully covered her with a blanket. Apparently, she was very tired after the whole day. Let her have a good rest. The main character tried to pull the book out from under the maid's cheek, but failed. Okay, so be it, he thought. The handsome hero lay down next to her and began to listen. The sound of her breathing was so peaceful and pleasant. Elon felt he was not alone in his endless darkness. Lorena had said today that if Elon accompanied her to the dress shop, everyone would think they were a couple. Bernard immediately caught Lorena and said, "That's right. In general, the gentleman has spent too much time outside the house. It's time for him to go home." But the main character wanted to spend a little more time with Lorena. Bose carried and dragged the young man home like a capricious child. Why didn't she want to take the young man with her? Apparently, Lorena was ashamed to appear in such places with Lilon. The main character carefully felt the sleeping girl's hand. He only wanted to straighten her blanket, but accidentally touched her palm. Everything inside Lilin turned over just from that touch. It required so much courage. She had become a guide for a feeble, blind man, and this tore the young man apart. How could a blind beast be with her? How could she even want that? There was a knock on the door of the main character's bedroom. It was Bernard again. His lordship took up his question. "What are you doing here at such a late hour?" The gentleman asked to bring him fresh tea, since the light was still burning in his chambers. It was his order. Luckily, there were no other servants here. The master would get into trouble if word got out that a maid was sleeping in his bedroom, and his lordship knew this very well. Why doesn't the gentleman simply make Lorena his favourite? Bernard scoffed. She is just a servant, without family or surname. For noble lords, she is just a slave. The manager immediately shut his mouth and never dared say such a thing again. Whatever Bernard was to Elon, he wouldn't forgive him for this. Bernard nodded, understanding the mistake, and promised it wouldn't happen again. Now the manager asked for forgiveness and prepared to return to work. How could you even allow such a thought, to make Lorena your lover? She is not a thing. the protagonist thought, placing his hand gently on the girl's fingers. If only she shared his feelings, then he would find a way to resolve this issue in a noble way. The blind beast was near, guarding the sleep of the sleeping heroine. He would never hurt her. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the crown prince was awake in his private chambers like a nocturnal predator. Today's report had clearly unsettled him. "So, these are the same people?" he asked sharply. "Yes, Your Highness," his assistant replied. The elderly couple who found Lena were kneeling before the heir to the throne. It's a great honor for commoners to appear before the son of the empire. The crown prince waved his glass of wine dismissively. "Let them rise. I have one important question for these witnesses. They will answer everything I need to know." Xavier was counting on the couple since they were familiar with the girl. "That's right," the assistant confirmed. "They saw this poor lady about 6 months ago, unconscious and covered in blood on the riverbank. They let her stay for the night, but she didn't want to linger and left for Kruger Castle. They haven't seen her since. If commoners dared to lie, the guards would cut off their heads." "They wouldn't dare lie to me," Xavier said coldly. "That's enough for today," he commanded, raising his hand. "These commoners have already helped. Let the guards escort them out quietly." "As Your Highness pleases," the assistant nodded. Xavier's eyes flashed with determination. Alicia had survived that fateful night, and this time she wouldn't escape him. He would find her, soon. Oda was the name of the first ruler of Constant, a divine title passed down through generations since the state's founding. According to legend, the first emperor died and ascended to become one of the gods. He prophesied that in every generation, a child would be born in his likeness. Children with black hair and red eyes became known as the descendants of God Odor. Their bodies exceeded human limits, masters of the sword, resistant to disease and poison, aging almost imperceptibly. No one imagined the terrible fate awaiting the greatest descendant of Odor Elon. Elon, the strongest warrior, led his squad into battle, but it was a trap. A special poison was sprayed into the air, unavoidable and deadly. His faithful horse collapsed instantly, struck by a dangerous toxin. Then, Elon felt as if acid was burning his eyes. The pain was unbearable. Loyal soldiers rushed to his side, but no one could help. On that horrific day, the protagonist lost his sight and the gifts granted by the first emperor. Every treatment was tried, healers, shamans, priests, but nothing worked. No one in the empire could cure the heir to the throne. Broken and weak, Elam decided to end his life. But the beast could not kill itself. Bernard tied his hands every night to prevent self-harm. Feeling sorry for Bernard, who had travelled the world searching for a cure, Elon stopped trying to die, but didn't want to live either. Rumours spread that a wild beast howled every night in Duke Claven's mansion. The protagonist opened his eyes. Lorena had thrown her leg over him and snored contentedly in his bed. How long did Elon sleep like that? He wondered. He had only just lain down a minute ago, but was already haunted by nightmares. Lorena, still deeply asleep, stretched contentedly and began to open her eyes. She had slept well, but wait, where was she? She had spent the entire night in the protagonist's room. "Good morning," Elon muttered. "How did Elon sleep?" "Not very well. Lorena sleeps restlessly. It was worth waking her up, but when Elon tried, she just rolled over. I hope she doesn't snore too loudly," he thought. Lorena had fallen asleep in the bed of a young man who already had a lover, even if he didn't know about her yet. Suddenly the maid rushed in. "Master needs something," she said. "What's the expression on Lorena's face now?" Elon asked. "Sleepy and deflated," the maid answered. Her cheeks were flushed with worry. "Well, she's already embarrassed. She just wants to collapse." Lorena's cheeks were still chocolate brown, reflecting her dark skin. "If the gentleman needs anything, just call. Lorena needs to recover from the night. the maid added, and hurried out, closing the door behind her. Inside, Lorena was filled with anger and frustration. Was a génial. What the hell am I doing? What a fool, she muttered, pounding on the door. Why hadn't she gone to her own bed? After 7 years, boys and girls should sleep in separate rooms. Even though she was exhausted, Lorena angrily hit her head against the wall. A trickle of blood ran down her forehead. We need to find Karina, she thought. Karina had already fallen in love with a minor character who, according to the plot, was supposed to end up with nothing. Originally, the protagonist didn't even notice the Crown Prince. What had changed? Maybe Karina could bring Ilon and the Crown Prince together. And then maybe both would fall in love. After all, they were the main characters and were meant to be together. But wait. Something was definitely wrong with that damn Crown Prince. He was the main villain, immoral, cruel, and a freak. She should have read the book properly. Now, she still had to confront this secret villain. First, we need to deal with Ilon. Today is his day off. Lorena found herself in the Harrington reception area. Of course, she lied again about going shopping. The main goal was to bring the main characters together. It's okay, she thought. She had carried trays when she lived in the village, even if it wasn't proper etiquette. Karina would take care of the arriving guest herself. The servants shouldn't worry unnecessarily. And here came the main character. Lorena had been waiting a long time for this meeting. Miss Harrington must have been surprised by her sudden visit, and curious. Why did the guest tell the Count that she was Lady Karina's doctor? However, the main character didn't remember anything about that. The girl's name is Lena, the assistant explained. She came all the way here, and Karina can't even remember her. In that case, maybe the main character would remember the fortune teller she met on the main square. Does Lorena really know that fortune teller? She was her grandmother, the assistant said. What's she talking about? Lorena needed to gain Karina's trust. The grandmother had dementia. People often feared and offended her, and no one loved her. But the day before she died, she said that Miss Karina had given her 3 silver coins. Karina had no money left, but gave everything she had so the fortune teller could eat and tell her a fortune about her future. A new life awaits the kind girl, the fortune teller said. A great and passionate love with a dark-haired man. Thanks to Karina's kindness, the grandmother left the mortal world with a smile, holding those coins to her chest as a memory of a ray of light. Lorena wanted to predict Karina's future as a token of gratitude, but if it wasn't a burden, she had one request. To meet a man. It's a matter of life and death, she said. Karina could change someone's life again, just like she did with her grandmother. Karina was a ray of sunshine in the darkness. But Karina was engaged now. She can't do that, Lorena thought. It would put her in an awkward position. And, as the grandmother predicted, her chosen one and true love had dark hair. This engagement was important, not just for Karina, but for the Empire. There should be no rumours, after all. Karina would become a member of the imperial family. The main character would gladly help, but she couldn't. Oh, it's a secret? Well, since Karina told me her secret, she might as well name her love the Crown Prince. At the Harrington house, they told her the truth. Did Lady Karina really love her fiancé? Yes, the assistant said. She loves the Crown Prince with all her heart. That was the problem. Karina's marriage had no political subtext. She was marrying for love. Lorena could feel how deeply the main character was in love with the Crown Prince, the villain. How had she fallen for him so quickly? Lorena couldn't change Karina's feelings, for her own good, but she couldn't leave Ilon behind. What will happen to the protagonist, she wondered. He didn't deserve this. The maid didn't know about Lady Karina's situation and had asked for something unacceptable. She would simply tell Lady Karina's fortune. The main character would be happy with that. But Lena wasn't so sure. After the fortune-telling, the maid left the Harrington residence, leaving the main character deep in thought. Her words were very different from the grandmother's. It was easier to believe the old woman's joyful prediction. The first time Karina met the Crown Prince was in the Imperial Palace, where she dropped her scarf and Xavier picked it up and handed it to her. He then escorted Lady Harrington to the palace. His lordship was surprised. He had never heard Karina's name before. The future ruler couldn't forget the name of such a lovely lady. That prediction popped into his head. It was that meeting, destined by fate, that marked their beginning. The maid called Lady Harrington downstairs. "Come quickly," she said. "What's the matter?" "The Crown Prince has arrived at the Harrington estate and is seeking a meeting with Lady Karina." The heir to the throne was tired of waiting for Karina's visit to the palace. If she had known, she would have prepared better. Xavier had warned her he would punish her if she called him by his title in private. What kind of punishment? The Crown Prince bit her with greedy, demanding lips. This was the Crown Prince's punishment. Karina might even get used to it. Why does the main character look at the young man like that? Is it too hackneyed and predictable? "The fruit of your love will be rejected by society at first," the Crown Prince said. "But don't worry, her child will rule the world. Let her take everything fate gives her and follow the call of her heart. It will lead her to a better life." Karina wanted to be with Xavier, that was certain. After such words, the Crown Prince would no longer let Karina go. "You shouldn't let that maid's words influence your mind. That's a mistake. Zami is her true destiny." There would be 2 men in Karina's life, both of noble blood. If she sensed something was wrong, she shouldn't be afraid to leave this path. Then she would have everything she wanted. When Xavier has a rival, the main character would not even glance at him. She would never push away her destiny. There is no girl named Lorena on the client list. But she said she buys dresses here. There are no other women's dress shops in the city. The main character felt struck by lightning. Lorena had lied more than once. Why would she do that? The blind beast rushed away from this painful truth. Bernard didn't understand where the maid could have gone, or what else she could need. The main character sighed heavily. He would like to know too, but, alas, they could only search the area now that his lordship had started the search. "No need," Bernard said. "She came back very late last night, lied again today, and disappeared somewhere." Meanwhile, the girl was returning to the beast's estate, unsure of what to do next. Everything had gone wrong. She was certain that as soon as she met Karina, everything would be decided. Eilon was exactly as described in the novel, but what was wrong with the main character? How was the girl supposed to unravel this tangled mess of passions? And how could she possibly find her way back home? She needed to calm down and come up with a new plan, especially since the circumstances had changed. The magical flower was set to wither tomorrow. Would the most beautiful young man, noble in body and soul, never regain his sight? The flower had to be used. But how? Lorena didn't understand anything about it. She wished she had learned this from the main character earlier. At least then she might have had a chance to help poor Eilon. Instead, she was still trying to recruit the main character. Suddenly it started raining. What a day. Exhausted, Lorena thought. I need to get back to the mansion, pour myself some tea and regain my peace. Only then will the solution come. The Claven estate was close now. She quickened her pace. Approaching the main entrance, she nearly collided with the main character. "Why is Eilon standing out in the rain?" she asked. "Why is the gentleman out here without an umbrella? He'll catch a cold." The main character ignored her questions, focusing instead on finding out where Lorena had been. She sneezed loudly, soaking wet and clearly sick. The main character sighed heavily, realizing the questions for today would have to wait. The handsome young man carefully lifted her, his warm palm resting on her waist. In an instant, Lorena was in his arms. What just happened? She wondered. How is this even possible? Then, The truth came out. Elle was not blind after all. Yes, she could walk on her own, but the main character carried her to the bathroom and gently placed her on the floor. "Let Lorena take a hot bath," the main character insisted. "She needs to warm up or she'll get even sicker." When the maid protested, the main character slammed the door shut. "This is Duke Clavin's private bathroom," Lorena whispered awkwardly. Well, since the wonderful hero himself brought her here, she doesn't need to be told twice, she thought, settling into the bath. Elle seemed so troubled. Maybe something happened while she was gone. This was a rare moment for Lorena to enjoy a luxurious bath, but the question of what to do remained. Elle relied on her, and the thought of him blind and without Karina was unbearable. Even worse, Lorena was starting to care for Elle far more deeply than she expected. Everything was so complicated. The manager struggled to hold a tray of tea as Elle, still soaking wet and shivering, finally returned. Apparently he had decided walking in the pouring rain was a good idea. When asked why, Elle merely smiled, knowing Bernard was worried about him. Elle let the maid Lina handle his belongings while he used the bathroom. The protagonist left Bernard's questions unanswered as usual. At this rate, the manager might lose his mind, and every nerve cell. Elle was acting like a child and could easily get sick. The next morning, the maid brought breakfast to the protagonist's private quarters. Today was the last day. The day the magical flower would wither, and with it, the last chance to cure Elle. The girl had to find a solution before the day ended. Elle looked like a zombie, having not slept at all. The young man was weighed down by his thoughts. "What's bothering you?" she asked, urging him to share. Elle hesitated, but then gathered courage to ask a question about what she thought of him. The maid, ever ready to help her master, answered anything he wanted. The protagonist's heart skipped a beat. What should she say? The handsome hero's cheeks flushed. Elle wanted to know the truth about himself. He really counted on it. Lorena admired Elle deeply. He was the most noble, wonderful person she had ever known. Though he bore great pain, he did so with honor and dignity. She truly admired him. After that heartfelt moment, they began breakfast. The protagonist clutched the cutlery, ready to ask Bernard one more question. Where had Lorena been the day before? The maid's answer was less than satisfying. She wandered the mall all day and then met some friends, was not a good enough explanation. But the maid had discovered something crucial. A way to restore Elon's sight. Lorena decided to find out everything herself to confirm it was true. She laughed at the maid's story, but Elon's calm voice interrupted. Such a cure simply did not exist. Even His Highness had tried and failed. Still, Lorena had managed to find a rare plant, a magical flower, said to relieve any ailment if brewed properly. Similar remedies had been tried on Elle before. The recipes must be somewhere. She would ask Beron. Elle was willing to drink the potion, but Lorena shouldn't have too many hopes. He wouldn't drink anything from just anyone. Swallowing her fear, Lorena placed her hand gently on his fingers, ready to sacrifice everything to restore his sight. Their hearts raced together in that moment. Lorena swore to the young man that she would restore his sight no matter the cost, even if it meant harming herself. She squeezed his hand tightly, pouring all her feelings and hopes into that touch. The main character held her still, savouring the moment. Elle pulled his hand back, reminding himself not to fantasize. The decoction might not work. What saddened Lorena most was how grateful Lillian was for her care and devotion, even if the cure failed. Breakfast had to finish quickly. Elle had business to attend to. Today, he would visit a tailor, meaning he planned to change his wardrobe. But the visit wasn't for him. It was for Lorena. She had never been to a tailor or bought a dress, though she wanted to. Besides, the gentleman paid her well enough. Lorena had only one dress to wear outside. Such a thing was dishonourable for Duke Claven as a nobleman, and the maid was determined to fix that. After breakfast, they went to the city's only boutique. Emily, the owner, was grateful for his lordship's visit. "How can I help you?" she asked. Duke Leven wished to order several dresses for the lady. One dress would have been enough, but Lorina would have 5. One for each season. The boutique was known for exorbitant prices, and the clothes would be returned to the employer afterward. For a simple maid without documents or a name, 5 outfits were luxury. Lorina protested. She was a servant, not a lady-in-waiting, but Alien insisted. She would wear these dresses even if she washed the floors in them. Suddenly, the bell on the boutique door rang, an unwelcome presence. Why would a blind man go to such a place? A nasty voice sneered. This was the Crown Prince Xavier, heir to the throne, infamous for his rotten character. Even the Empress was said to be more ruler than he. Xavier's stench seemed to fill the room. He had no idea Elon had plans beyond this mansion, despite his blindness. The minor character bared his teeth in envy. He had always envied Elon. "What's going on there? Where's that noise coming from?" someone whispered. Emily said she'd check while the girls waited. The boutique owner returned and bowed. "Apologies, I was busy with a customer." Xavier sneered at Elon. "So, a blind animal can still pick clothes. Why does Elon need this? It'd be better if the wounded beast stayed in his estate and didn't waste strength." Elon, ignoring the insult, pushed the brat away with a slight motion. "Worry about your own worthlessness," Elon said coldly. "You only got your job because I was poisoned." Not everyone was destined for greatness, and Xavier's envy showed plainly. "How funny it is for Mr. Hulon to speak like that to the Crown Prince," Xavier sneered. Elon's head turned toward his guard. "He speaks as a pathetic, envious man deserves," Elon said. Though blind, Hélène was still mighty and unmatched in strength and swordsmanship. The guard was warned not to provoke him. Xavier tried to break into the fitting room where Lorina was changing, but Elon intercepted his wrist with lightning speed. Even predators aren't that fast. The villain froze in horror. Elon's fortitude, not his eyes, made him better. Xavier could never understand that. Plunder gathered. The Crown Prince had started a fight with a blind man. How cowardly. Xavier quickly retreated. "Let them all pick clothes for his chosen one," he spat, fleeing after the humiliated master. Elon chose the finest outfits without even touching the fabric. The Crown Prince's visit to the boutique was unlikely any time soon. After several grueling hours, Duke Claven's carriage was filled with new dresses. The silence inside was heavy. Suddenly, a knock at the door. The presence of that spawn, Xavier, made Lorina ready to tear him apart, even if it meant prison. Bernard agreed Xavier was a degenerate, unworthy even of mentioning Elon's name. No one cared about that brat at the estate. Lorina and Bernard swore to deal with him. She would knock him out, and Bernard would run him over with the carriage. Enough talk. What were Lorina and Bernard discussing? Recipes for decoctions. Lorina had found a way to cure Elon. Elon heard the words "rip open the belly" and thought they were insulting his intelligence. But insulting members of the imperial family was serious. Still, Bernard and Lorina were loyal subjects to the greatest warrior in the empire. If only Lorina were dressed properly, she would have given that coward a beating and emerged victorious, trophy in hand. Xavier's rotten tongue. Just then, cold rain began to fall again. Bernard brought Elon his umbrella, while Lorina waited in the carriage, still wet from yesterday's downpour. Why is the weather so bad? The heavy expression on the main character's face was unmistakable. "What's wrong, my lord?" Lorina asked. "Nothing to worry about," Elon said softly. He had twisted his ankle on the wet floor and was leaning on the maid. He didn't want to embarrass her. Lorina thought, let this moment last forever. A salty tear rolled down Elon's cheek, but he quickly wiped it away. Tears fell onto his hands as he realized he needed to get home. The carriage roof was leaking, and Elon told Miss Lena he would go to bed early, leaving her free. Damn Crown Prince. Lorena muttered. Where did this rotten bastard come from? Such a man will rule the Empire, who hates the country and its people. It's a death sentence for the Empire. The nonsense had to be stopped. How dare this little rat insult the main character? Suddenly, Lorena remembered. The flower. Today was the last day. She almost forgot the most important thing. She rushed to pick the flower before it was too late. Karina was lucky. The flower usually withered as soon as it rained, but in Elon's garden it had survived much longer, as if waiting for her. But now the rain continued and things weren't going according to plan. Was she too late? Elon was in so much pain and hardship, Lorena was ready to give everything just to make him happy. She fell to her knees before the plant. No! The flower began to wither, its magical glow fading. What have I done? Tears streamed down her cheeks. She blamed herself, but took a deep breath and plucked the flower from the ground. She would not give up, not on Elon. Lorena swore to the main character she would help him at any cost. Bursting into the kitchen, she started banging pots and pans. There was no time. The medicinal decoction had to be made quickly, before the flower fully wilted. No one was left to help. The cook had gone home. Only one fire burned, in the Duke's private chambers. Lorena rushed in, apologizing to the master later. She needed the fire to brew the potion and was willing to face any consequences, even madness. She placed a vessel on the fire, threw in the flower petals and hoped it would work. She had no idea if she was doing it right. She should have prepared better. Lorena closed herself off, crying quietly. She couldn't let Elon down. He didn't deserve this. The main character approached. Lorena didn't want to explain, but confessed she needed to make the decoction to help Elon. She was scared and felt she might have ruined everything. But the main character comforted her. There was no need to blame herself, yet. Elon shouldn't risk drinking something uncertain. Lorena didn't even know how to prepare it properly. It was an order from her employer. Lorena had tried so hard for Lilon. This was the least she could do. Offer him her brew. Tears froze in her violet eyes, as she wished nothing more than for Lillian's happiness. Her hands trembled, barely able to hold the vessel. The brew looked terrible and likely tasted worse. Yet the main character drank it all at once. What would Elon do? If the girl had made a mistake, could he risk his health like this? The young man smiled broadly. Elon had already said he was willing to drink anything from her hands. It was enough for the beast that Lorena cared so deeply. Her heart raced. It was a turning point, a hope for light in the darkness. But the end was not near. This was only the beginning. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the crown prince hurled a glass of wine against the wall. After several bottles, furniture went flying across the room in a furious storm. That damned beast, Elon, wore a smug grin that never left his face. Blind as he was, Elon was still better than Xavier. And today, Elon was happy. How dare he be happy? This infuriated the crown prince to no end. Elon continued to drive Xavier mad. Even though the heir to the throne could no longer see, the scarlet eyes of Odor still haunted him. Xavier had always admired eyes the colour of the sky, a calm, endless blue, because the sky rises above everything else. This colour suited Xavier like no other, but the true descendants of God bore scarlet eyes. This was why, since childhood, Xavier had been considered a scoundrel. Despite being the Emperor's blood son, he was never recognized by the gods. That meant Xavier was weak, unworthy. A crown prince without scarlet eyes was a disgrace to the dynasty. For the first time, a descendant of Odor was born in a collateral line. How could this be? Xavier was not worthy of Odor's recognition. The day Elon Clavon, the child who inherited the eyes of a god, was born, Xavier's world shattered. The entire court and nobility demanded the heir to the throne be a true, worthy descendant of Odor. They begged the emperor to adopt Elon and name him successor. Elon was the strongest in all generations. They must protect the greatness of the empire. Everyone knew Xavier was cowardly and rotten. The Crown Prince dismissed it as a half-forgotten legend. Everyone had decided to elect a new emperor instead of Xavier. Even his mother was sorry. She never wanted him born with such eyes. It was the scarlet eyes that drove the false Crown Prince crazy. Elle was his death sentence. Then why had Xavier blinded this beast? Yet Elon had escaped that fate and still enjoyed life. The blind beast was still better than Xavier. Everyone knew it, though no one dared admit it. His Highness summoned the guards and closed the door behind them. Elion apparently had a lover. Xavier must know everything about this girl. It would be done. The Crown Prince wanted to strip the beast of everything and crush him into a hell from which he would never escape. The drunken, envious Crown Prince gulped more wine. The beast had no right to happiness. That very night, the protagonist awoke in unbearable hellish pain. A roar echoed through the estate. The beast was crying out in agony. Blood poured from Elon's eye sockets. The servants rushed in. Bernard asked in horror, "What has happened to our master? His eyes, they burn so much." Elon writhed in pain. Scarlet streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. What has the girl done? She won't survive if anything happens to him, especially if it's her fault. We still have some painkillers left. Let Lorena bring them here immediately. This was the first time Erlan experienced such torment. Could it be that the main character suffered this agony because of the maid? Bernard carefully covered his master with a blanket. Illilan took a sleeping pill and a painkiller. This would help him rest a little and regain strength. Bernard turned to Lorena. "We need to talk." The maid must have been terrified for the master. Bernard was worried, but not scared. This happened often, but Lorena had never seen anything like this before. This all started before Lorena began working here. Whenever they tried to cure Elon's sight, he always endured unbearable pain. Hence the nickname, the Howling Beast. They had tried everything to restore his vision, but every attempt was met with furious screams of agony. Elon had even tried to scratch out his own eyes. Since then he was known as the Blind Beast. No medicine could help him. When Lorena arrived, Elon had lost all hope. He knew the consequences, that he would suffer hellish pain. Yet for her sake, he drank the potion without asking what exactly she had put in it. Lorena should not blame herself. After all, she tried, for the sake of his lordship. But she couldn't shake the guilt. How could she be so careless? She had given the master a concoction she barely understood, something untested and nameless. Bernard grew suspicious of Lorena despite her obvious care. Was it just a pretense to gain trust and harm Lillian? The truth would be decided when Lillian regained consciousness. The master would decide Lorena's fate. Lorena was ready. For now, Bernard would watch over Leon, and the maid must wait. How can you be so stupid and useless? Bernard thought bitterly. Lorena had caused Elon such pain. The master had been poisoned many times before, but this was something else entirely. Tormented, Lorena wandered until habit led her to Elon's chambers. Since she was already here, she might as well ask for forgiveness. Bernard stopped her. Elon wasn't sleeping. Better not disturb him now. Lorena understood, but it hurt to see Lillian suffer so. She never imagined he'd endure such pain. Still, she believed Elon would see again, if only she could cure him, take away his pain and make his life bright. If the potion worked, the Duke might even make her mistress of the estate. But that wasn't her goal. She only wanted to help. The next morning, a scream rang out across the Earl of Harrington's estate. "Miss Karina is fine. What happened?" the maid nervously asked. The Crown Prince, Xavier, had been busy all day. He hadn't sent Karina any notes. Karina looked unwell. The main character fell to his knees, emerald eyes frozen in horror. How could Xavier do this to Karina, his true love? After they spent the night together, Xavier had ignored her for 4 days straight. No, it can't be. Karina's just imagining it. The Crown Prince is very busy. The maid prepared the carriage, voice steely. Karina immediately rushed to the Imperial Palace, the Crystal Palace, the Crown Prince's chambers. Few people worked in the Duke's palace. It was hard to keep track of Sir Elon. He rarely left the estate. Why did the heir to the throne call this a guard failure and call it an investigation? Lorina's identity was unknown, hired through an agency, no records of her previous employment. Let the spies continue their work, Xavier ordered. A woman with no documents, a dark horse, a criminal, a prisoner of war, or even a runaway gypsy. Curious for Elon's tastes, probably a concubine. The Crown Prince changed his mind. No surveillance. Bring that maid here personally. I want to see what the animal does when his favourite toy is taken away. There was a knock on His Majesty's private chambers. The butler reported, Xavier is busy, but Miss Karina requests an audience. Karina Harrington. Xavier frowned, barely remembering her face. Reject the request. By my order, everyone out. Xavier stepped on a portrait of Karina, scanning her description. Long blonde locks, ivory skin, violet eyes. Her features seemed familiar. Blue eyes flashed maniacally in his mind. The villain eagerly awaited their meeting. How is Sir Elon? Xavier demanded. The gentleman is in an incomprehensible state. Usually pain and bleeding stop after 2 or 3 days. But Elon's been suffering for 6 days. Something new? It's all because Lorina brewed that potion incorrectly. His pain may never end. If Karina had brewed it, Elon would have recovered already. The master has one request. Buy chocolate from the Cardinal's cafe. The one she and the maid shared. Bernard trusted Lorina. She rushed to get the chocolate, but suddenly stopped and turned back. Let Elon be patient a little longer. I'll be back soon. Bernard smiled. She's like a soldier on an important mission. Elon had sent her away so she wouldn't witness his suffering. At the cafe, a red-haired girl in a white robe hid her face under a hood. Elon hadn't eaten in a week. It would be good if he could at least eat some chocolate. Lorina's return was urgent. As she stepped onto the main square, someone grabbed her hand. She spun around in fear, expecting trouble. But it was Iris. Iris took off her hood. Lorina didn't recognize her. Why did Iris know her? Lorina was in trouble again. She'd only gone out for chocolate. Iris's bitter tears fell as she held Lorina's hand, promising to help restore her memory. 2 more figures in white robes approached. Sectarians? What did they want from a simple servant? This was the sanctuary of the main temple in the capital, where priests were trained to hear the voice of God. Among them was Alicia Uther, known as the true diamond of the noble Uther family. Alicia entered the temple at age 3 and led 100 believers. Her beauty and saintly reputation were unmatched. Lorina wasn't Alicia. The priests were mistaken, but the holy power insisted this was Lady Alicia. Lorina shivered. Was that static electricity? Or just stress? Alicia certainly didn't remember anything. Iris squeezed her hand again. I'll help you regain your memory. Elon grew tired of waiting for chocolate. That was enough impressions for one day. Lorina had to return to Elon. She had obligations here. Fate had determined it. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman with violet eyes appeared, resembling Lorina. Tears came to her eyes. She hugged Lorina, believing she had found her lost daughter. The woman prayed for this reunion. Alicia was alive and safe, despite her lost memory. Lorina wanted to know if the temple servants could prove she was Alicia. This was crucial to her future. The setting sun's rays broke through the window of Elon's bedroom. The blind beast let out a dull roar of pain. This time the agony was unlike any before, worse than ever. Bernard entered. The pain has lessened, but he's very thirsty. He's never suffered so much before. Ilan sighed deeply. Where is Lorena? Bernard bit his lip. She's deliberately staying longer. It's hard to hear the beast screams all day. I'll send 3 people to the cafe. If she's not there, they'll search nearby. And Elon lay in his soft bed, a refuge from the outside world, writhing in pain, drowning in darkness and loneliness. He missed Lorena's care, but also wanted to protect her from seeing his suffering. In the past, the greatest warrior would have seen concern as pity and insult. Elon didn't understand then how care was a sign of love. He could never have imagined needing someone's care so badly. If only Lorena would come back soon. Elon was waiting for her with all his heart. Meanwhile, the girl wandered through the vast temple, accompanied by her new acquaintances. Figures from her character's forgotten past. The temple was enormous and majestic, with thick bindweed creeping over everything. Where had these women brought her? What kind of place was this? There was absolutely nothing in her fragmented memories about it. Alicia decided to follow Iris. She needed proof to believe their words. The red-haired temple attendant held up a mirror and asked Alicia to remove her clothes for a moment. What? What kind of request is this? We've only known each other for less than a day, Alicia protested. Iris, at least invite me to dinner first. Iris sighed impatiently but began to pull off her own robe. They need to see your back, she said. Let them explain first. Enough with the empty chatter. The motherly woman held the mirror up to Alicia's shoulder blade, revealing a mark. What is that? A tattoo? Iris exhaled heavily. It's not a tattoo. She took off her own robe and exposed her shoulder. Alicia examined the back of her new acquaintance closely. The mark was the same. A special scar. A priest's mark. A sign of recognition by God. This mark appeared in that area like a birthmark when a priest chosen by God underwent their initiation ceremony. Laura had no idea this plotline even existed. She had taken over this character's body a year ago, but only now was she learning about its original owner. After all, she'd been too busy helping the main character to dig deeper. Lady Alicia had managed to remember at least something. Apparently, she really was the Alicia everyone talked about. But this could only mean one thing. The real Alicia had died. So Laura took over her body. And besides, Laura definitely did not hear the voice of God. She was not the great Alicia. Iris was also a priestess, which meant she could hear the divine voice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been admitted to the Hoodoo temple. If Laura was Alicia, then she should be able to hear the divine voice too, but she couldn't. Why had she lost her memory? How did she end up on the riverbank? An elderly couple had found her and nursed her back to health. This couldn't be Alicia. She had been found on the banks of the Liron River. What about their faces? Laura wondered. Lady Alicia had been on her way to Groves for the weekend when her crew and escort were attacked. The attackers were brutal, killing every single member on the spot. How were they killed? Laura asked. It looked like a deliberate assassination attempt, militant style. Iris explained. Laura definitely found herself in a romantic novel, but she didn't remember any of this. She wasn't much of a reader anyway. The lake was a week's carriage ride from here, and the road was dangerous. Judging by the dates, Laura took over Alicia's body around the time the real Alicia disappeared. Maybe she wasn't Alicia at all, but she had seen the mark herself. After contemplating the sacred sign, how could she deny it? "You shout like that?" Iris asked softly. "You've learned enough for today. It's time for you to return to the estate." Of course, Laura wanted to know more, but she didn't want to worry Elon. The motherly woman sighed heavily, looking at Laura with concern. "Where has your little girl been all this time? We searched for Alicia all over the Empire and never found her. In the end, everyone decided she drowned in the mountain river. She was just a maid at the estate of the Duke of Claven, Iris added. By the way, she was making a good living. Today she went out on his behalf, so it's time for her to return. How can Alicia not understand that her real home is here? The woman whispered. It's her destiny and duty. No matter how many times they said it, Lyra knew she would never abandon the main character. No matter the cost, it was clear to them both. The mother squeezed Lyra's shoulders tightly. She cannot return to the mansion of Duke Claven. Meanwhile, deep into the night in the Empire, the question remained, where was this irresponsible girl? The manager was busy preparing the evening service in the kitchen. Inside, his poor master Elle was writhing in unbearable pain that refused to subside. Though the agony gave Elle brief moments of rest and sleep, no matter how strong his lordship was, if this pain continued, Elle feared he might lose his mind. Bernard, the manager, had seen many hardships, but even he was deeply scared and pained for his master. Then suddenly the roar of the wounded beast, the signal of another attack, stopped. The manager hurried to his master, but no matter how much Bernard searched the city, he could not find Lorena. When would she finally return? After all, the maid had been supposed to visit the cafe on the main square. So where had she gone? Bernard looked guiltily at his young master. He had nothing to offer to please him, and Lorena was still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Bernard heard a voice, Ilan's voice. The shouts had stopped. The protagonist lifted his head, and his scarlet eyes, those glowing eyes of Oda, shone brightly once again. His vision had returned. The greatest warrior of the Empire, the descendant of a god, was back. Elon could see once more, and it was clear. Lorena had saved him. Bernard collapsed to the floor, stunned and overjoyed. "My lord can see again," he whispered, barely believing it. Elon rose from his bed, unsteady but determined. He knew he shouldn't act like a hero just yet. He had been ill for so long, confined to his bed by unbearable torment, clearly weakened and in need of time to recover. Bernard promised to help him, and Elon was deeply grateful for his loyalty. Bernard had never left his side. A tear slipped down Bernard's cheek. He was truly honoured to serve such a man, and genuinely happy for his recovery. Elon couldn't yet stand without his cane and would need time to adjust, but this was a moment of happiness. Bernard had always believed Elon's sight would return. After all, he was the brightest and most worthy of Odor's descendants. But speaking of this miraculous healing of vision, where was the saviour herself? Why hadn't Lorena returned to the estate? It was already night outside. The church had heard the news. Elon had returned. But hadn't the Archbishop gone to Grosser to investigate Alicia's disappearance? A temple servant stared at his interlocutor, shocked, indicating he knew nothing. Lady Alicia returned to the temple yesterday, someone explained. She was found near a local cafe in the capital's main square. Iris wishes to introduce Lady Alicia to our Archbishop, Sir Alahan. The Archbishop had a strong, determined look, silver hair and dark eyes. His powerful aura was undeniable, even to Lorena, who was pleased to meet him. But the Archbishop's expression was unreadable. Why did Alejandra look at Alicia that way? What had she done? Maybe she had refused him or offended him somehow. "May the blessing of the 5 gods of Oda be upon the young miss." The Mother Alicia bowed politely. "And may their blessings be upon the Archbishop." Judging by Alicia's forgotten greeting, she had also forgotten how bad things truly were. Many memories were missing from her mind, even her own name. The Archbishop looked carefully at Alicia. What had happened to her hair? It appeared cut short. Lorena was confused. Iris quickly explained. All priests bleach the ends of their hair to symbolize their determination to become the voice of God. Alicia's hair had been bleached, but now it seemed natural again. How frustrating. After losing her memory, Alicia no longer heard the voice of God. She had the mark, but not the divine voice. Perhaps she remembered only the secret first phrase needed to become a priest of their temple, but nothing more. The Archbishop's face darkened like a thundercloud. "What are we to do with Alicia?" he asked. The mother was at a loss. Alicia did not hear the voice of God, did not remember the secret words from her first insight. She would not be able to become a priest. "How is that possible?" the mother whispered. Alicia was meant to become the next archbishop. It was her destiny. Apparently the gods no longer favoured Alicia, yet she still bore the mark. The gods had not abandoned her. The archbishop's final decision was clear. Alicia would be excommunicated from the temple. "This is all a bad dream," the mother insisted. "Alicia's place is here. Everyone knows it. Why was Alejandro doing this?" The mother begged for mercy, asking that Alicia be allowed to stay in her she. "The sanctuary will decide regarding Alicia's excommunication," the archbishop replied. Why was the mother so upset? Alicia wouldn't receive the sacred title, but she was alive and well. Was the archbishop's position truly so rigid? Alicia was only 20 years old. The mother demanded a promise. If Alicia regained her memory, there would be no excommunication. She was serious and would not give up easily. But the archbishop said it was not his decision alone. The Duchess must understand it was unknown whether Alicia would ever hear the voice of God again. All the servants could do was wait and let the will of the 5 gods of Oda be done. Until then, Lady Alicia Uther would be excommunicated from the Temple of Hada and forced to leave. Alicia herself had been planning to leave, so why the drama? Why was the mother so distraught? Alicia was only 20. There would be other paths. Lorena didn't even know what to say. The Duchess needed to be calmed. This wasn't Lorena's fault, but it didn't make things any easier. This was probably how parents felt when their child failed to graduate from the best school. Lorena felt sorry that Alicia had lost her memory, but she would live happily, and that was the most important thing. Anyone has their own path. Alicia would work hard and make up for lost time. There was no reason to be sad. "Let Mother start teaching Lorena," the woman said. "She is capable and will catch up quickly." The woman immediately rushed to hug the girl. What a day of emotional scenes! The beloved daughter wanted so much to please her mother, but remembered nothing, not even herself. "Let the girl just trust the Duchess," the woman whispered. "She will come up with something." The girl carefully and slowly placed her hand on Duchess Uther's shoulder and asked about Elon before squeezing it tightly. It felt like Lorena herself was about to burst into tears. At the main square, in the Cardinal Café, sat a young man of incredible beauty and strength. A clumsy waitress dropped a cup of hot tea and hurried to clean it up. She was embarrassed but focused on tidying the table. Her cheeks flushed when she looked at the young man. How handsome he was. Was that even possible? "It's fine, the waitress can leave," Ilan said, noticing the attention. She was nowhere to be found. A horde of curious ladies had gathered around Elon, wondering who this handsome young man was. It was noisy, filled with female voices. Elin thought Lorena had romanticized reality. The tables were old and dirty, the curtains faded and long unwashed. Yes, Lorena had definitely lied to him. Everything here was far more inconspicuous. The main character entered the cafe and met the same young man who had sold chocolate to Lorena. Elon was searching for the girl. 3 days ago, Lorena had ordered their signature chocolate from Cardinal. The chocolates were popular gifts and many people bought them. The young man couldn't remember everyone, but this girl's appearance was very distinctive. What did she look like? He had never seen her in person, but Lorena had described her to him. Dark skin, red hair, blue eyes. She had unusual facial features. A girl with such a remarkable appearance should be unforgettable. Yet the young man drew a blank. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't recall anyone like that." That was all Ilan needed to know from him. He was grateful and paid the man generously. Apparently, the Duke had come too late. How could he find this girl? Bernard wondered, pleading with Ilan to rest. His eyes hadn't fully recovered, and exerting himself might cause irreparable harm. If Lorena knew Ilan had lost his sight again while searching for her, she would be heartbroken. Bernard's words made sense. Ilan did not want to hurt her. But it had been so long since they last met. Where could she be? "Let Cedric send Duke Claven to the messenger," Ilan ordered. "As you wish, my lord," Cedric replied, a knight loyal to the great Duke Claven. Cedric was exhausted after 2 days without sleep, but glad to serve such a pious man. He knocked on a door and was let in. They had come to the right place. They needed a group of mercenaries who specialized in tracking missing people. Cedric sent 2 young men inside to begin the search. The main character went downstairs. It was noisy and crowded inside. Men drank wine and told crude jokes. Ilan was looking for someone. If she is in the capital, the fee for finding her is 100 gold coins. Additional locations will cost more. The price depends on how far we need to search. Ilan threw a heavy bag containing 1,000 gold coins onto the bar. The man behind the counter was speechless. "This should cover all expenses," Ilan said. "Who are you looking for such a large sum?" "Ilan is looking for a girl named Lorena. She's 27, with shoulder-length red hair and blue eyes. Just so you know, she is a runaway wife." "The guild doesn't force people who don't want to come back," the man said. "Lorena isn't his wife, then this is easier. We'll manage." The protagonist left with Cedric. "My lord has one more task tonight," Cedric said attentively. "There aren't many people in the capital. Lorena couldn't just vanish. Someone must have seen her." Suddenly, the sound of broken dishes and unbridled rage erupted from the Crown Prince's private chambers. "What did he just say?" someone muttered. "The future ruler is hearing nonsense," another said. "How could some girl disappear right under the Imperial Guard's noses? Is she a ninja or something?" Lorena barely left the estate. Scouts had searched the servants' quarters. She was nowhere. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. "Are they complete idiots?" someone hissed. Lorena's things could be in Ilan's chambers, but she wasn't there either. For some reason, Ilan didn't share a bed with a servant. The maid only brought food, and they talked for a long time, but didn't spend the night together. Then why had Ilan bought her so many outfits? They had nothing in common. If she was just a servant, not a concubine, what was the point? The beast grabbed Xavier's hand with obvious rage and possessiveness. Ilan made it very clear. The Crown Prince should never touch his woman. Let those fools find this girl, even if it cost their lives. That was clear. The woman so desired by the beast would become the best prey for the heir to the throne. He needed her. Meanwhile, at the Uther estate, Alicia's old home and Laura's new residence, Duke Uther rose from the table to greet his daughter warmly. Alicia was glad to see her father. "Duke Gillian Uther, how did your daughter sleep in her old bedroom? The whole house missed her so much," he asked. The girl slept well, just like her father, who was known to sleep like a log. "Let your daughter start eating before the food gets cold," he added kindly. 3 days had passed since Laura arrived at the mansion belonging to the Uther family, a pleasant and kind household. The girl had already been convinced that the Duke and Duchess were good people, and the atmosphere in the estate was warm and friendly. The servants were delighted by Alicia's return, their joy evident. To be honest, Alicia was stunned, literally knocked off her feet by such a heartfelt welcome. The estate itself was bright and cosy, the food delicious. Laura truly liked it there. But interestingly, except for the Duchess, no one seemed particularly upset about Alicia's excommunication from the Hat Temple. For others, it didn't mean as much as it did to her mother. They were simply happy to see her alive and well. Perhaps the real Alicia had only ended up as a servant in the temple because of the Duchess's will. "Alicia has no time to linger here," the Duchess said firmly. "Today all the necessary tutors will arrive. This is no time to be idle." Melia was determined not to let her daughter get distracted. "Enjoy being home, but don't waste time. If Alicia wants to go out into society, it's too late to delay her education. We'll start with etiquette and the history of the Empire." Alicia promised to study hard, but wondered why it had to be so intense. She had thought that after ceasing her previous work, endless studying would be behind her, but everything was getting worse. Melia was a real tyrant. How much longer could she endure this torture? Alicia had been through so much stress that she lost her memory. Instead of parental love, she was met with a stack of textbooks. What kind of mother was that? Suddenly, a maid named Laurie called Alicia. "Well, finally, I have news," she said eagerly. Alicia listened as Laurie shared. "The greatest warrior of the Empire, the descendant of Odar, has finally regained his sight." "Is it true?" Alicia gasped. "Laurie knows for sure, from an ancestral source," the maid confirmed. Tears rolled down Alicia's cheeks, her heart pounding with relief. "His lordship is almost healthy. Soon he'll return to society and politics." They had opened recruitment for new servants at the estate. Laurie's friend wanted to transfer there. How did Alicia find out about the Duke? Alicia wondered. She had always lived in the Hadda Temple. Maybe the lady hears the voice of the gods again. Perhaps the gods have determined a new destiny for her, Laurie speculated. "No, it's a long and strange story, not for the impressionable," Alicia replied. Laurie smiled through her tears. "How can you be so dazzlingly beautiful even when crying? Something must be done about that." Laurie was proud to be Alicia's maid and encouraged her to get ready for class. "Of course," Alicia said, "if my lord needs an assistant, just call for me." Finally, there was peace and quiet. A relief Alicia had never experienced, not even during her work for Elle. Her heart seemed to shake off its shackles. She was so happy for Elle. The main character could now see again, be happy and live a full life. Lorena herself had disappeared so quickly and suddenly, without saying goodbye or explaining. It was ugly of her, but she had only been Ellen's guide. Ilon definitely wouldn't want to look for her. She had everything. She was just a servant who witnessed his weakness. Still, Alicia wished she could see the handsome young man once more, just once, to be near him again. But such a young man didn't feel the same for her. She wouldn't torment herself with empty illusions. Greed was speaking now. He was so dear to her heart, but writing to him wasn't an option. Lorena would remind him of his blindness, and he would clearly want to avoid her. Lorena had promised Ilon she'd always be by his side, but here she was, running away without explanation. Even if they accidentally met in the capital, Ilon wouldn't recognize her. He had no idea what she looked like and thought she resembled the South Korean flag. She had to live as if Lorena had never existed. The etiquette teacher arrived. The hard work was about to begin. This was necessary because Lorena was not supposed to exist in this world. If she wanted to see the end of the novel, she had to avoid its main characters. So now, she was Alicia Uth. Of course, all her previous plans had failed, lacked logic, and led nowhere, but she had no other ideas in this world. There was only one person close to her soul. But now, he didn't need her. She was completely alone again. Meanwhile, the main character slammed her cup down on the table. "Where can I find this damn Lorena?" she muttered. She was in the cafe where Lorena had once asked her to meet, but 3 days had passed, and Lorena still hadn't shown up. The place was nondescript, dingy even, and it wasn't even certain whether the fortune teller would appear here at all. Yet, the main character couldn't think of any other way to find her. What bad luck. Karina had always been sure she was destined to be the Empire's shining flower, that a great future awaited her. She always thought of herself as special, that happiness would simply fall into her lap. But where was it? The Crown Prince was a dark-haired youth, fated by destiny itself. And who would have thought that Xavier would use Karina only to forget her, treating her as just another fleeting passion? All aristocrats valued the innocence of their brides, but Karina had been a fool, swayed by sweet words. The Earl and Cessa Harrington had eagerly awaited a marriage proposal from the imperial family, but in the end, it was Lorena who was right. Karina needed to find another man. Whoever he was, he would provide her with a happy life. But who did the fortune teller mean? Who could this rival crown prince be? The cafe was noisy, truly a third-rate place. Why was Lorena here? The environment was filthy, the kitchen horror story, and entry was free for everyone. It was scary just to think about it. Still, if Karina didn't meet Lorena here today, she'd have to come back. Again and again. A young man had noticed the lady in the hat a while ago. She was alone here, or so he thought. Karina was actually waiting for her friend. The young man didn't think so at all. Let him reconsider. Karina angrily slammed her fist on the table. It wasn't clear at first that the man wasn't her equal. He quickly left. Why was this girl speaking to him like that? Did this scum even know who she was? The young man wanted to be decent, attracted by her pretty face, but the main character grabbed his hand angrily. What is this idiot doing? He thought, quickly pulling away. This impudent girl had asked for it. Now she couldn't escape. This idiot would lose both his hands if he wasn't careful. This scoundrel had definitely landed in serious trouble. She was from a noble family. This ragamuffin knew it well. The crowd of onlookers suddenly fell silent and parted as the main character walked through them, her voice steely like a great beast. He quickly released the girl. "And who is this?" Karina squealed. Emerald eyes froze in surprise and delight. This young man was incredibly handsome, with scarlet eyes and dark hair. Karina was stunned, unable to move from shock. Why is this scum still here? She wondered. Yes, this impudent girl started it herself. She swore worse than any local drunkard. The young man only wanted to invite her for coffee. If she said no, it meant no. Well, the guy doesn't like pompous and empty people like her anyway. The cowardly brat immediately fled, to the ringing laughter of the crowd. What a humiliation. And so, the main characters met for the first time. Elon saved Karina, just as in the original plot of the novel. The young lady was fine, thanks to this incredible young man. How wonderful he was. At that moment, the main character felt the gears of fate begin to turn. Her betrothed was standing in front of Karina. It was him Lorena had spoken of. She was about to start a new life, with a new love predetermined by fate, or by the author of the novel. Her love was a dark-haired man. It definitely wasn't the vile Xavier. It was him. This was the moment fate had led her to. The girl felt as if she had finally found her place. What would the main character say now? What would be his first words to her? It is a great honor for Duke Clavan to save such a beautiful lady. It would probably be like that. Karina was irresistible, and after that, this young man would want to walk her home. Then the main character would have to kiss her, unable to contain his feelings, even though she had fallen for another man and given up her innocence. She wouldn't let this beautiful young man go. Well, that sounded wonderful. Then the main character paused. Wait, how did he leave? He had been struck by her beauty, he'd just turned and left, and no sparks flew between them. Where had he rushed off to? And what about a happy life for Karina? Stop. Let the young man stop at last. But the main character seemed not to hear. Elon continued walking toward her, his heart and mind filled with only one girl. And her name was Lorena. Meanwhile, Alicia's ears began to itch. Apparently Bernard still held a grudge over her escape and the potion incident. The Duchess's garden was vast and beautiful, personally tended by Mrs. Melia. Does Mother really do all this herself? Alicia wondered. That's right. This garden is a symbol of love. Duke Uther planted it especially for his wife a few years ago, someone explained. Isn't that romantic? Their relationship is almost perfect. The music hall is that way, another added. The Duchess spends a lot of time there. The mistress of the estate sat at the table, surrounded by majestic and silent statues. Duchess Melia was deep in thought, sighing heavily. Laurie will wait here for my lady, someone said softly. Why does Mother look so gloomy today? Maybe something happened? Alicia asked, breaking the deafening silence. The Duchess finally spoke, requesting to see Alicia. The daughter had come to visit her mother, who had been waiting a long time. Alicia sat far from her mother, unsure if she should move closer. Apparently, the conversation was about Alicia's renunciation of the temple. Nothing else seemed to concern Melias much. The Duchess mentioned that the Empress wanted to meet her daughter soon. What news is this? And why does it cause such emotion? Alicia wondered. If Alicia lacks manners, she can forget about making a good impression, Melia thought. Alicia had practically given up on etiquette lessons. She couldn't bear the tight, suffocating corset anymore. Maybe she should fight for women's rights instead. Melia struggled to say this aloud, but realized it was fate. They couldn't avoid it. The Empress sent a letter, Melia finally revealed. She asks for a visit in 5 days. Oh, it's such a rush. You can't turn a poodle into a noble racehorse in 5 days, Alicia muttered. Mother assumed that Her Majesty had learned Alicia was no longer in Huji and liked her very much. Judging by the Duchess's words, Alicia had nothing to fear. It seemed like good news. But if so, why did Melia look so pale and worried? Alicia suddenly realized. The Empress wanted to make her the crown princess. She was in trouble again, even without leaving the estate. And nasty Xavier was now with the princess. What about Karina? What was really going on? Any mother would have been happy with such news. Something was clearly wrong. Alicia wasn't sure she was fit to be crown princess or a member of the imperial family. Meili was more concerned about Alicia's excommunication from the temple. Aristocrats rarely refused such marriage proposals. But Duchess Uther was different. She wouldn't sacrifice her daughter for politics. Such a life might be a joy for some, but otherwise the palace would be a cage. The most important thing for Melia was what Alicia wanted. If she was truly ready, they would discuss it with the father. Alicia barely understood what it meant to be an aristocrat's wife. Melia was a sensitive woman who cared deeply about her daughter's happiness. Alicia didn't want to be crown princess or marry Xavier. Besides, she had lost her memory. She would figure things out slowly, starting with what she knew and then learning what she truly wanted from life. Melia worried about Alicia's excommunication, but believed her daughter would find her way. Alicia believed in herself and her choices, and she wanted her mother to know that. Alicia squeezed Duchess Uther's hands warmly. There was nothing to worry about. The mother's heart warmed from her daughter's support, but worry lingered. They still needed to find a suitable dress. Alicia hadn't thought about that. The last time, Leon bought her dresses. But then the worm Xavier appeared. She couldn't enter the imperial palace dressed simply, and finding something suitable in 5 days was nearly impossible. Usually it took weeks to make the perfect gown. Still, Alicia had a great idea, and promised everything would be fine. The next day, the main character went to the only ladies' dress boutique in the capital. So this is what it looks like. Welcome. Emily is glad to welcome His Majesty, the shopkeeper said warmly. This boutique didn't allow commoners or maids inside, which made Lorena uncomfortable. It was a great honor for the shopkeeper to receive the Duke himself. Elon had come to check on an order, but the order had been cancelled, and a refund was ready. How was it cancelled? When? By whom? Eileen asked sharply. The boutique owner said Miss Lorena had personally visited 10 days ago, cancelled the order and asked for a refund to be sent to the Duke's estate. But 10 days ago. Lorena still lived at Elon's estate. Maybe she cancelled the order because she thought Elon would ask for something in return. Elon just wanted to give her a gift. Did it burden her so much? The Duke wanted to take the refund back, but the boutique owner explained the process was already underway. Elon thought his life would improve once his sight returned, but now he felt emptiness. Without Lorena, nothing brought him joy. If only Elon knew that regaining his vision meant losing Lorena. His world was now balancing on the edge. He refused the refund. "Bon voyage, your lordship," the owner said with a sigh. After Elon left, the boutique owner clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. "Should I bring her cold water? Call a doctor?" an assistant asked. "Just a glass of cold water, please. She'll be fine," Emily replied. Emily hoped she hadn't revealed too much. Those scarlet eyes were oppressive, like they could see straight through you. That was the power of the god or door. One look and you'd understand its unimaginable strength. Emily felt sorry for mother and daughter. The Grand Duke arrived a few hours later, confirming Lorena was the missing Lady Alicia. All this time, the Holy Temple's servant had worked as a simple servant at Claven's estate. "Well, this is unexpected," the Duchess admitted, but she had a request for Miss Emily. Duchess Uther would buy everything Elon ordered. She asked Emily to explain that Lorena herself cancelled the order recently, otherwise it could damage the boutique's reputation. This was a difficult request, but Emily understood. The young lady had lived with a single gentleman before her debut. Plus, Alicia had been excommunicated from the temple, and a damaged reputation would ruin her social standing. Duchess Uther begged Emily for help and promised compensation. Emily couldn't refuse. And what eyes Miss Alicia had. Big, sad, violet ones that made you want to pity her. The boutique wouldn't suffer losses and would strengthen ties with the Uther family. Emily agreed to help, but made one condition. When Alicia married, she would order her wedding dresses from Emily. The Duchess agreed happily, and a pre-order form was filled out. Emily held the written contract in her hands, realizing she might have been hasty. But everything worked out. Designing a wedding dress for such a beautiful lady was a chance to shine. Alicia seemed pleased. At the Imperial Palace, in the private quarters of Her Majesty the Empress, a serious conversation took place. What was the Crown Prince doing that was so important? Xavier had been busy lately. Seraphina Constance, the Empress, was disappointed. Her son refused to visit, even at her request. It felt like a knife to her heart. Why had the Empress summoned Xavier? They needed to discuss something urgent. The Crown Prince sat down, but his reputation was poor. He wasn't seen as a good ruler. It was time for him to find a good wife. Xavier shook his head. He was young and saw no reason to burden himself with marriage. Xavier needs an heir, the Empress insisted. How can the future ruler be so careless? She thought. Didn't he like Karina Harrington? She had even spent the night in the Crystal Palace. Stop spying on your son, someone advised. The Harringtons were wealthy, but Karina lacked the elegance of a crown princess. Better Karina than descendants of ancient families, the new nobility, though reluctant, favoured the crown prince. As the next emperor, he must win favour with the old aristocracy, not just go with the flow. No matter how much wealth the new nobility had, they couldn't match the old aristocrats' territories. But won't this resolve itself after the coronation? Xavier was hopelessly stupid. It wasn't surprising the gods hadn't blessed him. He was the complete opposite of a true descendant of Odar. Does he know Alicia Uther, the candidate for the next archbishop? Yes. Miss Alicia was excommunicated from the temple and returned home. The Empress knows this. Alicia had been separated from Kadua, hiding because of a terrible illness and memory loss. Yes, she lost her memory, but at least she's healthy now. This was wonderful news. Alicia Uther was a girl of incredible beauty and strength. A female clone of Elle Claven with silver hair, violet eyes and ivory skin. She looked like she had stepped out of a painting. When the Crown Prince first saw the priestess, he was speechless. Her image while reading a prayer captivated him. The temple was closed off, so Xavier could only watch Alicia from afar. At the Imperial Palace, everyone talked about the Uther family's incredible beauty. The maid said Alessia was going to Grossi for the weekend, where all priests trained. Soon, Alicia would begin a new path and spend several years there. It was a pity the Empire wouldn't see her beautiful face for so long. Everyone doted on her. She had a kind heart and pure soul, a ray of sunshine. The maid's conversation was interrupted by the Crown Prince's voice. "Yes, everything is true," he said. "No matter how long I stood here, you didn't notice." Alicia was going to leave for Gross, but the exact date was unknown, only that it was imminent. The villain saw his chance. He hired assassins to kill every escort. That's how Alicia ended up with him. She was the only one who didn't fall for his sweet talk or threats. Alicia saw through his worthlessness. The scum was rejected by the gods because of his cowardice and insignificance. Let the guards go away. Alicia has nowhere to run. She understood the situation, but Xavier would get away. He was a prince. It might have been better if Alicia had fallen at his feet. Xavier hated being forced. He'd wanted her for so long. Even angry or scared, Alicia was the most beautiful in the world. She growled through gritted teeth that the Temple of Hushi wouldn't forgive this, especially not a prince. She'd taken a vow to serve the gods. The vile prince grabbed her by her white, bleached hair. The future ruler was always irritated by the colour. Xavier cut Alicia's hair with his sword. Without her bleached ends, she no longer looked like a Hadar temple attendant. But he was the heir of Odar. Did she want to anger the gods? He was dirt to both gods and people. If Alicia was good, she wouldn't suffer here. "Only us here," Xavier sneered. "No one will help you." He foolishly believed someone would take his side. Even his own mother would throw him in prison or order his execution. No one liked him. To hell with knives and threats. Alicia is weak. Let her stop shaking. The insignificant little rat had gone crazy. Alicia pushed him away with all her strength and rushed for a knife. Such trash shouldn't live, she thought. Where did this prey rush to? She would never escape. Xavier was stronger. He reached for her, but she stabbed him, leaving a scar on his neck. How dare she attack the future ruler? No one ever treated me like that. He had to get used to it. Alicia kicked the vile abomination in the solar plexus and ran away. The girl who was supposed to die in the raging waters survived, and returned home with no memory. This was fate's gift that must be used. The scar on her neck ached. Xavier would marry her and ruin her life, but she would still belong to him. It was mealtime in the Imperial Palace. The son of the Empire, Empress, and the main character sat down at the table. Marcus Odor Constans, ruler of the Empire, wondered why he hadn't returned sooner. It's a miracle the light didn't damage his eyes. Why was Marcus the last to know about his brother? The Crown Prince had been busy plotting, while Marcus watched from the shadows. He looked at his sibling with contempt. No one expected this outcome. "It's unfortunate," Marcus said. The main character arrived at the palace, knowing everything had changed. Let the past remain in the past. Elon may ask the Emperor for anything, and his uncle will reward him generously. In honor of Elon's recovery, the Empire will hold a grand feast. This is the most joyful event and must be celebrated accordingly. Duke Claven approached his uncle, requesting permission to marry. The Empress was aware that since Elon's return, he had never left his estate. Meanwhile, the only descendant of Odor wished to announce he had found a candidate for his wife. "This is hardly the right time," the Empress remarked. Xavier's position had always been precarious and undesirable, but His Majesty promised the Duke he would not oppose whoever Elle chose. Duke Claven also requested the issuance of an official decree. "Anything for the sake of my nephew," the Emperor smiled warmly. He was truly delighted by Ellen's recovery. However, issuing a decree was no simple matter. Elon's chosen one was an escaped slave from a neighbouring country, an unusual and delicate situation, especially if the girl was a commoner. Such a fact would only play into the Empress's son's hands. It was her son who was supposed to inherit the scarlet eyes, but Xavier was born defective and pathetic, though he would still be emperor. The Empress had been pleased when Elon lost his sight, as it put her position and her heir's claim at risk. "The Emperor's dear nephew is so eager to marry," she said coldly. "What is His Highness waiting for? Let him issue the decree quickly." The son of the Empire had barely had time for lunch before everyone began demanding official documents from him. His Highness promptly issued a new decree regarding the marriage of the Empire's finest warrior. It was swift and straightforward. This paper was Elon's only chance to find Lorena. No reward could compare to the document that would allow them to marry. It was the most precious gift. The main character was lost in thoughts of Lorena, while she was very close. Alicia's heart sank immediately upon seeing him. It was Elon. Her soul yearned for him, but the main character didn't recognize her, and Elon didn't recognize the one who had been near all along. From behind the trees came a crunch of a branch. The secret villain of Nolla had been watching them from the shadows all this time. Again, this damned descendant of God. How dare Elon approach Xavier's prey? It was his property. Xavier always wanted what he couldn't have, and always got it through dirty, immoral means. The Empress had kept Duchess Uther in her room for quite a while. Even her hopeless son should have had enough time to spin Alicia's nonsense. Young and impressionable girls now considered every meeting fateful, so Xavier had already turned her head. Xavier was not a bad young man because of his handsome appearance. Dirty rumours about his escapades began to spread. "Nothing more." Well, said the mother. "That's why she thinks Xavier is handsome, and the rumours are based on his rotten nature." The maid lowered her head and reported to Her Majesty that her son had not come to the garden where Alicia was. "What do you mean? Alicia was there all this time, completely alone? Couldn't this cretin do something properly?" Miss Uther's loneliness was brightened by the descendant of Oda. The Relin had accidentally met Alicia, and they drank tea together. The Empress's face immediately changed again. This unbearable boy was ruining all her plans. Alicia should be a shield for her stupid and hopeless son. Xavier was no match for Elon, nor was anyone else in the Empire. So Alicia's choice would be obvious. The Imperial Palace was Her Highness's territory. How dare this ruby-eyed boy encroach on her political arena? This greatest and wildest beast intended to seduce the Empress's favoured flower and take the spoils from her only son. The maid immediately rushed to her mistress. "Everything is fine with Her Highness. She looks terrible." The stupid boy, after the most worthy descendant of Odor regained his sight, he completely lost his. A manic threat flashed in the greedy woman's eyes. She would not give up power to anyone. Meanwhile, the main character walked toward the carriage with his faithful Cedric by his side. "How did everything go today, my lord?" Cedric asked. "Very productively," Elon replied. "Duke Claven has ordered the search for Lorena to be stopped. Instead, we must gather all information about Lady Aliciaratha. The knights and guilds are to complete this swiftly and quietly." "It will be done." The knight bowed respectfully. He was glad to see Lillian in such a determined mood. A deep night draped over the Empire. The loyal knights of the descendant of Odor swiftly completed their mission. On Elon's desk lay all the information he needed about Alicia Uther. According to numerous rumours, Miss Alicia Uther had gone missing 6 months ago. After an attack, doctors diagnosed her with complete memory loss. Recently, 2 weeks ago, she was expelled from the Hadda temple. Fully recovered, she had appeared back in her native home. A radiant smile spread across Ilan's face. Everything was finally coming together. He could feel it in his heart. The main character never saw his beloved, but he always felt her presence, and it never deceived him. At last, the young man had found the girl. She had violet eyes and silver hair. To be honest, Ilan had never expected to meet her at the Imperial Palace. What a twist of fate. He hadn't wanted to go to the palace at all that day, but now he was grateful he did. How complicated it all was. Ilan shouldn't have existed, second in line to the throne, second by birthright. A child born with the eyes of a god appears only once a generation and must inevitably become emperor. This unbreakable rule had stood for over 1,000 years. For the first time in the empire's history, a descendant of Odor was born from a collateral line. Aline had understood since childhood that his existence alone could spark a new war. For that reason, he deliberately distanced himself from cousins and relatives. He refused to be the cause of chaos and cruelty. It wasn't his fault. It was the problem of those blinded by tradition and the will of the empire's gods. Only a true descendant of Odor could rule. This was the law. Xavier was unworthy. Why had no one ever asked Elion or Xavier what they wanted? The protagonist felt uncomfortable in the Imperial Palace, oppressed by Xavier's presence. So he went to the front lines of the war, where every soldier's position was equal. Everyone made their own choices. Ilan had only returned to the palace because of the Emperor's decree, but fate had sent him a gift. Now, the decree held no meaning, but it was better left in place. Lorena was a liar. Red hair, blue eyes, dark skin, nothing like the real Alicia. At first, the main character had simply passed by the woman he had been searching for all his life. Then, back to back, Elysia and Alicia froze. Something was off. The Duchess Uther noticed her daughter had fallen into a stupor and asked why. Alicia replied she'd rubbed her feet raw with her new shoes and hurried to her mother, but her voice trembled. That voice was painfully familiar to Elon. Every note, every timbre, every vibration. Despite her changed appearance, he immediately recognized it. That voice had been his guiding star, the most precious sound in his life. Each day began and ended with it. The Duke, too, couldn't help but recognize Lorena's voice. He missed it more than anything in the world. All this time, the main character wanted to hear only that voice, and now he couldn't believe his ears. Why had the girl lied about her appearance? Her real name was Alicia Uther. Such a beautiful name. A blush coloured Ilan's cheeks. Now he knew what she looked like and where to find her. Bernard knocked on the Duke's door, asking when his lordship would come to eat. Today, Ilana had spent a long time at the palace, but usually returned hungry. It was time to try the delicious delicacies of Duke Claven's kitchen. Bernard worked hard in the kitchen. Why didn't the owner share the manager's delights? Let him say goodies first. Elon suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to ask Bernard what Lorena looked like. That was a mistake. Are we talking about Lorena again? Didn't Bernard mention luxurious gastronomic delights? She has violet eyes, rare to find, silver curls, and a naive, pure smile. Many people showed interest, but her lack of identification reduced that attraction. You should have asked the manager about her at once. It would have saved time. Let Bernard bring Lorena's papers, the ones he received when he hired her, Ilan demanded. He slammed his hand on the table. Why had she lied about everything? Alicia had no reason to hide her identity. She couldn't seriously think Ilan wouldn't recognize her by her voice. She meant no harm from the start, though she raised many suspicions. Lorena cared for him better than anyone. She even healed his sight, but none of that mattered now. After their wedding, they'd have plenty of time to discuss it. Bernard dropped the tray on the floor, staring at his master in shock. Why had Ilan said what he did? His young master was going to get married, and Benihod hadn't heard a word about it. Why did the young man want to marry now, right after returning to life? Who is she? Why is it all so sudden? Bernard asked. Elon had seen her documents. The manager had only been gone a couple of hours, yet the gentleman was already a suitor. There were still surprises in store. The main character would go have dinner. Perhaps that was all he wanted to say. What a ruthless villain, Bernard muttered. Impossible. I'll go crazy. Let my lord start looking for a mental hospital for him, Bernard sighed. I'm doing my best here. It's all so unfair. His beloved, without even noticing. The girl dreamed endlessly of seeing him again, replaying their meetings 1,000,000 times in her head. But suddenly, she felt bitter, almost wanting to scream that she was the one. But that probably meant nothing to Elon anymore. The most beautiful young man was healthy again. How she longed to see him with her own eyes. All this time, Lorena had dreamed of Elon opening his eyes, seeing the world again, and being happy. Because he deserved it, more than anyone else. She could hardly hold back her tears. Who was taking care of him now? Was Bernard helping him choose clothes? Had they hired a new maid? On the other hand, Leon was a great warrior and always independent. He probably chose his clothes himself. This was the future she had prayed for 1,000 times. But what was wrong with her feelings? The realization that Elon no longer needed Lorena tore her soul apart, leaving a dull ache in her chest. The Nola system corrected those who complicated the main character's life, meaning she was now Alicia and had found her place. Elon restored her sight. Had the world sent her where she belonged? She shouldn't be next to Elon. He didn't need Lorena anymore. The main character was just a secondary guest here. Why was the girl frozen in place? Was she really afraid of the audience with the Empress and unwilling to go forward? It's nothing special, she told herself. Her new shoes were simply rubbing her feet terribly, so she stopped to rest. She ran up to her mother as if nothing had happened. Her Highness couldn't be kept waiting. The maid led the ladies of the Uther family to her Grace's private chambers, where Ilan stopped. The main character was unable to take another step forward. He froze and began watching Alicia. The Emperor was glad to hear that the daughter of Duke and Duchess Uther had improved her health. "Let the lady sit quickly," he said. "It's true, Lady Alicia has lost her memory." The Empress was always present at her prayers, sometimes waiting for hours to meet her. Does young Alicia remember anything like that? "She's sorry to disappoint your Majesty," the Duchess replied. But to be honest, her ladyship had no idea that memory loss could be such a serious problem. The Duchess supported her daughter. Alicia doesn't even remember the rules of etiquette. She had to be taught again. The Empress reproached Alicia for poor posture, but Alicia simply didn't remember. "Still, that's no reason for leniency," the Empress said sharply. The Duchess thanked God that her girl was alive and well. "How are preparations for the debut ball going?" asked the Empress. "There were reasons to postpone, but it will take place this year," said the Duchess. "What will you say if Alicia's debut happens at the Imperial Palace next week?" Melia was grateful for the care, but worried there was too little time left. "We won't make it in time." Lady Karina Harrington also planned her debut on the same day. "Her Majesty has given her permission. Both ladies are having their debut balls late, so it's better for Alicia to perform on the same day." The Duchess was grateful to Her Majesty for the favour. Since all matters had been decided for today, the Emperor expressed his pleasure at their next meeting. The ladies bowed politely. Alicia was so ashamed she'd spoken nonsense. Anyone would be nervous in such a situation. She had nothing to apologise for. The maid stopped the ladies. "The Empress wishes to speak privately with Duchess Uther. A place for Miss Alicia to rest has been prepared in the summer garden. The maid will escort her there." It was strange and frightening, but Alicia did as she was told. What a beautiful garden at the Imperial Palace. Still, the garden at Elon Cav's estate was far more beautiful and desirable. Today, Their long-awaited meeting took place. How she wanted to touch him, to talk, to wait. Why did she think of the main character all the time? These thoughts drove her crazy. What should she do with these uncontrollable feelings? He didn't need Lorena anymore. The girl didn't notice the stone under her feet and tripped. The hem of her dress tangled around her legs. Alicia almost fell, but was caught by a strong and painfully familiar hand. She was safe. It was Elle. Her heart ached treacherously to feel his touch again, to be so close to him. Only now could the most beautiful young man see her, and she could see his beautiful scarlet eyes. She always thought his ruby eyes would frighten her once he regained his sight, but nothing of the sort happened. His eyes were as beautiful as everything else about Ellen. She almost called him Saviour by name, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She was deeply grateful for the help. The main character bowed politely to Lady Uther. Why did Elle continue to hold the girl by the waist? Alicia was completely fine. If someone noticed such closeness now, there would be trouble. Elle didn't think so. Curious onlookers will only envy us, he joked. Duke Claven said it to make the lady smile. But Alicia was not smiling. What is the name of this young guest? Damn it. She'd have to say the name of the owner of this body. Of course, she could say her name was Laura, from another world, who had been courting him under the name Lorena. But then she'd be taken to the hospital immediately. The girl's name is Alicia Uther. She bowed gracefully in a curtsy. They had not met before. Why was she so awkward? She wanted to fall through the ground. Her bow was terrible, and what was wrong with her hair and dress? Was it wrinkled? The young man seemed to be savouring her name. Alicia Uther. What did that mean for Elle? How did the girl know he was a duke? So she was a good girl. What should she say now? She had only heard rumours about the duke's long-awaited healing. So Alicia immediately thought this was the duke before her. Remus. Well, yes, the girl had a strange premonition, as if Elan saw right through her. The main character lowered his face, just inches from Alicia's, looking closely to see if she had been found out. A deafening silence hung over them. Elon acted like a bloodhound. The wait was excruciating. Maybe she should just admit she was Lorena. How awkward and exciting it all was. She wasn't ready to indulge her heart with fantasies of their intimacy again. Moreover, the Duchess had convinced her daughter that any fall from grace would be a serious blow, not only to her, but to their family. No one should know Alicia had worked as a servant in Duke Claven's house. Rumours had nothing to do with the truth. Only intrigue mattered, and intrigue could destroy their family. Despite everything, the girl really wanted to see the healthy eyes of the main character. Just as she was thinking about it, Elon was already standing right in front of her. She had to be careful what she wished for. Lorena could hardly contain her emotions. She wanted to know how he felt, what worried him, whether everything was okay, and if the young man was finally happy. Her mother would have turned pale with horror if she had seen their conversation. It was time for Alicia to leave. The consequences of such meetings were unpredictable. It was better to avoid them. Her heart broke into pieces. Was such a random encounter truly fate? Elon offered them some tea. What had come over the Duke? The young man really wanted tea with Alicia. She would have given anything for time with him. But why would Elon need it? He never drank tea with ladies, according to Bernard. Yet suddenly he proposed a tea audience with the first person he met. The lady was fine. She looked scared. Yes, everything is fine. It's just that a cold wind blew sharply. There is one place here. The girl invited Duke Claven to sit at a table in the summer garden. Wait, why were there already 2 cups on the table when the place was only prepared for Alicia? Oh, said the Empress's maid? Then what was the second cup for? Surely the second cup was for Duchess Uther? "Stop making things up," said the maid. "There are already 3 types of tea: ginger with honey, black tea, and dried orange tea with a special aroma." Damn it, what was Alicia doing? She started explaining everything like in the good old days. A warm smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Why did the lady fall silent? Let her continue. Enough talk. It was just that Alicia was a huge fan of tea. She'd rather pour a cup for the dupe. Be careful, fresh tea is very hot. The taste should be rich and spicy. How interesting. Elon never told the lady he drank orange tea, she discovered. The young man didn't like tart or sweet tastes, so she chose the orange flavour. She knew everything about Elon's preferences. She needed to lie urgently. Orange matched the colour of his eyes. What she brought was like a rainbow, red followed by orange. Alicia thought orange would complement his beautiful scarlet eyes, and she was right. It was crazy and so embarrassing. She wished she could just go out the window right now. She needed to smile and wave. The protagonist finished his tea and thanked Lady Uther for her kindness. Duke Laven had one question for the lady. Of course, they had never met before. The ruby eyes instantly became serious and focused, as if awaiting an answer desperately. The girl raised her gaze to the most beautiful young man. The truth would only harm everyone. Alicia sighed heavily. "This was our first meeting with his lordship," the main character said, shaking his head in disappointment and thanking the girl for the delicious tea. "Lady Alicia has excellent skills." Duke Claven was pleased to meet her. The feeling was mutual. The protagonist would be glad to meet Miss Uther again. She hadn't heard that right. Alicia was very glad her modest skills had been liked. "Have a nice evening then." One of the most prestigious magazines in all of Korea, and Ji-won worked as a fashion editor. But today, she was happier than ever. She had finally achieved her dream. Today, she was moving into her dream apartment. Although she was in debt for now, she didn't mind. She ran into a neighbour who, upon hearing which apartment Ji-won would live in, shared an interesting bit of gossip. Apparently 2 men lived next door to her, and rumours said they were a couple. Some even said they were adoptive parents. Ji-won was curious, but for now, the most important thing was to enjoy her new home. The next day she woke up late, and it just so happened to be the day she would meet the new chief editor. They said he had previously worked for Vogue in France. His name was Jeong Shin, but many called him David. Shortly after she arrived at the office, the new boss called for a meeting. When Jo-won saw him, she was stunned. The new editor-in-chief was the same man she had met 3 months ago in France. 3 months ago, Ji-won had taken a trip to France to immerse herself in the culture and see the landscapes. One night, however, a pickpocket almost stole her passport. Jeong Shin had saved her from that situation. He caught the thief and returned her passport. Ji-won was amazed by how handsome he was, though his voice had been stern and not very kind. He had said, "It seems you're as innocent as you are foolish. From now on, keep your bag close to your chest." Ji-won thanked him for his help, but she had been so distracted by his good looks that she didn't even realize he had insulted her. On impulse, as she watched him walk away, she stopped him and asked him to have a drink with her. And after that, well, she had her first one-night adventure. How could Ji-won forget? She had travelled to France after finding out that her ex had cheated on her. She was open to new experiences, acting impulsively without worrying about anything. But she doubted that the man would remember her. There was no denying it, though. Her boss was incredibly attractive. Her boss caught her attention, asking if it was common for her to arrive late. Ji-won tried to explain herself, but Ji-won had no filter. He bluntly told her that her outfit today was terrible. Ji-won tried not to give it much thought. Just because she had spent one night with him didn't mean anything. Besides, he was her boss now. But her boss wanted to make one thing clear. As a fashion editor, she should have a direct impact on trends. But today, she didn't look the part. As he passed by, he said in French, "Look at yourself." Later, Ji-won left work feeling frustrated. Running into her one-night stand had been bad enough, but now he was her boss. Just then, someone grabbed her arm. It was Ji-won, who had been waiting for her. He wanted to ask her something personal. How does it feel to leave without saying goodbye? Ji-won didn't understand until he mentioned that he had a photographic memory, so he remembered everything. Besides, how could he forget? She had left without a word. Back then, Ji-won had panicked. She had never done anything like that with a man before, and didn't know how to handle it, so she ran away. But she didn't tell Ji-won this. She simply apologized. He didn't care much about that anymore. He was happy to see her, but wanted her to understand that what had happened between them was a private matter. After all, he reminded her, he wasn't made editor at Vogue for nothing. The truth was, what had happened between them in France had been special. They had even shared many things in common, but it was something she needed to forget. Later, as Ji-won headed up to her apartment, she met her neighbor, Ha-jun, who was with a little girl named Sol. Ji-won was stunned by how handsome Ha-jun was, but when she realized they were going to the same floor, it dawned on her that he was one of the men she had heard about, the adoptive parents. She said out loud how much she admired them for being so brave and supportive, then hurried off to her apartment before Ha-jun could correct her. The following night, the CEO of the magazine held a banquet to welcome the new editor-in-chief. Ji-won was getting ready, but as she rushed out of her apartment, she accidentally bumped into a child. She quickly reached out to catch him. But before Ji-won could fall, her boss swooped in to rescue her. He quickly picked up the child and, in a gentle voice, asked if he was okay. This shocked Ji-won even more. How could he be so sweet with kids? But after handing the child back, he returned to his usual cold self, warning Ji-won that she was still walking a fine line. Later, everyone was eating, but in the middle of it all, Ji-won's phone rang, catching her boss's attention. She excused herself and answered the call. It was her ex, So-min, drunk and begging for forgiveness. Furious, Ji-won told him never to call her again. But out of nowhere, Ji-won appeared, snatched the phone from her and told the cockroach never to call Ji-won again, and if he had a problem, he could come meet them at the hotel. Jo-min asked who he was talking to, and Jo-min calmly replied, her future husband. Jo-min was left speechless, while Jo-min walked away as if nothing had happened. Ji-won couldn't think straight. Seeing him and hearing his voice made her remember France. That day, after drinking with him, Ji-won had offered to walk her back to her hotel, but Ji-won couldn't trust a stranger, though the fact that he didn't push her made her trust him more. She caught up with him and invited him to her room. For Ji-won, she was the first woman who had ever made him cross such boundaries. Meanwhile, Ji-min returned home, where everyone assumed he was in a relationship with Ho-jun, but the truth was they weren't a couple. The little girl, Sol, just called him Daddy, and he didn't care about the rumors. The only thing that mattered to him was seeing Sol happy. Weeks passed, and the team prepared for the November edition of the magazine. The big boss, Ji-min, was waiting for ideas, but everyone presented lackluster suggestions, that is, until Ji-min proposed something. With Firefighters' Day approaching, she suggested hiring real firefighters and creating a photo shoot with fire to raise awareness about fire hazards. Ji-min immediately asked everyone to leave with their useless ideas, except for Miss Chu, the only one who contributed something valuable. Once they were alone, Ji-min started acting a bit bold, asking her to come closer, reminding her of that night. That night in France, Ji-won had rushed back to her hotel and jumped into the shower, not because of what they did, but because she was scared. What had made her invite a stranger to her room? Maybe it was the heartbreak, being in a foreign country, or the fact that this man was incredibly handsome. It had driven her crazy. A while later, she came out of the bathroom and asked if he also wanted to shower. He did. Afterward, they drank and drank until Ji-won lost control. She started telling him about her breakup and how her ex had cheated on her, but as she stared at Jiwon's handsome face, with the alcohol making everything seem even more perfect, she lost her composure and asked him to kiss her. Before things went further, Jiwon asked, "Do you really not have a girlfriend?" Jimin replied, "No, not all of us are like your ex." With that, Jiwon decided to have a one-night stand with someone she thought she'd never see again. Later, Jiwon was heading back home and bumped into Ha-jun again. She asked him how his partner and their daughter were doing. Ha-jun recalled that Jiwon had told him not to confirm or deny anything, to just let the rumor of them being a couple continue. After all, they didn't care what people thought. So, Ha-jun simply replied that they were doing fine. They chatted for a while about work, and Ha-jun mentioned he was a doctor specializing in liposuction. After the conversation, Jiwon went home, but she still hadn't told him her name. However, his flirty smile gave her a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Jimin arrived at Sol's grandmother's house to pick her up, bringing her favorite flowers. Jejin's favorite. He still remembered her, and it felt like any moment she would walk out to greet him. He knew he could never forget her. Later, as Jimin drove Sol home, the little girl told him not to cry. He wasn't crying, but it seemed she could sense his emotions. He gave in and comforted her as she cried, not wanting her daddy to be sad. Jimin reassured her that he wasn't crying, so she shouldn't either. He knew Sol was just like her mother. They arrived home, and Sol had already fallen asleep. After tucking her into bed, Ha-jun and German talked. Ha-jun mentioned that he had met their new neighbor and that she'd already heard the rumor about them. They joked about who the husband was, with Ha-jun suggesting German play the part while he would be the wife. But Sol was only Ha-jun's daughter. Ha-jun also reminded Jimin that he needed to let go of Jejin. It had been 3 years since her death, and it was time to let her rest in peace. Just then, Sol woke up, having had a nightmare. She asked what was wrong, saying she saw her daddy crying again. Jimin tried to calm her down, saying he wasn't crying, but Sol insisted that if he wanted to cry, he should. She didn't want him to hold back for her sake. This touched him deeply. Her heart was so sweet. The next day, Jiwon arrived at work, but to her frustration, the cockroach, her ex, Seo-min, showed up, demanding to talk to her since she hadn't been answering his calls. Jiwon was frustrated because she had done so much for him, and she wanted to get away before she lost her temper, but just as he grabbed her arm, her hero, Jeo-min, appeared. He warned Seo-min that he was the man Jiwon would marry, so he needed to leave immediately. Seo-min, overhearing this, judged Jiwon, accusing her of getting engaged so soon, only 4 months after their breakup. But Jiwon fired back, telling him that after 5 years of dating, she never really knew him. The argument finally ended, and Jeo-min thanked the cockroach. After all, if he hadn't cheated, Jeo-min would never have met Jiwon. With that, they walked away together. At that moment, the idiot grabbed Jeo-min, but Jeo-min, lowering himself to the guy's level, told him, "Get lost, idiot." After that, Jeo-min took Jeo-won by the hand. She didn't understand why he was doing this for her. According to him, it wasn't for her at all. It was just to get her to invite him for a drink tonight, and this time he'd pick the bar. He wanted to go somewhere peculiar where no one would judge him for what he did. They agreed to meet at 8 p.m. That night, they entered the bar, and all the men were staring at Jiwon, likely because she was making sure no one approached Jiwon. Jiwon was curious why Jiwon was now answering all her questions. Back in France, he hadn't been like this. He seemed different. The reason, as it turned out, was because tomorrow was Jijin's birthday, the hardest day of the year for Jiwon. It was difficult for him to pretend, so he invited Jiwon, knowing she wouldn't ask him why he was feeling that way. Jiwon tried to comfort him, but Jimon took the chance to tease her, saying he didn't want anything from her today, reminding her that she had left him traumatized by abandoning him after their night together. Jiwon responded that this time she just wanted to cheer him up. She didn't fully understand why, but it seemed like he needed a bit of encouragement. Thanks to Jiwon and Sol, Jimon felt a little better, so he thanked her. After that, they went their separate ways. The next day, Jimon ran into Ha-jun and Sol. Sol asked where her husband was, and Ha-jun told her that Jimon had been drinking last night and was still at home, sleeping. Jimon was surprised that she still hadn't met him, and Ha-jun was tempted to tell her that they weren't actually a couple, but he decided not to say anything. After saying goodbye, Ha-jun told his daughter, who was still sleeping, that maybe it was time for him to start dating again. Later, Ha-jun was at work when Ji-min called, furious that he hadn't woken him up. But Ha-jun wanted to teach him a lesson. Every year, Ji-min behaved the same way just because it was his sister's birthday. As the days passed, Ji-won learned a tough lesson from her boss. He asked her opinion on an outfit for the magazine's cover. She said it was fine, but when he mentioned he wasn't convinced, she quickly agreed with him, which angered him. If this had been an interview, she wouldn't have been hired. She needed to learn to have her own opinion. The work days went by and the weekend arrived. Ji-won spent it baking and relaxing. Meanwhile, next door, little Sol had a fever. Ha-jun rushed over to Ji-won's apartment with Sol, asking her to drive them to the hospital because Sol was very sick. Thankfully, it turned out to be just inflamed tonsils and the scare passed, but Ha-jun felt guilty. He was still learning how to be a father. After putting Sol to bed, he thought about his sister's words. She had always intended to raise Sol on her own, knowing she had everyone's support, and didn't need the father. But the day she passed away, he made a promise in front of her photo that he would give Sol a better life. Then Ji-min arrived, frantic, but Ha-jun assured him Sol was okay. Ha-jun told him he'd been so scared that he asked the neighbor to help them. But at the same time, Ha-jun was furious. Where were you? When you came back from France, you promised we'd raise Sol together. Ji-min apologized, but Ha-jun asked him why, as a doctor, his hands were trembling like that. Ji-min realized that the two of them were only pretending to be okay. But deep down, both Ha-jun and Yeomin were suffering from the loss of Jae-jin. Ha-jun couldn't stop trembling, and Yeomin grabbed his hand, asking him to calm down. In that moment, Yeomin realized that if someone saw them like this, the rumors would only get worse. And they did. Because their neighbor saw them. To Yeomin's surprise, it was Jae, the famous neighbor who had cheated on her husband. Ji-won quickly understood the relationship between the two. Ha-jun explained to Yeomin that she was the neighbor who knew about the rumors and whom he hadn't had the chance to clarify that they weren't actually together, but they were still holding hands, which only made Ji-won more suspicious. Yeomin pulled Ji-won away to talk. She was furious and didn't want to hear any explanations. She couldn't understand why she always ended up with men like this. That comment stung, because in her mind, Yeomin hadn't respected their relationship. Ji-won started accusing Yeomin of everything, not understanding why she kept getting involved with cheaters. She believed Yeomin and Ha-jun must be in a long, serious relationship, especially since they had adopted a child together. Ji-won felt horrible, thinking she had been part of deceiving Ha-jun. She wasn't mad that Yeomin had cheated. She was mad because it all felt wrong. Ji-won told Yeomin they should leave things as they were for Sol's sake, but as far as she was concerned, their personal relationship was over. She walked away, but Yeomin hurried after her, telling her to be polite. It takes two people to have a conversation, and he hadn't even spoken yet. He explained that yes, he and Ha-jun were raising Sol together, but they were just friends, not a couple. He added that if she didn't believe him, he couldn't force her to. Then he handed her his coat, telling her to go home so she wouldn't catch a cold. The next morning, Ha-jun wanted to explain everything to the neighbor, but Yeomin didn't think it was necessary. However, seeing how persistent Ha-jun was, Yeomin realized he didn't want to clear things up for the other neighbors. He wanted to do it because it involved Ji-won. Ha-jun had been on the verge of telling her everything when the doorbell rang. When Ha-jun saw who it was, he knew they were in trouble. It was Haibon, Ha-jun's older brother, a lawyer and the only person in the world who could really get under Yeomin's skin. They quickly opened the door, and Yeomin immediately understood why Haibon stressed him out so much. He was so imposing. Right away, Haibon made Yeomin do push-ups, but with little Sol, he was nothing but pure sweetness. That day, Haibon had brought everything they needed for a barbecue. They started asking about Haibon's wife, who works for the government and is always busy. When Haejun asked if everything was fine in their relationship, Haebon gave him a stern lesson about minding his own business. Meanwhile, Sol started playfully hitting her uncle, and Haebon found it adorable. On the other hand, Gia had been thinking it over, and since she had baked some sweet macarons, she decided to offer a few to her neighbours. Just as she was about to knock, Ji-min stepped outside and saw her. She offered him the macarons, and in return, she was invited to join the barbecue. They quickly introduced themselves, but soon enough, both Ji-min and Haejun were competing for Jia's attention. Jaebon noticed immediately and told them to show good sportsmanship from now on, as fairness and generosity would be essential in any competition they faced. A few days later at work, Gia found herself in an argument with the photographer. She had asked for photos of firefighters that captured their hard work and dedication, but instead she was getting photos of sexy firefighters, which wasn't the concept she wanted. The photographer refused to comply until the big boss arrived. The boss reminded the photographer that he's paid a salary and that the least he could do was adhere to the concepts he was given. The photographer began to complain, but the boss, now irritated, deleted everything they had done and told them to start from scratch. Later, Gia stepped out of the building to rest for a moment on the sidewalk when she saw a call from the cockroach, her ex. She didn't answer, but then he suddenly appeared in person. Gia wanted nothing to do with him, and he told her he had broken up with Hai, which didn't interest her in the slightest. She walked away, but he yelled after her, "Stop pretending to be strong." Gia didn't want to cry over him, especially not a man like him, but her tears began to fall. He tried to apologize for what he had done, but he got the scare of his life when a car jumped the curb, seemingly about to run him over, but stopped just in time. The driver? None other than Ji-min. He reminded the cockroach of his earlier warning. The next time he saw him bothering his girlfriend, he'd be in serious danger. Ji-min then helped Gia into the car and drove her away. But before leaving, Ji-min warned the cockroach that next time he wouldn't stop. They were already in the car and Ji-min was going to take Gia out for a meal, but then he asked why she had left him alone that time. Gia, exhausted, responded by asking when he would stop bringing up what happened in France. They soon arrived at a beautiful place, and the owner, Junil, was a good friend of Ji-min. Junil introduced Gia as his colleague, but out of nowhere, he started telling Junil that he's bisexual, is in a relationship with Haejun, and even had an affair with a woman in France. Junil told him to stop being ridiculous, insisting that Ji-min and Haejun are a couple. Ji-min turned to Gia and asked, "Now, do you believe me?" Gia realized he had brought her there just to prove this point, but she didn't understand why he kept saying she should believe him. Getting closer, Ji-min told her he didn't understand either. He would let anyone else misunderstand the situation, but he hated that she believed something that wasn't true. Meanwhile, Haejun's mother was looking at childhood photos of her kids. She had a best friend who had a child at the same time as she did. She remembered her friend fondly, but it was a shame she had to leave, leaving her young son behind at just 10 years old. Ji-min's parents had died in an accident, and Haejun's mother had suffered deeply because Ji-min's mother was not just her best friend, but like a sister. At her funeral, she had promised to take good care of Ji-min so that her friend could rest in peace. To this day, she still saw Ji-min as one of her own children. At that moment, she called Haejun, asking him to arrange a dinner to celebrate Jem's return from France and also to invite Haebon. The next afternoon, the family gathered for the reunion. Jem arrived and everyone was already waiting. Haejun's mother was like a mother to him, and soon Haebon's wife, Mrs. Jeng, also joined them. Of course, Haebon's father, who also treasured Jem, was there as well. They soon began eating. What started as a lovely reunion quickly turned dark. Haejun's father demanded so much from him, pressuring him to raise little Sol properly. But now that Sol was his daughter, Haejun had no intention of letting anyone force her into anything she didn't want. That's how her mother would have wanted it. After this confrontation, everything fell apart. Everyone went their separate ways, even Haibon's wife, who apparently had to return to work, leaving her husband behind once again. Meanwhile, Jiamin returned to work that evening and was surprised to find Jia still there, working late. He started watching her, noticing how much passion she had for her job. Initially, he had a bad impression of her, but the more he observed, the more he realized how talented she was. Realizing he had been watching her for a while without her noticing, he quickly called out to her. Since she was finishing up, Jiamin suggested they grab a drink before heading home. They went to the boss's office, where they began drinking. Out of nowhere, Jia told him, "I'm ready to listen to your story." But for Jiamin, this wasn't necessary. He just needed a little comfort. As if under a spell, Jia moved closer to him, and to his surprise, she kissed him. The night began after Jia had been drinking heavily with Juming. She arrived at his house to drop him off, and he was completely drunk. However, like an angry wife, Ha-jung was upset and told Jia it would be better to just leave him on the street. Still, he thanked her for bringing Juming home. Ha-jung then told Jia that she should rest and hinted that he'd like to invite her to dinner sometime. Jia took this moment to ask if it was true that he and Juming weren't a couple. Ha-jun responded, saying that if they were a couple, he wouldn't be with her now, so they were just friends. This relieved Jia a little. On the other hand, Ha-jun put Juming in his room, and Juming muttered, "Ha-jun, stop pitying me, you idiot." The next morning, Jia was heading to work, and there was Juming waiting for her. He pretended not to remember anything, but Jia knew he had a photographic memory. He even told her he didn't recall anything from the previous night, which complicated things, especially since Jia had comforted him, and now he didn't even remember it. Jia was annoyed, but as they left the elevator, Juming slyly said, "Yesterday was better than France." Jia now understood he remembered everything. Later that day, Jia was organizing everything for the company event when she had to listen to Kiva X, the office gossip and troublemaker, go on and on. He was already creating nicknames for the new boss, calling him Taipan, one of the most venomous snakes, and with no antidote for its bite. Not bad. Kiva kept talking until the boss himself approached and overheard the rest. To avoid getting fired, Kiva X was tasked with inflating balloons. The boss then asked Jia if he should forgive Kiva, and she said yes, so the boss told Kiva X that if he still had his job, it was thanks to Jia. That evening, the event began, and everything went smoothly. But Jia, with her beauty, caught the attention of some charming men, though she hated flirtatious types and ignored them. At one point, Editor Choi sent Jia to get some surveys from her car. As Jia returned, those guys who had tried flirting with her earlier found her again. They thought they'd get another chance to charm her, but as soon as she got in the elevator, these two idiots stopped it. Minutes passed, and the boss noticed that Editor Choi was leaving. He asked her what was going on, and she explained that she had sent Jia to retrieve the surveys. But it had already taken too long, which scared him. Meanwhile, these two idiots were abducting Jia. Fortunately, the boss arrived just in time, and before anything bad could happen, he quickly knocked one of them down. However, he got distracted when he saw how Jia was, and the other guy took the opportunity to get up and strike him. Jia saw this, but soon lost consciousness. When she woke up, she was in the hospital. Jumi was injured but reassured her that the two men were much worse off. For now, she needed to rest, and then they could press charges against those two. A few days later, Joming asked Jia to come with him to meet H. Bo, who gladly accepted the case. He was one of the best lawyers, and Jia didn't have enough money to pay him, but Jabon would charge her a small fee of $30. He was even willing to help her for free, but since she wasn't happy with that, he only charged a small amount. Jia's gestures made Jabon think of someone in his family, his sister, Jin. The following night, Juming visited Jia. He brought her some fried chicken, which he always bought for Seoul, but he hoped to see Jia tomorrow at work. When he arrived, Jia invited him in to eat together. He agreed, but when they sat down, he let her eat alone, and it felt awkward, like being watched while you eat just isn't comfortable. As they talked, Jia thanked him for helping her hire lawyer Shin, who seemed to be very close to Juming. She then asked about something Shin had told her. that she resembled the lawyer's sister, Jin. At the mention of the name, Juming was stunned. He quickly said goodbye and left. He went to the park, where he thought about the woman he once loved, Jin. She had always been so sweet, and he loved being near her. But for Jin, Juming was just her little brother. She lived her life with optimism and excitement, making him feel so many beautiful things. Yet he never had the courage to confess his feelings, especially because Haijun's family had raised him as one of their own. He couldn't give in to his desires, afraid that if things went wrong with Jin, he might lose the only people who had been like family to him. At that moment, Haijun called him, worried because Jia had come asking about him. Juming had left his apartment in a hurry, and Jia had told him that she had mentioned Jin. He probably felt affected hearing about her. Then Juming asked if Jia resembled Jin for him too. The silence was his answer. Yes. In the beginning, Juming didn't understand why he had been so drawn to her in Paris. But now he understood. That's why he always tried to protect her. That's why he felt butterflies in his stomach when he saw her. He felt guilty for what he had done to Jia. In just a few minutes, Jia, who had been looking for him desperately, arrived, and that truly drove him crazy. 3 years ago, in the winter, Jimin passed away in an accident, just like Juming's parents. He regretted so much not confessing his feelings to her because maybe she would have loved him as much as he loved her. But that's how his intense love ended. When he saw Jia arrive and noticed the cold, they both returned to the building. However, as they were in the elevator, Juming clarified that he wasn't crying. Jia then asked for the lawyer Jaibon's bank details, as she hated owing anyone anything. Juming thought to himself, "She really does resemble Jumin." When they reached the floor, he took off his jacket and handed it back to her before she left for home. Meanwhile, Sol and Haijun were welcoming Juming. Sol told her dad that her other dad ate all the chicken and didn't leave any for her. After putting Sol to bed, Haijun and Juming sat down to talk in the kitchen. It became clear that Juming seemed like a nagging husband to Haijun. But then, Juming began to open up. He wanted to know if it was true that Jia resembled Juming. This was something Haijun agreed with, as Jia was very similar to his sister. He thought that Juming had also realized this and had opened up to Jia for that reason. But the truth was, Jimin had never noticed this connection. For Haijun there was no problem, but for Jimin there was. Unconsciously he saw Jimin in Jia, and he had fallen for her, which only caused him more pain. He had suffered a lot because of the cockroach, and now he was about to hurt Jia too. He felt like the worst person in the world, but Haijun couldn't understand what the problem was. Then Jimin asked Haijun what it felt like to have a family. Haijun thought that was ridiculous. He already had a family. But for Juming, Haijun's family was his family too, and it seemed like Haijun didn't see it that way. The next day, Jia received a call from her mum, who was thinking of sending food with Juming, the one person Jia didn't want to see. After hanging up, Jia realized someone was waiting for her. Juming. Once in the elevator, he told her he had been waiting for 30 minutes and wanted to ask if he could watch her for a few days. After that, he promised he'd explain why. 3 months ago, he had a stable job in France, but he chose to take a job as a runway model just because he missed his home country. Plus, Haijun wanted help raising Sol. That day, he had decided to stroll around Paris and enjoy the time he had left there. It was then that he saw her. She passed by him, and by accident, stepped on his foot. But he didn't realize it. Then he found her again in another place. Without thinking, he started watching her until he noticed someone trying to steal her wallet. He intervened. Back in the present, the week for the magazine's Runway release was approaching. It meant hard work, even with extra hours. Though Jie kept thinking about what Juming had asked her, she didn't understand why, out of nowhere, he decided to watch her. He was always near her, wherever she went. One day, Jia and her co-workers were having coffee in the company cafeteria. Out of the blue, they started talking about the boss and what he might be like in a romantic relationship. They thought he was surely imposing, but just then the boss arrived. He overheard everything and approached them. Since Director Choi was the one talking, the boss clarified that she wasn't his type, but he would give Jia a chance. even though Jia wasn't interested. After that, he walked away, thinking, I have to admit, she even rejected me in the same way. Things were starting to get out of control, and he even started observing her responses. Meanwhile, Jaibon finally met with his wife. The two were so busy with their work that they hardly saw each other or spent time together. There was no chemistry between them anymore, so Jaibon wanted things to change. That afternoon, out of nowhere, he proposed having a baby, which shocked her. They had been married for 5 years, and for her it wasn't the right time. When she heard this, Jaibon got angry. She always prioritized her work, even working extra hours, and it seemed like she had stopped being affectionate, not even calling him by his name. He asked, Baba, are you seeing someone else? When she reacted negatively, she simply handed him what she had brought. After that, she left, and Jaibon didn't know what to do. It had been a year since he discovered that she was seeing another man, a researcher who worked with her, but he hadn't confronted her yet, afraid she would ask for a divorce. On the other hand, Jia was leaving work, and it was already very late when she ran into Jo Ming. He asked, Why are you leaving? You've only been sleeping for 3 hours, and now you have to go back? But she replied that she'd rather rest in her bed, even if it was just for half an hour, which excited Jo Ming. He told her, You're not like her, so at least today, from what I observed, you're not like the one I thought you were. After that, he left, leaving her completely confused. The following days, after a long work day, Jan called his mother to take care of his little soul for the night. He had received a message from his ex, Sonyeon, telling him that she was getting married. Some time ago, he had broken up with Sonyeon because he needed to take care of Sol and didn't want to burden her with that responsibility, even though she was eager to care for Sol. Supposedly, he had distanced himself because Sonyeon's parents weren't happy with the situation. In short, he sent her away to fulfill her parents' wishes and marry someone they chose. Now, the woman who used to be his love was getting married. So, in this moment of confusion, he decided to clear his mind by watching a movie at the cinema. And right there, he ran into Jia, who was also planning to watch a movie, a horror one. She invited him to watch it with her. She noticed and thought to herself how handsome her neighbors were. Maybe she had done something right to deserve such company. They continued watching the movie, and Jia acted very brave. Afterward, as they were leaving, he offered to drive her home, but she preferred to walk since she had gained a few pounds from eating so much. He jokingly said he was a liposuction specialist and could offer her a treatment, to which she laughed and replied that she didn't need it because she was still very slim. They ended up going in the same car, and Jia thought to herself how different he was from Jo Ming. Both arrived at the building, and Jo Ming, who had just arrived, saw them together. He stayed watching and realized that he wasn't the only one interested in Jia. The next day, Jia had to give something to the boss, who, it seemed, was in a bad mood. As Jo Ming had predicted, he didn't keep his personal life separate and asked Jia how the movie with Haijun had been. He even concluded that Jia seemed to like sweet guys. But at least, he thought, she should give him some time too. Days passed, and one night, unexpectedly, the cockroach discovered where Jia lived and showed up at her place, drunk. Jia went outside because he was causing a huge scene. She wanted him to leave, but he insisted on apologizing until she finally hit him. He was so drunk he was even about to vomit, and just then, Jia's hero appeared. Jo Ming, starting by taking out the trash. But the more he hurt him, the worse it got. Eventually he vomited, and unfortunately it was all over Jo Ming. Poor guy. Meanwhile, that same night, Jaibon arrived home feeling lost, not knowing what to do with his life. He started drinking heavily, and when his wife arrived, he felt a surge of anger. To make matters worse, he noticed a different scent on her. It seemed like the perfume of someone else had rubbed off on her. The next day, like the foolish cockroach he was, he ended up sleeping on the balcony, freezing. He thought he was in Jia's house, but he wasn't. He was at the house of Jia's future husband. Envy consumed him as he watched the beautiful people around him. That's when things started to spiral out of control. Jia Jun called his brother and asked if they could arrest someone who had broken into his house. Of course, this idiot hadn't entered voluntarily. But when he heard that he could face 2 years in prison for it, he panicked and ran off, thinking he wouldn't pursue Jia anymore. When he saw her, he apologized and left, as though his soul was being dragged away. Just then Jo Ming appeared, visibly upset, unable to understand how someone like Jaebon could have spent 5 years with that fool and not given him a chance. Meanwhile, Jin Yon Yang was meeting with her husband. Jaebon wanted to know when she had been seeing someone else. She told him that she had known for about a year, or maybe even longer. He didn't know that she had been seeing him for 3 years. He asked when it had all started, and she explained that it was on May 6, 3 years ago, when she lost their child. She told him she was trying to be a good wife now since her job was stable, but before, she didn't have time for her. She had suffered after losing the pregnancy, and even though he had heard her crying in the bathroom, he never bothered to ask her what was wrong. She asked him why he had never shared anything with her. The truth was, when she tried to talk to him, he would tell her he didn't have time for anything. Once, she asked for just 5 minutes, but he told her to let him rest and give him space when he came home. It felt like he was tired of her. Maybe she had some fault in all of this, but she wasn't the only one. Later, she left. That evening, Jinon met up with the person she had been seeing. She told him that Jaebon had found out about them, but he couldn't understand their situation. For her, it was just an affair. They had never been intimate, but the fact that she had a connection with another man was enough to call it cheating. She went out drinking with him, had dinner, and even texted him when she needed someone. To Jinon, her marriage was over. She and Jaebon had grown distant, but she didn't know when it had all fallen apart. That night, Jia came home to find that her husband had already packed and was ready to leave. He handed her the divorce papers and said they should end it peacefully, unless she wanted him to report her for having an affair. She immediately signed the papers and he left. She wanted to talk to him, but to him the worst betrayal was losing their child and having the father not even find out. It seemed like this other man had known first. He questioned whether he had ever even considered him a husband, or at least a human being. Jaebon was hurt, grabbing her and asking why. Why did she do this? Had she waited to tell him everything just to make him suffer? If that was her intention, then so be it. She had ended things with him that day. The next few days passed and the weekend arrived. That morning, Juming arrived at Jia's place with little Sol to visit. He wanted them to come along to the park because he always ended up fighting with other parents, so Jia went as his supervisor. She really enjoyed spending time with Sol, while Juming just kept staring at his phone. Then, Jia's phone rang, and she asked Jiaming to look after Sol for a moment. As soon as she left, the drama started. A kid started fighting with Sol and pushed her. Juming saw the situation and punched the kid. The boy's mother showed up furious, and Juming didn't have the tact to handle the situation properly. They started arguing, but Jia arrived just in time to stop Juming and took over, speaking to the woman. She told her that her son had pushed Sol, and, as the mother, she should apologize. If she did, then Jia and Juming would apologize as well. After the confrontation, they went home. Sol had fallen asleep, and Jia wondered if she had made a mistake. But Juming held her hand and suggested that the next day he would take her to the cinema. The next night, they went to the movies. Jia wasn't sure what to order for snacks during the movie, which seemed to offend Juming. Apparently with Haijun it had been different. When she was with him, she knew exactly what to ask for and understood him better. This made Juming wonder why she didn't want to eat with him. But after that, they continued watching the movie, and at one point Juming leaned in, seeming as though he was about to kiss her, but no, he just wanted her to focus on the movie. However, he quickly added that once the movie was over, she could kiss him as much as she wanted. After the movie, they headed to his car, and the desire for a kiss took over. They kissed passionately, giving in to their feelings. The following night, Jaebon invited Haijun and Juming to drink with him. They knew Jaebon wasn't doing well, and as soon as they saw him, they realized something was wrong. They asked if he had fought with his wife, and they hit the nail on the head. They started drinking heavily, and out of nowhere, Jaebon told them that they should never fall in love or get married because it's a disaster. But he never told them exactly what had happened. He tried to take a breather but saw a young man scratching his car. In his anger, Jaebon threatened to report him or make him pay for the damage or face jail time for 3 years. The young man started crying, saying that Jaebon had hit him. Jaebon really did want to hit him to make him feel the pain. But luckily, they didn't let him do anything he might regret later. What seemed like something simple to fix ended up turning into a huge scandal, but fortunately he was stopped before making a bigger mistake. After that, they wanted answers. What exactly was going on? Jaebon confessed that he was going to divorce his wife. The days passed, and on the runway, Ja had to deal with a very arrogant model. Kika knew exactly how to inflate this guy's ego, but Ja hated having to compliment him for being just a regular guy. The photos began, and everything seemed to be going fine until it was time to exchange watches. This model seemed very interested in the prices. Ja knew he was going to ask for a free one and accidentally blurted out that, unfortunately, all watches had to be returned to the sponsor. This made him furious, wondering when he had ever asked for a watch. After that, the guy became increasingly arrogant, acting as if he were the best. He started making Jia's life miserable by demanding that she bring him coffee. Kimbex wanted to go buy it, but this little man wanted the coffee served by a woman because apparently it tasted better that way. Thus began the torment. No coffee was ever good enough. Jia brought one after another, but then the fool managed to spill one all over the carpet. The whole place had been rented for the photo shoot, and replacing the carpet would be expensive. Chia panicked as she tried to clean it up, and the model was thrilled, telling everyone that he never wanted to work with the Runway again. Soon, the boss arrived. Seeing Jia on her knees, he lost his patience. He heard that the model didn't want to work with them anymore and thought about suing him for breaching the contract and for the financial damage. He would also have to repay the ridiculous amount they paid him for his photos. Additionally, he would have to pay for the damages to the suite, including the humiliation caused to the workers. With that, Jiuming ended the photo shoot. But then, the agent of the celebrity model talked to Jiuming. The photo shoot ended without any more issues, and everyone started leaving, but Ja stayed alone with him. He told her that he was doing all of this for her because if it had happened with anyone else, he wouldn't have cared. He also told her that he had already finished his period of observing her, but before leaving he asked, "Can I have feelings for you?" After that strange question, and she was left speechless. "But then," Jiuming added, "let me love you." On the other hand, it had been 2 weeks since Jaebon had left the house, and he hadn't returned, even once, not even to collect his things. It seemed like Jin Jung was missing him. So, that day she decided to visit her estranged husband. But when she arrived, she discovered a colleague shamelessly flirting with him. Of course, this surprised her, but she also noticed how quickly Jaebon distanced himself from the woman. When the woman invited him to drink, he told her that he would never drink alone with a woman, especially if she was married. He suggested she go out with her husband, the man she had chosen to spend her life with. At that moment, he saw his wife and asked if he was mistaken. Soon after they were talking, and she had supposedly come to check on him. This bothered him because he understood she had only come to ask when their divorce proceedings would be finalized, which was scheduled for the following week. What bothered him the most was that she seemed to genuinely want to know how he was, and that irritated him even more. They started to argue, and she remembered a similar situation when he told her to leave him alone, just for 5 minutes of peace. But then she shouted at Jaebon, saying that she should have been his priority, not his work. He asked her, "So, you cheated on me because of that?" He had worked so hard to provide economic stability for both of them. In doing so, he had acted like a fool, but that didn't justify his wife's betrayal. Both had been so stubborn that they never understood each other. Jaebon was tired. He no longer wanted her concern because it disgusted him. On the other hand, that night, Jia was excited. Jiuming had confessed he was in love with her, and of course with that excitement she hardly slept. The next day she went to work and ran into Jing, who had been waiting for her, just to embrace her later. She thought to herself that he had asked her to wait, but for her the timing still didn't feel right. Sometimes she thought it over. But then Yura started to bother Gia a little, because Gia was distracted and that cost Yura dearly. The boss became very harsh with her, so severe that it scared everyone. Why? Because now he had a favourite, and that was Gia. Days passed, and John went to his ex-wife's wedding. For him, it was difficult. He just wanted to see how beautiful she looked in her wedding dress and how happy she was. At that moment, she noticed his presence and without hesitation ran after him. Between them, there was a beautiful past, and John just hoped she would find true happiness. Later that night, Gia arrived home, but when she reached her apartment's entrance, she found He-jun lying there, completely drunk. The worst part was that Jo-ming wasn't home and wasn't answering his phone. Gia tried to make He-jun remember the code, but seeing how bad he was, she told him to move on. He was surprised, but still lost in his thoughts. He leaned closer to Gia, and just then, Jo-ming arrived. Seeing this, Gia pushed Jan away, and now Jan would pay for this. But Gia tried to explain to Ji-min why she had been so close to him, which excited him. It meant she had given him the green light. Ji-min became excited, because maybe she wanted to be with him as much as he wanted to be with her. And it was true, she had even bought beer to watch a movie with him. It was perfect for him, so he rushed to put Ha-jun in bed, but upon noticing that Ha-jun was interested in Gia, Gi-min thought, "Please, don't fall for Gia." Afterward, he went directly to Gia's apartment, skipping the beer and the movie. He just wanted to know where her bedroom was. The following days, Ji-min visited the hospital where Ha-jun worked. Due to the wedding of Seyeon, Ha-jun had been feeling down and had spent all this time with his grandmother, so Ji-min came with roses for him. After asking for him at the information desk, he waited for Ha-jun to come out. When he did, Ha-jun was surprised, and Ji-min immediately handed him the roses. Everyone started gossiping.